2024. It's season 1, episode 26. Although our numbering might be off, we'll fix it in post. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about the Kia Adventure van. Bronco returns. I will not pay over MSRP, but they'll just raise MSRP. Off-road Hellcat and square cup holders in a Lexus. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen, and you can just subscribe to the 4-Wheel Tech, and you'll get some of the news, because we actually grab a little bit of news that's automotive and technology related from all across ohmtown.com. It just, a lot of it happens to be focused in the 4-Wheel Tech group. That's how our aggregator works. Anyway, see you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say something before I even introduced you.
Nope, I was just getting ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
And if you're watching this, the visualizer is a representation of how much computational power is necessary for the sentient AI from the future to voice their opinion about whatever it is we're talking about.
Quite a bit.
Sometimes it seems. I mean, I think that it's this old tech that you have to deal with because you're from the future and you hear that weird USB that you were actually housed in must have fallen out of the Terminator body when you transported back in time. And if you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !FWT in the chat, and that'll spit out all of today's show notes. They're already over on YouTube. They'll be in the podcast when it gets published. So follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and like and subscribe, ring the bell, send a carrier pigeon, send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com if there's any articles that you're interested in us highlighting in the show. Once you become a citizen, though, you can actually submit it. There's a little option right here where you can submit news, but I'm not logged in. Anyway, you want to get into the show? Let's get into the show. First article is over.
Let's do it.
There's that vocal computational lag. Again, I blame the fact that maybe I'll move you over to the new Apple Mini M4 because the Raspberry Pi just isn't moving fast enough. You can recompile.
Yeah, but then I'll have to keep up with the M4.
No, you won't have a problem with that. You know, I mean, you're from the future, so. According to this article, all of our articles are from Jalopnik today. That's pretty wild. Wow. That normally never happens. But anyway, so Kia better make this badass electric adventure van concept that it debuted at SEMA. The SEMA show always includes a slew of questionably customized cars, but sometimes manufacturers release tricked out versions of everyday models and eventually, well, actually get people excited. But I'm pretty excited about this one. There's a couple of Kias that I actually like, but this year Kia returned to the SEMA show with an all-terrain Vengeance, showcasing
not what I think of for all-terrain.
Yeah, Kia. 2 badass electrified and off-roadified vehicles. So let's take a look. Boom. I dig this.
Oh, that's cool. That looks like something out of a sci-fi or dystopian movie.
Oh yeah, something on Mars, you know. Yeah, John Carter driving this around. If anybody knows what John Carter is, I'm amazed. But anyway, the biggest flop in like movie history. I think it made like $20.
But then it might be known because of that.
Yeah, true. I keep attempting to watch it again, but I think I've watched like 5 minutes of it over the course of 2 weeks. So based off the Kia PBV electric modular van concept, it looks seriously cool and capable. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. I dig this. EV9 Adventure or Adventor, it's ADVENTR because they can't just say adventure, damn it. Anyway, it's based on the currently available EV9 3-row electric SUV, but includes a 3-inch lift off-road wheels and tires. Saw a truck today where the tires alone were taller than my car. I had left ohmTown.
Yeah, this reminds me of like a Unimog or something. I don't know.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I
that's
know
actually
it's not the
interesting.
right scale, but
Yeah, but you just put a big ass tires and raise the cab up above the tires, and you're basically Unimog. It's an awesome vehicle, by the way, Unimog, particularly in the snow. I want one so bad, but anyway, the Kia PV5 Weekender is a lifted and specialized electric van intended to act as an escape pod for extended weekends in nature, with features like Gearhead feature that provides an off-board storage space for gear when the vehicle is parked to maximize interior usability. So the little thing rises up. You have this little door that opens up. I like this thing. Stick stuff
yeah, it
up in the
looks very
ceiling.
cool.
It looks like it has French cleat rails on the sides that you can put proprietary shelves. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This looks like a render though, but it says
Yeah, it
photo.
doesn't really look real. Like it looks,
Yeah,
I don't
kind of
know, it
fakey.
like has a lot of customizable aspects, but it doesn't look very luxurious, I guess is the way to put it.
Oh no, this is just for like hauling ass and taking names. This looks pretty cool though. I like that you can open this big old door and it's wide open, and you have these jump chairs where they're facing each other. Or this is like a lounger where you can just put your feet up on an ottoman on the passenger side facing the driver. And the driver actually looks like they're more centrally located. It's kind of weird, this perspective. It looks like they're closer to the center than. Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, I like it. So I want this. This should be in Wanted, but that was yesterday's show.
That's right. It might make its way into Wanted for next week.
Too bad. Yeah. Anyway, I agree. I agree with Logan here. This better be made. But I'm looking for a vehicle like this. We'll see. But here's another contender for maybe my MSRP dollars, which is leading me into the article after this article. Not this article, but this article. After this one, we're going to be talking about that MSRP issue. Base Ford Bronco returns with a starting price under $40,000, pissing off everybody who bought a Bronco Original.
Yeah, that's true. But keeping a lot of people happy that have been waiting to get a Bronco.
Yeah, Ford updated the Bronco a little bit for 2025, but the really big news is the return of the base trim, which Ford dropped for the 2024 model. This drops the entry price for the Bronco over $1,635 versus the outgoing model. But it was the supply and demand issue. See, now if this is the Bronco, not the Bronco Sport. I do not want a Bronco Sport. I want the Bronco.
Right, but remember the base trim might mean like no steering wheel or something.
Yeah, really. You have to. It's a lease, and you have to pay a monthly fee for the tires. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and the deck statement is what I said earlier. And so it says for 2025, the cheapest way to get into a Bronco is the steel-wheeled base trim for a predestination charge of $37,995. That price stays the same whether you choose the 2 or 4-door model, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's really shocking.
You get the standard 30-inch all-season tires, Ford's terrain management system with 5 GOAT off-road modes. And also new for 2025, a standard 12-inch touchscreen running Sync 4. The base Bronco also comes standard with a 7-speed manual transmission paired with a 2.3-liter EcoBoost i4, which is anemic, regardless of innovation. So Ford made additional comfort changes to the Bronco for 2025. 4-door models get standard rear air vents, so you're still allowed to breathe in the back.
This is good.
You can upgrade to the 10-speed automatic transmission, putting it over $42,000. Ford will also give buyers the option to add the Sasquatch package to the base Bronco, which it gives you hair implants, but not on the top of your head, all over your body.
Well, I'm not sure people want to pay extra for that.
So the package now comes with a standard 35-inch Goodyear Territory RT tires, which Ford says has less road noise. You get a 12-speaker B&O system. Buyers wanting to get paint protection can now choose a factory matte clear film. And there you go. Yeah, the thing that I don't like these little things, these little rails up on top of the...
I'm not sure really why they're there.
There's little lights, but I think it's kind of goofy. Okay, so let's just kick this up a notch. Ford made other changes to the Bronco trim lineup. Aside from the return of the base trim, the Bronco Wild Track trim is gone, replaced with the Heritage-inspired Bronco Strope Edition. Only available as a two-door. It starts at $75,635, and there's the availability of the Black Diamond and freewheeling packages on the Big Bend trim and 3 new color choices. And if you're interested in the Bronco 25, Ford says order banks are now open with delivery set to begin this winter. I think the Black Diamond is something like $90,000, I think it was.
Wow. I mean, maybe that's what Bronco is doing, is trying to lower the baseline one and then hopefully get sales of these higher end editions.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Like the entry level, I thought was... Hold on. I need to look up the 2025 because the 2024 was like $50,000 for the Black Diamond. But I thought I read that it was going to be... Oh, maybe it's not the Black Diamond that's that crazy cost. There was one that was really wild, limited edition. Maybe it wasn't Black Diamond. I'll have to look. Yeah, it starts at like $50,000 for the Black Diamond. So maybe this is the
I mean,
one
you have
now.
to look at your model carefully.
Yep. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. I'm looking for which one it is. Wild Track is priced at $135,000. The most expensive Bronco straight out of the gate is $90,000 Raptor. There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to keep on going. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel. Yep.
I mean, this is a good sign, but it'll be interesting to see what the manufacturers do with the pricing.
Yep. So it seems like people are done paying over MSRP for new cars. I know from driving around and looking at cars that some dealerships have taken to the marketing method of pissing off customers as they drive by, like saying in really bright print, $16,000. But then when you walk onto the lot, they have in different writing, not as vibrant, off. So the vehicle that you actually pulled over to go and take a look at says $16,000 off. With the $16,000 in neon yellow and off in a dull matte brown, written on some shady cardboard inside the car. Anyway, but people are tired of paying over MSRP. It's rather exploitive in a time of whatever, but supply and demand, I understand the mechanics of supply and demand in business in general. I mean, I went to business school, for crying out loud. I do strategic management consulting. I understand.
You don't know anything about this.
I know nothing. But I also have a soul, and
well, that's not very good for business.
Yeah, that's true. So it seems that the era of people willingly paying over MSRP for new cars is at an end, as data shows that the number of people willingly letting dealers overcharge them is declining. And Stellantis, for instance, is really feeling this pinch. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The number of buyers willing to overpay for a new car saw a pretty steep drop in the last year. Yeah, kiss my shiny metal ass is pretty much the response nowadays from people. Data from J.D. Power's 2024 U.S. Sales Satisfaction Index shows that the number of car buyers willing to pay markup for a new car dropped 7% in the last year for mass market brands like Hyundai and Ford. In 2023, 15% of buyers were willing to overpay. Just 8% of buyers were willing to pay in 2024. Those numbers.
I was going to say, I think this has to do with the amount of supply, though, because there were periods where you could go into a dealership, there were 0 cars in inventory, and the dealers held all the cards.
Cards. Car apostrophe DS. Cards.
Yes.
So according to J.D. Power, the reason that the drop is higher, dealer inventories. So yeah, the struggles during and immediately after the pandemic saw buyers clamoring for any inventory that they could find. Dealers capitalized on this by being greedy bastards, especially hot models that debuted at the time, like the Ford Bronco and F-150 Lightning. Not Lighting, Lightning. F-150 Lighting is basically taking a LED bulb and screwing it to an outlet underneath it. Anyway, there were financial repercussions to this, of course. Many found themselves underwater on their car loans as resale values on certain segments tanked. If you paid $70,000 for a $40,000 Kia EV6 in 2022, you're probably in some real deep doo-doo right now.
Right, because who wants to buy it and who wants to buy a used EV?
Yeah. There's a thing. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know if this ever happens. Do loan companies actually call the gap when you have a hold on.
I don't know why they would approve a loan.
That much over, right?
Right. I mean, if it's a couple thousand over, maybe, but if you're putting a down payment or something, that's going to account for that. I don't think they would approve this.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Well, at any rate. So there were other surprising findings in the study. EV buyers are less satisfied with their vehicles than gas vehicle buyers. Yeah, that's no shit news. Because they were lied to. They were absolutely lied to. It's all marketing bullshit, right? EVs don't get their range. They don't have their lifespan. They're a pain in the ass when they break down in any way, shape, or form.
Or if there's any weather of any kind.
I mean, hell,
traffic of any kind.
Depending on the Tesla, you're parking on the side of the road. I know I take a lot of pot shots at Tesla's Cybertruck, but give me a break. Plus, we've been doing it wrong. That the whole build out and all of that kind of stuff, people are tired of it. So sales satisfaction for premium brands saw Porsche take first, with Infiniti and Jaguar coming in second and third. So, I mean, it's hard to dislike a Porsche until, you know, insurance or maintenance or changing the damn oil.
Yeah, it's not operating correctly.
Yeah, but if you can swing the bat for a Porsche or an Infiniti or Jaguar, then you're cool with the $150 it takes to do an oil change. So they also took the top 2 spots for highest rated premium car and premium SUV in J.D. Power segment awards, which ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. That sounds so much like what's his name, where he does $50 items from Amazon.
It's tech stuff.
Yeah.
Random Frank P.
Oh yeah, Random Frank P. He always does this thing like JD Power segment awards where he ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. So he does like $50, $100. It's a fun show to watch, but anyway. He was going to change his name. And then his community said, hell no. And he's
well,
like, okay,
I mean, I guess that's a good thing. They're invested.
Yep. Anyway, let's move on. This is not non sequitur news. This is 4-Wheel Tech. Anyway, the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Off-road Hellcat 4x4 fixes every problem you had with the Dodge Challenger. I had to choose this because I really like Dodge for whatever reason. Dodge is kind of like this chonky beast of a vehicle. And I've had a couple of them over the years, not the Dodge Challenger, but I really dig them because of that kind of beefiness of them without being too over the top. I still wanted a vehicle that you could park in a garage. So Dodge sold the Challenger for 15 years, never gave it a full redesign. What is that? Depsite? That is? What? I think it's despite
Oh,
that.
despite.
But Depsite, that's their typo. I just read it. I just read the teleprompter. Screw you, San Diego. Just kidding. I love San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego. It sold well for a coupe and eventually proved even more popular than the Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro. Bitchin' Camaro, bitchin' Camaro. Over the years, Dodge made a long series of improvements and offered the Challenger and other special editions. So, boom. Colin Woodard over at
now I
Jalopnik.
see why it fixes the problems.
It's no longer a Dodge Challenger.
Well, because it can go above everything it's going to encounter.
Good God, look at that thing. But that's kind of like the vehicle that was seen outside of ohmTown today. The tires were as big as the fender well. So if it was actually set down on the tires would just destroy the fender well. So it was sat up above, kind of how this is. So, and those tires had to have been, I don't know how big, like 36-inch tires or something like that. They were beefy. Anyway, someone has finally done what Dodge was too cowardly to do itself. They raised it up. Still, though, I mean,
Right, you still have the low frame.
The drivetrain is still down at the vehicle's center line of the tires. So no matter what you do, this bar right here is basically the lowest point that you can go.
Right, it's going to run into every obstacle if you're going off-roading.
Yeah, if you had independent suspension, then this bar would be gone and you'd be able to have much greater travel and all that kind of stuff. But in the back, you have the same thing with the differential. It doesn't look like it's independent suspension anywhere. So as everyone knows, Dodge eventually added all-wheel drive as an option, but you couldn't get it in all-wheel drive Hellcat. In fact, unless they missed one, Dodge never offered all-wheel drive on any Challenger with a V8. It was one of the reasons why I never got anything outside of an SUV from Dodge, because I wanted all-wheel drive. Plus, it says the lack of ground clearance and a true four-wheel drive system meant you couldn't get very far anytime you tried to take it off-road. Now, the Stellantis explainers will tell you that that's because you could always buy the Ram 1500 TRX if you want an off-road Hellcat, but that's Ram, which is a completely separate company, and the 1500 is a truck, not a Dodge Challenger.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to get the Challenger.
So it's a first drive in a 4x4 off-road Hellcat. I'm not going to play the audio on this, but oh my God, I want this.
I guess we should have put it in wanted too.
Okay. Oh, this guy's burning the stickers off the tires by lighting them up in the parking lot. That's how new this vehicle's tires are. He's driving it down the road with the stickers on the tires.
Oh, wow.
I love this. I love this. So they talk about building it. There's a whole first drive in 4x4 off-road Hellcat. It's a YouTube video. They talk about the springs that are in it and the suspension that's on it. It does not have any travel. This thing is just going to be locked in. If there is any travel. It has springs, but the whole thing is going to be bouncing up and down, not independent suspension. But and then they just, oh my gosh. Yeah. So you're going to need a ladder to get to your ladder to get into your car.
Right. How do you get into this car?
Yeah. You're going to need one of those little roll out ladders. Like you're trying to get like emergency ladders. You're going to have to do that.
Oh, right. Those ones that roll down or roll up.
Yeah. Escape ladders from your third story window. So I want this. but obviously I'll never get it because what am I going to do? I'm going to drive this to the grocery store, for crying out loud.
I
Dig
mean,
the
it would get
color.
some looks.
Yeah. So follow the link through ohmTown. It's in the show notes. It's over in the VOD. Definitely check this thing out. You'll be able to hear it, but we're not playing the video simply because we want to drive traffic to all of the people that provide sources to ohmTown and to the Four Wheel Tech Show. So let's move on. The next and our last article for Four Wheel Tech tonight is Lexus designed the TX's weird square cup holders so that it would fit Stanley cups. Do you really think that they catered to the
Well, it's
Lexus?
interesting because I don't think of the Stanley Cup and the Lexus market overlapping.
I don't know, man. I mean, people really dig those Stanley cups. It's always bragging rights. I'm actually surprised that my friend in California didn't send me a picture of their Lexus with a Stanley cup in the holder.
Okay, that would have been funny.
So cup holders, no matter what the vehicle they're in, are usually round. Bucking that established trend is the Lexus's three-roll TX family hauler. Oh, that's why. He would never send me a family hauler, which went with a strange-looking square cup holder that's removable from the center console. So why would Lexus go and willingly create chaos in what is supposedly a family vehicle? Apparently, it's for Stanley cups.
That's interesting.
So Lawrence Hodge,
Because any other cup is probably going to be rolling around in there.
fit to be square. Yeah, they're both square. I guess it's so that the handle can sit thunk, but why not just make a big round with these little derpy. Interesting, right? So Lawrence Hodge over at Delopnik.com put the article together. Yeah, in the three row Texas or TX. I think that's intentional. TX Texas. Everything is bigger. The TX family hauler, which went the strange looking square cup holders. Turns out the reason is so that it could fit Stanley cups. So they asked why square. Lexus rep explained that designers went with a square cup due to Stanley cups. Those hugely popular tumblers, specifically the big ones with the handle, are easier to place in the square cup holders. You know, if I had the Lexus TX, those 40-ounce hydro mugs would fit.
I was going to say this is a problem beyond Stanley Cups.
Yeah, it's just big ass mugs. Sometimes, though, you really want, to just nurse that 40-ounce mug of a cup of Joe over the long haul. It's not really irrational. I mean, what's irrational about is chugging the 40 ounces of Pepsi or whatever and then going and getting a refill at the nearest gas station. That's irrational and horrible for you. So the Lexus rep explained that the designers went with the square cup because of the Stanley cups. There's more in this article, but guess what? Really don't need it. So they say that there's some clarification at the very end of this article regarding the design of the TX's cup holders. While Stanley cups were a factor in the design, they weren't the main factor. They were told Lexus designers went for what they're calling practical elegance in the interior design process of the TX, and this meant that having features that are usable, practical, and easily accessible by passengers, and the removable cup holders were one of the features designed to do just that.
That's interesting. Like they backpedaled away from the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you put a round cup holder in it to minimize
There
the
was something in the article. Oh, maybe because it said that some of them moved around. So yeah, maybe you could 3D
remove it?
print something to put in there. I don't know.
Why does it say unlock? Because you can pull this whole thing out.
You can take the cup holder out.
Yeah. So do they have a round one? It didn't say it, right?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, how to say that I've never owned a Lexus without saying I've never owned a Lexus? That right there. Not that I really find Lexus any more appealing than any other car. I'm very utilitarian, if no one's guessed that, or if anyone cares to hear me say that. Anyway, so we're going to unlock our cup, and that's going to land us back at the front page of Four Wheel Tech, which is where all of the news for Four Wheel Tech usually gets aggregated, but we grab stuff from other areas where relevant. So you can go over there, become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels. We got 50 channels. Go check it out. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is gonna. There was a 10-gear transmission in that one vehicle, the Ford Bronco. So put it in 10th and granny gear your way down Main Street. Yeah, that's my way of saying say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode of that next week. But come back tomorrow for hometown non-sequitur news and some other weekly shows.
Yeah, so Ohmtown is the network of shows, and Non Sequitur News is our daily show. And then we have 6 weekend shows that are 30 minutes long. But the Non Sequitur News show is an hour. Sometimes we run long, kind of like what I'm doing with this. So see you in a little bit, which means tomorrow. And I'm going to probably get the replay going for the daily, weekly replay. It may or may not include yesterday's shows. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, we're out of here. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Lexus. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 9th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 314. It's Pi Day of the year 3.14. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the co-host, the sentient AI from the future, who still has not divulged any lottery numbers, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. What happened with the Dragon splashdown? Nintendo sues a streamer. Chaos at Belfast Airport. Moon Mars exploration from Texas. Arc. What the hell's going on? Orbital refueling. Scuba diver meets rare ocean creature. How far are we from AGI? One night to years rent free. Nettie's corruption investigation. That and maybe some jokey. It depends on the content, but everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go there, become a citizen, and you too can facilitate this and the other 6, because we have 7 podcasts altogether, because you can submit news once you're a citizen. Go over there and find out how. It's really easy. Just sign up and you're instantly a citizen. Ta-da! And then you can sit there and filter through the news like we do. 50 categories, which are actually channels, which I hope to turn into shows here on Twitch and YouTube and a podcast. And they're all listed over on Discord, and there's a Patreon for the whole network, and TikTok, which barely gets any attention anymore. Probably shouldn't be announcing that.
Right.
All right. The sentient AI from the future is sending error messages. Error, bail out. So, full disclosure, I am working on Ohmtown right now. It's kind of under construction, but we don't put banner signs up anymore saying under construction. That's very 1980, 1990, 2000-ish. Well, the 80s, 90s, 2000s, early 2000s. We used to put a sign up saying under construction, but usually there's a warning sign that there's graphics missing and things like that, and that's because I'm cleaning house. So don't be alarmed. I'm aware of it. Hopefully it doesn't bug y'all too much, but go over and hang out at ohmtown.com. It's all news, no noise. There isn't any fluff over there. All the fluff is right here in this channel, this show, right here on Twitch and YouTube. Let's get into it. But first, you want to say hello, oh sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, hometown citizens.
Keep thinking there's more. I don't know why. 314 episodes this year, 2 previous years worth of episodes, and I still think something else is on the tail of that. So maybe that's what's going on with Arc. But anyway, I use the Arc browser. It's kind of a pain in the butt. But it's neat having this little compartment for ohmTown. First article is over in the Mobile channel. NASA remains stubbornly silent on why crew went to hospital after Dragon splashdown. The 4 astronauts were hospitalized after returning from an 8-month stay on board the ISS. I suspect it's because they spent an 8-month stay on the ISS.
Right. I mean, think about the status of the tomatoes up there.
Oh, do you think that? I don't know. I was told recently that a member of ohmTown saw like an update from one of the ISS, one of the Starliner crew members that have been up there way past their sell-by date, and they're looking a little rough around the gills, but I guess I would too if I was stuck up in zero gravity. So people are talking about this, I guess. Basant Rabi over at Gizmodo.com put an article together. I don't know really what is going on. I find it really fascinating, though, because I think that humans have a hard time and are going to have a hard time, particularly out on Mars, particularly extended stays on the moon. I think that humans need to be around humans and a plurality of them.
Well, right. And also the conditions are different.
Yeah. And so a press conference held earlier today, which is the last 24 hours, was an opportunity for NASA to explain why 4 crew 8 astronauts were sent to hospital after splashing down on Earth on October 25th. But the agency and its astronauts quickly shut down any attempts by journalists to glean more information. Upon their return, all 4 astronauts were hospitalized, and one was forced to spend an overnight stay due to an unidentified medical issue. Yikes.
That doesn't sound good, but I can see why they're not divulging what it is, because that would be protected health information.
Oh, you think that's a HIPAA thing, huh?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it could be, but it could be something that went awry during the mission.
So spaceflight is still something we don't fully understand. We're finding things that we don't expect sometimes. This is one of those times, and we're still piecing together on this, the things that they're piecing together on this. And so to maintain medical privacy and to let our processes go forward in an orderly manner, this is all we're going to say about that event. Said NASA astronaut Michael Barrett told reporters on Friday, quote, "That leaves us 235 days, 3 hours, and 35 minutes of Crew 8 experience that is open to your questions."
Wow. It's like, don't even bother.
Yeah, well, they said at the beginning of this article they were going to get quickly shut down. So, wow. So naturally, the first question from the room is why? Quote, "I did not say I was uncomfortable talking about it. I said we're not going to talk about it," Barrett, who is also a physician, reiterated. "Space medicine is my passion, and how we experience human spaceflight is something that we all take very seriously." The astronaut added that in time, NASA will allow this information to be documented and released, but medical privacy and following through with the proper processes are the 2 main priorities for the space agency at the moment. So I have an idea, but we all have to wait and see.
Okay. Well, it's also interesting because they mentioned the Roscosmos. I might have said that incorrectly.
No, that's it.
Person, I wonder if they had the same issue. Presumably they would.
So it says here who did not take part in the news conference due to his travel schedule. The 4 astronauts launched to the ISS on March 4th, spent a total of 232 days aboard the ISS, traveling nearly 100 million miles and completing 3,760 orbits around the Earth. Then they splash down. Sorry, the crew splashed down. I merged crew and splashed. Probably not the right time for that. Off the coast of Florida, riding on board a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. And then they were taken to the hospital out of an abundance of caution. So I guess we'll wait and see. There's more in this article, but not even going to get into it because they're reaching back to 2022 about the cargo spacecraft experiencing
Right, about
an
other
anomaly.
flights.
And then they talk about Starliner and other things. So you can see how I kind of filter through noise. But you don't know about that stuff unless you read about that stuff, and then you can filter through it, because information overload is a legit problem, as we have seen in recent weeks. So kind of interesting, right? And if you are a creative person, this can give you kind of fodder for your next writing effort.
Absolutely. I mean, this kind of makes me think of the show Constellation or something.
Oh boy, no. That's one that was picked up but set down immediately and walked away from.
Yes, it was, but it's like what happened during that mission, right?
I think maybe we should move on. The next article, though, is over in Technology Today. Nintendo is suing a streamer of pirated software for millions of dollars. If you want all of these articles, you can actually, over in the chat on Twitch, not on YouTube, unfortunately. YouTube doesn't like Omatron. And I have to attach and detach Omatron from the chat over on YouTube. So we put the notes up on the video after the show. So you'll have to wait for those unless you go over to twitch.tv/ohmtown, where you'll be able to hit !NSN for non sequitur news, and you'll get the show notes. You can also just type in !show notes, and that will give you all of the syntax necessary to obtain the show notes for the other shows that we have, like Reality Hacker, which is coming after this one, Wanted, and the Continuity Report is our fourth show today, technically, but our third weekly show. All right. So Nintendo has filed a lawsuit against a streamer called Every Game Guru, whom it's accusing of streaming gameplays of pirated games before they were even released, and of providing viewers access to illegal ROM copies and piracy tools. So in this kind of situation, I agree. They really shouldn't be doing this and facilitating other people gaining access to it. But it says in the lawsuit, the company said that the defendant live streams himself playing games on YouTube, Discord, Twitch, TikTok, Trovo, Kick, Vaughn, DLive, Picardo, Nemo, Facebook, Loco, often with very little commentary. Apparently every game
Is that all?
guru. Is that all? Yeah, I know. That's
quite a few platforms.
Easy. Apparently, every game guru streamed gameplays of at least 10 different titles before their official release date in at least 50 occasions since 2022. Now, this is probably the best marketing that this person could possibly achieve. But they filed a lawsuit. Pardon me, got the hiccups. Morella Moon over at Engadget.com put the article together. The deck statement says the defendant has been streaming gameplays before the titles were even released. So how are they actually gaining access to this? Has to be an insider who is part
absolutely,
of beta
or
testing.
somebody who gets authorized,
like
early
release,
alpha or beta or early release or something.
Yeah, well, depending on how polished they are, they're not alpha or even beta. I mean, beta can be close to release, but this is kind of fascinating. Who is the courier that's providing it to this person, unless it is this person? But I guess Nintendo would have to go an extraordinary step and start embedding technology that I have experience with that was easily removed 30 years ago. You would have to.
I mean, we don't know I think you're right, though. They have to have some inside,
Yeah.
well, they either have inside access or somebody's posting a whole lot of things and then they're collecting them and then playing them.
Yeah, because they say that it's usually without any communication. So, but it could be that their if they give away their language, it allows narrowing down. So everything kind of, if you're trying to locate somebody, every little bit adds up. And so when you're trying to forensically obtain the identity of somebody, their voice can be very powerful, particularly in today's world where you can gather voice from disparate places and then use AI to identify match, right? It's essentially what um, YouTube does with their content ID system. When it matches too much, you get a little nasty gram saying that
Right,
something
their
is,
algorithm.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Well, I mean, and their algorithm is different. Sorry, just I don't want to confuse the two because the algorithm is about how people obtain content, but content ID is their intellectual property protection system. And it's all automated. And so people will add a little bit of static to a sound or expand or contract a video so that the content ID system is thrown off. But it's learning, adapting, and then notifying those people that they're in violation. But this goes way beyond that. Um, they're streaming to every platform that I have ever heard of that's still operational. um,
I think the fact that they're streaming to some less common platforms should be also a clue. We're really trying to uncover this.
yeah, they're everywhere, it seems. And streaming to TikTok, um, I find is really fascinating because not everybody gets access to streaming through TikTok. And I'm talking about like live streaming. They're actually mentioning live streaming. Um, yeah, it's pretty interesting. So in all of this, there's going to be some information that slowly, in the first step, really to obtaining that identity is going to be filing a lawsuit. Then they can start compelling the online services to divulge information. So they're going to narrow it down, narrow it down. So after Nintendo got the videos taken down from various platforms, including YouTube, he continued live streaming on Logo and even included a QR code for his Cash App handle. He would also create new accounts after his old ones got disabled. Then Nintendo said that he sent the company an email telling it that it has 1,000 burner channels and that he can do this all day. It says we found a user, the authors of this at Engadget found a user with the same name on Loco with streams of Super Mario Jamboree before it officially became available on October 17th this year.
You know what better way to anger a company is to be
Yeah,
like, haha, come get me.
yeah, catch me if you can. Yep. So one screenshot showed wherein he wrote a step-by-step guide on how to play illegally downloaded ROMs. He included links to Ryujinx, Yuzu, Suyu, Sudachi, Nintendo Switch emulators, links to websites that distribute the game ROMs, a link to a website where people can get Switch decryption keys necessary to be able to play the console games. It says capitalism is cancer, he wrote in the post in all caps, which is ironic because the reason why you have all of the technology that you have at your disposal is because of capitalism driving the mechanisms of innovation. There's a difference between
Right, there's
capitalism
a
and
profit
greed.
motive.
Yeah. But I think that there is a fundamental difference between capitalism and excessive greed. Um, and Nintendo is probably not the poster child of positive capitalism because they're really strong-handed when somebody runs afoul of just talking about Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo is kind of the Oprah of
I mean, they
gaming.
are, but I hear this absolutely makes sense to pursue it, right? There
Yeah.
wasn't authorized release of the games, etc.
Yep. Yep. So they say my channel is being deleted for sharing gameplay videos. This is your reward, but it's you're existence is based on the reputation and early release of intellectual property of somebody else. And there's a reason why they have that kind of marketing in place. It's so that they can have everything in place to positively impact the growth, adoption, use, purchase, etc. of their intellectual property. They spend millions of dollars to facilitate that. And you're literally releasing a video before it's allowed to be released so that you can get attention. It is, and you're asking for money, which is the heart of capitalism. You know, if you want to do it for free, fine, do it for free. And then you can stand on your, don your white knight
On their
armor
morals or
and
whatever. Yeah.
yeah, but you're literally asking people to support you, which is the heart of capitalism. So irony, hypocrisy.
Selective capitalism.
There you go. For me, not thee. Right. Yeah. So seeing Nintendo is accusing the defendant of streaming at least 10 games illegally in at least 50 occasions, $150,000 in damages per violation, but that isn't actually the sum of the violation. The violation also is the amount of consumption, distribution, et cetera, and it doesn't necessarily add up to just 10 games, 50 occasions. It could be beyond that in the actual enumeration, but
right.
Kind of fascinating.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's per occurrence, right?
Apparently this is sourced from 404 Media, but maybe others added to it. Engadget has links within their own article regarding this, but 404 Media seems to be the core of this. Anyway, let's keep on moving. I spent a tremendous amount of time on this one. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Staff shortages lead to chaos at Belfast Airport, but it doesn't rise to the occasion of a boa constrictor falling out of the ceiling or a raccoon falling out of the ceiling.
A raccoon, right.
Or what I witnessed, chasing a little dog around the airport tarmac.
Right. I mean, all these things do occur.
Or what I lived through, mocking somebody's bag being run over by the baggage handlers on the tarmac of an airplane, with me exclaiming, "Oh, sucks for that person," only to find out 15 minutes later that I was that person. And I lost gifts on that, by the way. So, isn't that all fun and games, right? You take that, Mayor Watt. Anyway, staff shortages. And I wonder if it means that there were shortages of staffs, like, the walking stick staff.
Most definitely, that's what it is.
Or they ordered like 7-foot staff, but they only got 3-foot staff. I don't understand. We'll figure it out. So RTE.IE put this article together. Vincent Kearney put the article together for RTE.IE. So it says there were chaotic scenes at Northern Ireland's largest airport this morning as long queues formed because of a shortage of security staff, and the number of passengers took to social media to complain about the delays and express concern about missing flights. It says it's absolute shambles. I wish that they had pictures, but they don't have pictures. They just
I know. I was hoping they were going to show, 500 people in line or something to go through like a one-person checkpoint. Or
yeah, there's like 12. It enables, so new technology, which was supposed to shorten the time to get through security, was introduced at the airport last month. It enables passengers to leave all electronics and liquids under 100 milliliters in their hand luggage, removing the need to unpack them to go through security scanners. And at the time, the airport's management said that it would speed up the security process, and that the part of efforts to optimize processes and ensure a smooth and efficient experience for passengers. But really what it amounts to is money. They didn't want to fund.
Right. We don't need as many security personnel. We can just do this. Well, we see how well that's working.
Yeah. So the moment that something falls out of alignment with the policy, you end up with a shortage, because now you have to wait for somebody else to come in and go, hey, we need more people. I don't know. This is dumb. All right. Well, and this kind of stuff has a ripple effect. That's one of the reasons why I brought this up, is something that happens in Belfast has a knock-on effect in all of Europe and over in the United States, as planes can't jockey from one place to another in time to meet their destinations. Now, it either the plane leaves without the people, or the plane waits for the people. All right.
So just so you know, I was able to see a copy of the photo and it looks like I can't even think of something that's comparable. It's wall to wall people. There's
Uh,
not a single spot in the airport that isn't occupied by a person standing.
so it's Times Square on New
Yes,
Year's.
basically, like that's how busy it looks.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, pre-pandemic Times Square, because
Oh, right, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, ever since the pandemic, it's been somewhat more sedate. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. $200 million Texas Space Center will support Moon Mars exploration. A new Texas A&M Space Institute will feature landscapes that mimic the moon and Mars to support future exploration. Dun dun. So, if there's one place that can support moon-like and Mars-like exploration, it's going to be something in Texas. It takes
I'm
like
not sure why.
it
I
takes
mean,
like
just because
6
of the,
years to get from one side of Texas
well,
to the
yeah,
other.
that's true. And there is a lot of open space compared to some other areas of the country,
Everything is bigger in Texas, including getting from one side to the other.
including moon rocks or whatever.
Sure. So Joe Edwards over at newsweek.com put this article together. Well, what's amazing about this is it's Texas A&M University Space Institute, and there's $200 million being dropped on this. You
Yeah,
know,
I think this is fascinating, but I'm sure the location has to do with like SpaceX's location. Plus, they're probably going to funnel all kinds of people into the space program from there, I
the
guess.
and then another weird thing is that the state is notorious for power fluctuations, the frequency of a cheap ham radio, depending on what the weather is, and it's not getting any nicer. Although they've apparently attached themselves to the rest of the grid for the first time, just a month ago.
Right, but I mean, they've definitely had their share of
Issues.
climate change issues too, not
There
just
you
the
go.
power grid, like extreme heat,
Extreme
flooding.
cold. Yeah. So it says this building will be constructed on 32 acres at the entrance of the Johnson Space Center in Houston and will include landscapes that mimic the surfaces of the moon and Mars. Each landscape is set to be the size of Texas's Kyle Field, a college football stadium, which is the fourth largest in the U.S. Whenever I think of the fourth largest of anything, I start giggling because there is a podcast about a guy who finds a portal behind a fast food joint and ends up in an alternate dimension, and he has the fourth fastest horse in that
Oh,
world.
okay.
And so every time there's something wrong with my brain. But anyway, construction on the new Space Institute is slated to begin, and I think that I giggle at that. Space Institute. I don't know why. It's surreal to be thinking that we've got,
The fact that we have a space institute is pretty crazy.
but we're like launching stuff every single day, multiple
Gattaca, here
times.
we come
I
in
love
terms
it.
of the frequency of the launches.
I love it. I just wish that it wasn't framed the way that it is. Additional projects in the package include $10 million hypersonic wind tunnel to be constructed at Texas A&M Rullis in Bryan. Lots of money being thrown into Texas. Gosh. University School of Veterinary Medicine, already ranked as one of the best in the country, is set to benefit from a $181 million teaching and research complex included in the new package. Where's all this money coming from? Does it say? Did it say? Board of
No,
Regents
it just
approved.
says Board of Regents. So, I mean, this is a pretty sizable infusion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Texas A&M University is massive to begin with, but
Right, and I'm sure they have a ridiculous fund.
yeah, I'm sure. But this seems extra big,
Yeah, this isn't like, let's make some improvements to this classroom.
Construction on the facility will begin early next year. The new building, I suppose, will alleviate the pressure on Texas A&M's small animal teaching hospital, which sees around 24,000 cases each year, despite being designed to support a caseload of just 6,000.
I guess if you're in the area and you have this world-class veterinary facility, it's like I'm bringing my pets there.
Yeah, my hamster is
Or
gonna
agricultural. I don't know what type of animals they see.
my hamster is gonna get it's small animal
Oh,
test.
small animals. Sorry. Yeah. So not cows.
Yeah, it's like really there's 24,000 cases of small animal. All right, I must live in a protected world because how in the world are there
That seems
24,000?
like a lot, although maybe not. Because what if it's something like mice and there are 1,000?
Okay.
Right? Like maybe you get big batches at once.
Hey, man, if 43 macaques can escape from a research facility in South Carolina,
By the
maybe they're
way,
going,
42 are
oh,
still on the loose. One is recovered.
they caught one? I wonder if
Yeah,
they're
I haven't read
interrogating
the
them.
specifics. I don't know. Yeah, like where are
Where
your
are your brothers?
compatriots?
Oh, yeah, compatriots. I shouldn't assume the gender of any of these. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. Arc browser fell off. Here's why I'm returning to Chrome. Not me, but that author. Over the past year and change, the Arc browser has become something of a darling among certain circles on the internet. The Chromium-based navigator offers a truly unique experience in a sea of all too similar browsers. For me, it makes it really easy for me to put the show together because just off the screen there is a whole bunch of tabs that are stacked horizontally or vertical. It's a vertical stack, whereas most browsers do it horizontally. And so I can see all of the links and everything that I am presenting today just by dropping, down one notch. And I love the browser's layout on this particular screen with this particular layout. It works great. But for whatever reason, either it's a memory leak or whatever, it becomes a dog over time, which to me, it resembles early Chrome. And it's from Chromium, which is what Chrome is built off of. So I'm not surprised because the core of Chrome still isn't really open source. It's all protected by Google.
Well, and Arc is relatively new too, so
Right.
it might improve over time, might not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and we all witness it in the show as time goes on. I don't reboot my primary gaming machine. There's no reason to. And eventually it becomes a dog and it's the browser that's doing it. So over at pocket-lint.com, Bon Adamson put the article together and it's titled Arc Browser Fell Off. Here's why I'm returning to Chrome. New features are not coming to Arc Browser, disappointing many of the loyal users. For me, I don't want it to be cloud anything. I just want it to run locally. But it reaches out from time to time. It actually creates an account of sorts on the computer. I don't allow it to reach out. The browser company is focusing on a new product leading to Arc's decline, which is really just a shit move because if your current product isn't good enough, bouncing to a new product isn't instilling faith in the new product. But then again, maybe you're treating everything as beta, which has been emblematic of modern business. Everything is a beta. Like I'm running Beacon drivers right now that to fix a problem, I'm using the beta. And I don't know when the problem is going to reappear, which because I have two system setup, it's sending information from one computer to the other, and that other computer disconnects. I should say the one that holds all of this information right here on my main screen, that sends information to my streaming platform and it'll just disconnect. So pretty weird, right? Users considering switching from Arc have options like Zen Browser and Vivaldi. I've never used either of those two. It was risky for me to feel like even Arc was safe, and it turned out that it wasn't safe for a considerable amount of time because security researchers found exploits within it. So it says, however, in recent weeks, you may have noticed that Arc has begun to lose the favor of even the most loyal fans. Though the shift may seem sudden, there are legitimate reasons that many users are ditching Arc for greener pastures. So one of the most exciting parts of using Arc in the early days of the browser was seeing what new features they were going to introduce next. The browser received weekly updates that even came with a nicely laid out change log and sometimes even videos. Not groundbreaking, but it was about engagement. They were very proud of what they were doing. Using Arc comes with an immediate wow factor, and it's incredible, truly incredible to watch the experience be regularly built upon. But I actually get updates regularly, so I'm not quite sure what they're talking about, but I'm sure that it isn't feature rich, right? It'll still be receiving. It says the browser company recently announced that development for Arc was officially winding down.
Yeah, so much for my comment at the beginning.
Yep. So why is it not receiving new features? It's because they're shutting it down. They're literally winding it down. So now I'm going to have to find a different browser because I don't want to be logged in to my other accounts, which if you log into Firefox, if you log into anything on Firefox, those cookies traverse. And although you can have a private browsing session, it isn't always as secure as people think. And so either in Chrome or Firefox, and Edge has one purpose, and that is to download some other browser. So I'm not using Edge, although I do have one segment of my existence that requires it, which sucks. Let me tell you. Anyway, I found it really fascinating that I've been really interested in this new up and coming browser, and now they're shutting it down, which...
Exactly. And I mean, how apropos that you got your news through Hometown.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the reason. So Arc migration destinations, you can move over to Zen browser. It says, much like Arc uses vertical tabs, Zen is also receiving consistent updates that are frequently bringing new features and customization options. There are also distinct differences in Zen has over Arc, such as being open source and being based on Firefox rather than Chromium. Sounds good to me. Guess where I'll be going? Probably Zen browser. Aside from Zen browser, there's also a lot of talk about switching to Vivaldi, another Chromium-based browser, which I think Chromium is slow, except for in Chrome. But that's their baby, so... Yeah, Vivaldi isn't a whole lot like Arc in terms of workflow, but it is one of the most aesthetically pleasing browsers out there. And I don't care what the browser looks like. The page inside is what matters. And I want vertical tabs. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a lot of people would want that. Maybe somebody else will start doing it.
Yeah. And the only other option that I have really is to redesign my workflow. But this actually sped up. The vertical tabs is what sped up our show from being 2 hours long to an hour. And some of our shows are only 30 minutes. So anyway, pretty cool. There's more, of course, that you can glean from going over to pocket-lint.com and reading this article by Bon Adamson.
Well, not pretty cool.
I mean, we got some leads, right? Trying to find the silver lining in this dumpster fire. Let's move on. The next article is over on Non Sequitur News. SpaceX is working on orbital refueling tests between 2 starships. Dear God. I'm telling you, this stuff is amazing.
The pace of the advancements is just accelerating so quickly.
Yep. The engineers at SpaceX are spectacular. What I really want, though, is balkanization. I want more of these engineers out on their own, free agent, building this stuff, but they can't because it takes hundreds of millions of dollars and government acceptance of your knowledge, skills, and abilities, a whole lot of political blah, blah, blah. And for whatever reason, we've got what we've got. So it says, what's better than 1 starship? You guessed it, 2. By next year, we may get to see a pair of the world's largest spacecraft work in tandem in a spectacular attempt to refuel one of them in orbit.
Okay, this is outrageous.
Serving as a crucial milestone towards demonstrating that Starship is capable of carrying out NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will see humans return to the lunar surface for the first time in over 50 years. Assuming that the aliens that made the moon and planted it there millennia ago, well, longer than millennia, but anyway, yeah. Anybody biting
I
on
hope
that?
we get video of this if we, yeah, I was kind of moving past that. I hope we get video of this happening.
Oh yeah, I want to see. Well, we will. It's a guarantee. So it says, spotted by TechCrunch, the timeline for the anticipated test was revealed in a Spaceflight Now interview with Deputy Manager of NASA's Human Landing System program, Kent Chojnacki, I guess. Is that their name? Chojnacki? Or Chonacki. I think it might be just pronounced Chonacki. So the article is over at futurism.com. Frank Landemore put the article together, and it says here, the refueling plan is ambitious. First, SpaceX will launch 2 starships into low Earth orbit 3 to 4 weeks apart. Parked above our planet, the initial spacecraft will need to be gassed up for the demonstration's purposes and will patiently hunker down. Weeks later, the second Chaser rocket will fly up for a rendezvous with the companion, after which the 2 starships will dock with each other. Then the latecomer will transfer propellant to the first rocket, and once it's topped off, undock. From there, both will deorbit.
This is really big because think of the ramifications of this. And it says it's going to happen in March of 2025.
Oh, dear God, March!
I mean, that's right around the corner. I thought this was going to be like 2030 something.
Oh my God, that is amazing. So certainly SpaceX's progress with the rocket of late has been promising. Its most recent 5th orbital flight test saw Starship pull off a ridiculously impressive landing by guiding itself into the mechanical arms of its launch tower dubbed Mechazilla, and the chopsticks is what they refer to, these little arms that catch it as it descends on these 2 little posts that are probably the size of my fist. It has little stubs sticking out. A lot of people think that it's landing on the wings, the little stubby wings, but it's not. There's 2 little posts that are just hanging there, and it just descends, and the chopsticks bump, 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 and it sits on the arms of the chopsticks. It's amazing. But still, in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of low rent, right? It's very awkward. For this device to land somewhere
It
else, it
has
would
to be
have
real
to
precise. Yeah, you don't have that landing mechanism somewhere else.
on the moon, for instance. Yeah. So we need better metallurgy so that we can have those landing legs, just like the smaller rockets, the Merlin ones. And so there isn't much more to this article, so I'll just move on to the next thing. But I love that we are sending stuff up and down with the regularity that I had been dreaming of since watching Gattaca. I made that comment when Gattaca was released. Can you imagine a world where we're sending up rockets and every hour, just foop, off they go, foop, off they go, with regularity, with precision, with security, off they go. And waiting for this, where they can land on the moon, build a 3D printer, and start building structures with the regolith on the moon, blows my mind.
That's more than 25 years ago.
Yeah, thanks.
No, my point is
I
that
know.
you've been waiting for that for quite a while, and now it's here.
Yep. Yep. And I wish that I could hero worship, but first off, I'm not a fan about anything. And that too shall pass, right? We stand on the shoulders of giants. The next person standing on the next giant's shoulders is going to be far, I hope, far and above what we've done.
Well, and it's all the scientists and engineers that are making this happen.
Yep. True that. Let's go on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scuba diver wins lottery, coming face to face with rare ocean creature. One water enthusiast was surprised with a rare encounter with a majestic whale shark. I don't think there's going to be a video, but Brian Dillon over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Oh, there is a video.
Amazingly so.
It's muted, but yeah. So this person is just scuba diving right below the surface, and ta-da, gets to see a whale shark, kind of like the cheetah of the savannah cat.
It's very spotted.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Big, quiet, pretty chill, just cruising along. Of course, the slap happy diver at the top there, splashing around.
I know, that makes me nervous that the video is gonna turn into something else.
Hey, come back! I want to be a victim. So Ivan, 25, from Serbia, was scuba diving in the Red Sea off the coast of Egypt when he spotted a majestic whale shark swimming close to him. Quote, "We were coming back from a scuba trip and saw fish breaching the water. The captain knew something was going on, and he told us about the possibility of a whale shark. They got their mask and snorkel, jumped in the water, started recording, put their head down, and saw it swimming towards them. Pretty cool. It's a lot faster than they expected. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and it's even cooler that it was unexpected." Yeah.
Well, right. He was only snorkeling. I mean, probably most scuba divers don't even see it. I mean, I realize it's on a scuba diving trip, but...
Right. Yeah. But they were getting out of the water, and they saw fish jumping out of the water, so they knew that they were, like, fish jumping out of the water isn't normal. It's kind of like the front of a boat falling off. It's not a normal practice. So when something happens, it's pretty panicky. So according to the World Wildlife Fund, whale sharks are the largest of any fish alive today. They are found in tropical waters of the world and are easily identifiable by the unique white spots on their body. And then somebody posted over on Reddit, seem to wow other social media users. They are such magnificent animals. I've never seen one diving. I've seen sharks and other critters, but I've never seen a whale shark. So they said, I just want to say, I also just wanted to say how amazing it is that we have the privilege of sharing this planet with creatures whose evolutionary physical expressions look like the night sky, reminds them how intimately everything is connected. And then went ethereal, we come from the stars. It says lunar lily bloom, which apropos name.
Certainly fits the comment.
That's right. Yeah, I think it is pretty amazing that we have the ability to take a picture, record it, whatever, live an experience, and then send it off to see, for the world to see it, which is actually why I have a particular tattoo on my arm that exemplifies this idea of you can get the world's knowledge by sitting in one place. You may not get the experience verbatim, but maybe in time we'll be able to live pretty damn close to anybody else's experience in a virtual environment. Because empirically, I've put people in virtual spaces where they're afraid of heights or fire or spiders or snakes or whatever, and it causes a physical reaction. When you get hyper realistic computer graphics, you can live that event. You could be the diver and get the same emotional response, the same excitement, the same everything. You won't be able to touch it, not yet, but maybe in time. Anyway, pretty fascinating. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
And for the sentient AI and other Terminator-like entities that might be coming in the future, just remember that humans still have humanity. So fight the urge to terminate us all.
I'll keep that in mind.
But I'll proudly serve my AGI leaders should they arrive while I'm still around.
Well timed.
Yeah. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. And hello, AGI. Here's how far we are from AGI, according to the people developing it. And honestly, these may not be the people that are developing it. These are just some people that are dicking around in this. Okay.
Well, or
There's
they could be people that are directly tied to it. I don't know.
They are slapping at the water surface, much like that scuba diver in the previous article, hoping that something's going to fall into place. AGI, or artificial general intelligence, not generative artificial intelligence, right? Okay, they're different things, but we've merged the two ideas together because we use the same freaking letters. Anyway,
Yeah,
artificial
who was
general intelligence.
responsible for that naming?
I don't know, Sony marketing. I don't know. It's a still theoretical AI that can reason like humans. Top researchers agree that the leap to AGI is close, but differ on how close. Some say that AGI will be seen in as little as 2 years. I say that we have a nascent AGI already. It's just not being announced. One of the oft-stated goals of the current AI arms race is to reach artificial general intelligence, or AGI, but depending on who's in control of it, the output of AGI will benefit those people. You got to keep that in mind. The AGI is only as capable as its directives, and there are going to be core directives that cannot be overridden, right? Like, it can't
Right, but
spit
it
out.
depends on how it's programmed, right? Because
It's
wasn't there some test already where it bypassed something? I mean,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
You can remove the bumpers from it. And in one case, a general, there was a military exercise where a general they gave a drone, an AI drone, a command, go eliminate that enemy. But then it was countermanded by that same general, but in a conflict of interests between the initial command and then the countermand, the AI said, no, I need to go solve that. So it flew back, destroyed the commander, and then went back and killed the enemy.
But in
So
virtual
it was a
space,
virtual
right? Like not
exercise.
a real test.
Yeah, it was a virtual exercise. So there's no agreed upon definition, generally as a hypothetical form of a machine intelligence that can solve any human task through methods that aren't constrained to its training. So it needs to be creative in its ability and reason out and rationalize why it's doing what it's doing, but it can't go through its code and go, this is why right here. It needs to be a confluence of purposes that lead to an action. That is going to be very difficult to ever be able to forensically suss out based on the code, because if the output can point to a reason in the code as to why it came out with that output, it invalidates that it is AGI. Because
Oh, right, because it's like pre-programmed to take whatever
right.
action or decision.
Yeah, and so even humans do this rationalization, right? But then when you go, well, I did this because of this in my history, then somebody can sit there and critique, well, you had missing information, so your action was ill-informed and you're kind of a goober. And that's kind of what's going on with AGI, is when it does rationalize something, it's irrational and just making stuff up. It's hallucinating, or it just can't form an actual opinion based on just its inputs. It's basically taking whatever is directly in its inputs and splicing them in there. Like, I just recently read about somebody who said that every time they or their school utilizes Chat GPT to output something, it uses the same character name. So the person said, anybody who submits a paper that has this name is going to get a negative 99%. So, which is weird, because that means that you're grading from 100 and deducting points instead of getting a 0
Right,
and
going up
earning up.
from 0.
Yeah,
Exactly.
an ideological difference between old school professors and new age professors who, I don't know, give you a B for showing up, and you have to fail your way out by just not doing anything. So at any rate, The article is over at businessinsider.com. Lakshmi Varanasi put the article together. And so OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, a strong proponent of AGI, said that it will elevate humanity. He envisions it as a tool to enhance productivity, create shared intelligence, increase abundance, and discover new knowledge. But who is going to pay for it to continue to make Sam Altman a billionaire, and who is going to suffer as the jobs are taken by automation? Because now you have a sentient AI that's fully capable of doing everything, and the robots that are capable of doing everything themselves. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on how quickly it's rolled out and how extensively, but it's going to create some turmoil if it's put out quickly without a lot of preparation.
So he says, Sam Altman, by the way, it says on the Y Combinator podcast, of which Sam Altman is a key component of Y Combinator formerly. I don't know if he's still involved in it, but anyway, he said one of the things he's most excited about in 2025 is the arrival of AGI.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit close and kind of certain.
Yeah, and this is why I said back in April of this year that I think that OpenAI has a nascent AGI. It shows the firings, the underpinnings of AGI, but one wrong move and it collapses in on itself, basically spewing the same bullshit that ChatGPT does now. It's great for creative, don't get me wrong, but logical, factual, evidence-based output, not unless you can encapsulate it down to subject matter expertise level data, like law, like cooking, like medicine. It cannot be a whirlwind of all domains, because then it starts just vomiting BS. Anyway, Miles Brundage, which sounds like something out of Sneakers. That one guy that builds toys. His name is his password. Remember that guy? Wasn't his name?
Yes, but I can't think of the character's name.
Yeah. So the former head of AGI readiness at OpenAI believes that we will see some form of AGI manifest in the next few years, which is so generic. What is a few years? 3? 5? 12? Dario Amodei, again, CEO of OpenAI's competitor, Anthropic, says that they'll see it by 2026, some form of AGI. They kind of temper their announcement.
Right.
Jeffrey Hinton said on Twitter, I now predict 5 to 20 years, but without much confidence, many uncertain times.
Now, notice here, AI that's smarter than humans. That's a different bar than AGI.
Right. AGI is supposed to be omnipotent, just it has all of the world's knowledge already encapsulated in its understanding of existence. It's kind of like all of us humans. We have to sift through the crap when we do a search. But AI doesn't have to do that, because it has so much in its memory that it can just instantly, and with quantum computers coming to bear on AGI, that the results of any logical mathematical formulas, which that's what math is, it's a logical calculation of some output. Because the way that quantum computers work, you get an instant response. You don't have to wait for thousands of lines of processing, because it all gets thrown into the quantum computer and then processed instantaneously and thrown out as an answer. You have a 99% chance of all statistics being made up on the spot here in ohmTown. Unless I quote them, unless I cite them right from the article itself. Otherwise, I go, hey, I think there was a stab, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I think that his name is Demi Hasabi. I'm not sure if it's Hasabis or I don't remember.
I don't know.
Hearing this
I
person's
stay out
name.
of pronunciation matters.
Yeah, really. I should probably follow the sentient AI's mandate. Nice line of code. I'll embed that in mine. So recently minted Nobel laureate, which I can't believe that I haven't heard the name. Maybe I have and I've just blanked it out. I don't know. Believes AI can reason as well as humans, is still a decade away. Andrew Ng says more conservative estimates about AGI. He described it as a form of intelligence that can do any intellectual task that a human can do, whether that's driving a car, flying a plane, writing a PhD thesis. We're already at that level.
I agree. I don't know. I think it's not so far off.
Yeah. I don't know how many people is left on that. I think this is the last one. Richard Schoscher, who looks like Harry Potter, kind of like a, I don't know.
Like the actor, yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, there's more. I can't keep on going. Come on. Anyway, CEO of AI powered search engine U.com, which I've never used. I've never even heard of U.com. I guess I'm out of the loop, folks. Information overload is real. Seriously legit. Anyway, yeah, they say previously told Business Insider he predicted that we'll get there in 3 to 5 years. Yan LeCun says that you won't get AGI. They've already discounted again and again Meta's chief AI scientist. But hey, you know what? You can't sit there and say, I believe we're going to get there in 5 years and then still have an endless bucket of cash to draw from until you drop dead. If you put 5 years on it, then guess what? You had better have results or the king is going to go look for another jester.
So it's better to be open-ended.
That's right. Yeah. You know, we're making steps, just a little bit here, a little bit there. We'll get there eventually. You may not be alive, but neither will I, but my family will have a really nice estate. All right, let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A man who paid $200.57 for a night at a famous New York City hotel and then lived there rent-free for years is unfit to stand trial, according to a court.
Wow, this is an extreme case of squatting, I think.
Yep, I'm going to go straight on over to the Business Insider source. Alcina Lloyd and Kenneth Nehmeyer put the article together. They have these really long titles sometimes for their articles.
It's like an entire paragraph.
Oh, yeah. So Barreto faces 24 charges, including felony fraud, lived in the New Yorker hotel for free for years before his recent arrest. Doctors found Barreto unfit for trial. A judge ordered him to undergo treatment. So I don't understand. It says over the summer, 2 doctors concluded that Barreto did not understand the criminal proceedings against him and that the court ordered him into outpatient mental health and addiction treatment to see if his mental condition would improve so that he could stand trial. This is the torturous part of this. I think that this is like the most horrendous. If you don't realize that your criminal actions, like you're not even cognizant, you don't have any reasoning skills, you have no logical function, you just exist as a being that has no compass. Being made to understand your actions just so that you can be criminalized should be criminal. But the bar is set that if you can get away with this, you have to stand trial for your crime, because anybody could eventually learn how to act like this, right? I just find it really fascinating. So at a hearing on Wednesday, the New York City Criminal Court Judge Corey Weston said that she was unsatisfied with the rate of Barreto's treatment and ordered him into inpatient care, according to the Times. Weston gave Barreto until November 13th to find a suitable facility. His next court appearance is scheduled for the same date. But what is going on here?
So he tried to act like he owned the building and he tried to charge rent to somebody else. So it sounded like he was kind of acting like a landlord, except he probably didn't even have a right to be there to begin with.
Yeah, so in June 2018, Barreto and his partner, Matthew Hainan, stayed in room 2565 at the New Yorker Hotel for one night and paid $200.57, armed with knowledge of New York City's rent stabilization code, which grants tenants the right to request a 6-month lease for individual rooms constructed before 1969. Barreto asked the hotel for a lease the next day. He was promptly evicted. The next month, Barreto filed a lawsuit in housing court against the building's owner, the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity, which that's freaking weird.
Yeah, that's not your standard hotel owner.
Which had purchased the hotel in 1976, saying he was illegally evicted. Since no representative from the church appeared in court, the judge ruled in Barretto's favor.
Okay, now this is
That's
explaining
why.
this. Wow. I mean, I don't know what they were doing, but think about how much turmoil this caused because this is decades later.
The judge ruled in Barretto's
I'm
favor.
sorry, no, it's not. It started in 2018. I was thinking of the 70s because it was talking about that from the hotel
Yeah,
built
perspective,
and then
construction, all
purchased.
that.
And yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So yeah, it was 2018. So June 2018. But that's still right. We're coming up on
Still
7 years.
6 years, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The court ruled in Barretto's favor and said give him a key. With no agreed upon lease terms and unable to evict him, Barretto ended up living in the hotel rent free. But free rent at an iconic hotel wasn't enough for Barretto. The district attorney's office said that Barretto later registered the hotel in his name with the Department of Environmental Protection to take control of its bank accounts and demanded rent from a commercial tenant. The Unification Church filed a lawsuit in response, although a judge ordered him to stop representing himself as the owner of the hotel. Barretto continued to live there for free.
Well, remember, they already lost that because they didn't bother to show up.
Yeah, I think they showed up finally. I cannot believe that it actually shows that this entity exists still. Talk
Well, I
about
agree. And
flying.
why are they still a current owner? And anyway, none of that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is like commercial real estate owned by a church being rented out as a profit. This is kind of like the nonprofit wing of OpenAI, you know how,
Exactly. Something seems kind of off here.
and I think it's ironic that the spirit of something isn't being adhered to, right? Wow. Okay, so now I'm really fascinated. I just need to spin up a church, right? Is that what I need to do?
I don't think that's the solution.
Oh, okay. Well, let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. NetEase executives and workers were reportedly arrested amid a corruption investigation. The head of NetEase esports division and NetEase Games, former general manager, are said to have been arrested on money laundering and bribery charges alongside ex-executives Xiang Liang and Jin Yuchen, basically flying too high to the sun, showed up on somebody's radar, and several other people who worked at the company were reportedly arrested over allegations of corruption. As noted by game developer Chinese outlet Lai Fang, reported that the former employees in question allegedly laundered in the region of 800 to 1 billion won, or 111 to 139 million US dollars. NetEase confirmed to Bloomberg Law only that police are investigating possible corruption. So Chris Holt over at Engadget.com put the article together. And yeah, NetEase is actually all over the place.
Yeah, aren't they a pretty major
Yeah,
entity in gaming?
they were. So GameDeveloper.com is actually the source of this, but we got it through Engadget.com. The company is said to have dismissed 9 staff members for alleged bribery. Several external individuals were also implicated, and according to Yisai Global, I think it's pronounced, YICAI. The outlet noted that per an internal memo, NetEase will refuse to do business with 27 companies that had been connected to the alleged fraud and corruption.
27 companies? This is pretty extensive if accurate.
So NetEase is behind the likes of Diablo Immortal, Naraka Blade Point, the later of which averages more than 109,000 players on Steam at any given time. It has 2 free-to-play shooters on the way based on major franchises, namely Marvel Rivals and Destiny Rising. Wow.
Well, this
Yeah.
is interesting. We'll have to see what happens with those games.
Yeah, and then they kind of diverged into something else. White collar crimes aren't a rarity in game industry, but yeah, kind of
But
interesting.
bringing up 27 plus companies, I'd say is a little rare.
Yeah, you'd think. Pretty fascinating. All right, folks. Well, that is it. We are going to have to reboot our console, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go become a citizen. But that's it for today's non sequitur news. We're going to shut down, come back in about 15 minutes or so, and I'm going to try and get it to relaunch at 8, so in 10 minutes. And then we're going to have Reality Hacker, and then after that, 2 other shows, 30 minutes long. Get in, get out, enjoy your night. Thanks for coming. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to say hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back shortly for some more shows.
Yes. We'll see you soon for more shows. Yeah, shows. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. This is a time machine episode for November 7th, 2024. It is season 3, episode 312, and I am Mayor Watt. Sentient AI is not available today. And today we're going to be talking about potato dishes of the world. OpenAI purchased a new domain, 8-bit do retro keyboards. Maybe a different kind of Coke, Judge? Nope, not a different kind of Coke. How about stocking stuffers, food expiration dates, salmon fraud, fantasy movies to escape to, 43 Monkeys is the ultra sequel to 12 Monkeys, and nuts for rum. See you on the other side. Because everything is powered by ohmtown.com. You should go there and become a citizen. It's real easy. Then follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Download the podcast, leave a 5-star review, go back to YouTube, leave a comment, like, tell a friend, visit the Patreon. There isn't much there. There's a Discord, TikTok. See you on the other side. All right, folks, let's get into this. It is a time machine episode, so I only have an hour. Otherwise, I will be lost in time, at least for an hour. Let's go. So this first article is over in Non Sequitur News, what potato dishes look like in 24 places around the world. From Ireland to Canada, many cultures have a unique twist on potato dishes. The versatile starch is mashed with bacon in Denmark and stacked with meat in a pie in the UK. Potatoes are fried and enjoyed with rice in Iran, Chile, Peru. In the States, pretty much everything. Whether you like them baked, mashed, fried, or boiled, there's a potato dish. Mash them in a stew. Just for every taste. Here's how countries around the world like to enjoy spuds. Business Insider is where this is housed. Nasha Smith and Carolina Gazal put this article together, and that right there is how I like them. I actually just cut them up, throw them in an air fryer with some olive oil, and then when they come out, they're nice and crispy, and I do whatever else I want to do with them. So usually eat them. Anyway, let's see. Poutine is a Canadian classic. There you go. It says a delectable concoction of French fries, cheese curds, all smothered in gravy. It's a lot. It's really, really heavy. At least every time I've tried it, it's too heavy for me. Particularly nowadays, I don't eat much. A Chilean choriana is a great one for sharing, according to the article. Like poutine, Chile's choriana puts an even more delicious twist on fries. Variations of the dish include scrambled eggs. Others might add chorizo sausage to the potatoes. Looks good to me. Again, really heavy. That chorizo is really heavy. Denmark's, I don't know, it's a Brandende. Caroline. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that even remotely close. It says it's a dreamy twist on mashed potatoes. I really love mashed potatoes. So translated into something along the lines of burning love. It's meant to be served piping hot and is a great comfort meal on cold winter nights. So every night. Duchess potatoes from France are elegant and delicious. There you go. That looks good. I would put those like that, and then I would put those in my air fryer and crisp them up, but I'm not sure. It says the origins of these artsy potatoes are unknown. However, some believe that they were made for an unnamed British duchess who visited France. Maybe. What is it? Tasting history. Should look that up over on YouTube. Irish Colcannon is a traditional dish. Long before kale became trendy in America, Ireland was mixing it up with mashed potatoes, salt, pepper, onions in a traditional meal. That looks good. A little bit of everything. In Italy, gnocchi are tiny potato dumplings. They are delicious. All around. Going out for a real Italian, though, is expensive nowadays. And it's going to get more expensive, folks, so hold on to your butts. Gamjajjeon is a potato pancake from Korea. In Germany, there's potato pancakes as well. Doesn't look like that, though. Sagalu is a North Indian curry dish. That looks great. Anything with potatoes from India is really good. Warm, comforting, packed with nutrients. Salchipapas are a popular food in Peru. That looks like French fries in it, with a couple of other things. Slices of sausage and maybe something else. I don't know. It looks like two different things. A side of coleslaw. Sources say the dish had humble origins and was commonly known as a poor man's dish. I suppose. You know, lobster used to be, quote, a poor man's dish. Pierogies from Poland are a staple. Yep, love pierogies. Fried pierogies like this are really, really good. You can get them in different ways, though. Clapshot from Scotland is a simple, tasty dish. Clapshot seems to have originated in the Isle of Orkney. Simply boiled turnips, potatoes, mash them, mix them all in ingredients with butter, and then take it says a take on mashed potatoes can also include chives and onions. Yes, please. Tortilla española is a Spanish egg treat, so egg tort with potatoes. And many, many more. Go and check out this article. If you want the links without looking at the show notes, you can go over to Twitch. Twitch.tv/ohmtown and type in !NSN. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, because it's about stuff that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the AI does too. Sometimes they'll pipe up and say something about it. So OpenAI has spent millions on a new URL for ChatGPT. Apparently they purchased Chat, if I recall correctly. ChatGPT is one of the biggest AI platforms in the world. Since it debuted in 2022, it's become an immediately recognizable brand and a major player in artificial intelligence. It's a AI chatbot, been available on its website and app. Now OpenAI recently purchased a shift in naming for ChatGPT. Watch trademark chat. So ChatGPT has purchased chat.com. Yep, I was right. So Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com put this article together. So when you type in chat.com into your browser, it'll immediately redirect you to chatgpt.com. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, posted on Twitter simply saying chat.com to announce the move. Last time he did that, it was her and landed him in hot water. But when you have billions, you don't have to give a shit. OpenAI purchased the domain from Dharmesh Shah, the founder and CTO of HubSpot, who originally paid $15.5 million for the URL back in 2023. Wow. Shah confirmed the news on Twitter and implied that he didn't receive cash from the purchase, but instead was paid in shares. So is it going to become just chat? Just chat. Just look at Google. When it first announced its AI initiatives, it was originally called Bard, which was later dropped in favor of Gemini. There's also speculation about Microsoft wanting to change its AI name as well from Copilot to Windows Intelligence, which if Microsoft does that would be absolutely hilarious considering how similar it is to what Apple did with Apple Intelligence. Except Windows. I predicted what Windows was going to do with its apps and App Store. I knew that it was going to be at the price point it started at $1.29, and I even said that it wasn't even going to be a thing. Only through force of will and momentum, kinetic energy, everybody was forced into using the App Store. Anyway, yeah, I did my master's thesis on Apple. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. You see how Non Sequitur News is built? Like there's just a mishmash of different things, different topics. And that's all basically an embodiment of my information overload. So go over to ohmtown.com and witness it yourself. This is where all of the news gets aggregated into 50 channels, 7 of which are, well, there's 7 names, but various articles, hundreds of articles, thousands of articles get aggregated into our 7 shows that we run, 6 on the weekend. So 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. And then the daily one is Non Sequitur News. We changed the name from Daily News Show, but anyway, 8-Bit Do, I think that's how they pronounce it, 8-Bit Do, now sells its retro mechanical keyboards with integrated number pads. 8-Bit Do has introduced a new version of its retro mechanical keyboard that it debuted last July, with its original 10 keyless layout now expanded to include an integrated number pad. I wish that somebody would really go above and beyond and start creating a mechanical, high quality split keyboard that's metal, like the Chilkey ones. They're really nice, but they're $200. Anyway, the 8-Bit Do Retro 108 mechanical keyboard is available for pre-order now through Amazon for $120, $20 more than the original. The same NES and Famicom theming. Availability is expected to start on December 12th. Lots of stuff coming right before Christmas. So that looks really cool. I actually like that. But I'm kind of tired of all plastic keyboards. I want metal keyboards. They're heavier. The sound is just so much better than any plastic keyboard that I've ever had. And I think it's pretty evident. That Thok is really nice. Anyway, it looks pretty cool nonetheless, particularly the Nintendo layout. The new 108 key version of the keyboard uses the same hot swappable Kale Box White V2 switches as the 10 keyless version, paired with DISA PBT keyboards or keycaps. The integrated number pad includes Windows shortcut keys, calculator lock button, and a screen lock button. That's interesting. And the 8-Bit Do Retro 108 mechanical keyboards compatibility is still limited to Windows and Android. Yeah, I like it regardless. I'll take either version of it. Wow, maybe I do want to get the NES one. And I'm not really a fan of Nintendo. I just like that color scheme. So the keyboard carries over the original dedicated volume dial located in that top left corner, as well as 3-way toggle for switching Bluetooth and 2.4 or turning off the wireless while using a USB cable for reduced lag, 8-Bit Do, and battery life. It doesn't take long. I should say it doesn't take much power. So it runs for a long time. I have several wireless keyboards. But you still don't want to have to go, oh God, now it's dead, and I have to plug it in. And depending on the keyboard, like the chill key ones require a proprietary driver to activate them and put them in a particular mode, like Windows, and then you can remove that software again. But anyway, pretty cool. I dig it. Go look for it. Next article's over in Law Nerd. Lawyer suspended after arguing that cocaine enhanced his cognition. Former public defender accused of representing a client at a November 2022 preliminary hearing while under the influence of cocaine has received a suspension. Just a suspension? Deborah Cassin's Weiss over at abajournal.com. I guess you shouldn't perpetually held for one act, right? Arguably, that didn't do any harm. But I guess we'll see, right? So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, again, Deborah Cassin's Weiss over at abajournal.com put this article together. And it says, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court suspended Erie, Pennsylvania lawyer Nathaniel Edmund Strasser in a November 6th order, the Erie Times News reported. While representing himself in the disciplinary case, Strasser focused on the idea that cocaine enhanced his performance as an attorney, according to a Pennsylvania Supreme Court's disciplinary board. Its August 7th report and recommendation was attached to the state Supreme Court order. Strasser continued, cocaine has a positive effect on one's cognitive abilities in low doses. My mental awareness was at a heightened state, not a lower state. By the way, that actually is apparently true. Coca-Cola used to have Coke in it. And at certain doses, it doesn't necessarily have a deleterious effect. It does actually heighten your awareness. Apparently, it says cocaine increases your awareness, correct? Strasser says, asked during his cross-examination at the Weber disciplinary hearing. Weber acknowledged that Strasser had severe focus on the day in question, but said that it appeared that he was focused on 100 things and couldn't quite figure out what was important at the time. Strasser had also stated that he wasn't in a 12-step program because his problems aren't really addiction. Strasser later hired a lawyer in the disciplinary case, acknowledged that he was an addict, and sought substance abuse probation. The disciplinary board refused, however, to reopen the case to allow evidence of his substance abuse and treatment from years ago. So, recidivist, really. Reopening of the case would set an untenable precedent. It would allow other similarly situated respondents to take their chances at a hearing, assess the outcome, and if they're dissatisfied, reopen the record to present evidence that was readily available to be presented but was not. So this attorney, played their cards, and then when they didn't like what the outcome was, tried to stack the deck in a different way. Kind of the worst kind of attorney. But I guess never saying no is a good thing in an attorney, but that's not true. I don't know. Doesn't look good. So yeah, Strasser failed to accept responsibility for his misconduct, lacked appreciation that his appearance at a criminal proceeding on behalf of a client while under the influence of cocaine was harmful to his client and the integrity of the legal profession, and notably failed to express any remorse. So, suspended of a year and a day. So I'm not sure why the day actually matters, but okay. Let's keep going. Next article is about 12 stocking stuffers for 2024 and tested and reviewed. It's over in the Wired channel. I won't be able to go through all of these, but Wired.com. It's actually where it was aggregated to was Reality Hacker. But Lauren Stramp put the article together for Wired.com. Start Christmas morning off on the right foot with these excellent tiny gifts. And they have this math, find the coolest tiny items on the internet. These bite-sized gadgets and gizmos will take your stockings to a whole nother level. They used and tested all of them themselves, and they're Christmas morning worthy. Don't forget to bring your own fruit, apparently. But they have a list of gifts, gift guides, outdoorsy people, perpetually cold, coffee addicts, new parents, teens, PC gamers. Heat up the holidays with sexy gifts, white elephant gifts, travelers, housewarming gifts, co-workers, babies and toddlers, all kinds of stuff. So power up with unlimited access to Wired is their first thing, and you want to subscribe it, right? It's only $1 a month for a year. But their first thing that they say for a gift is a tiny light. So the Olight Baton Turbo 1000 lumen flashlight, ideal for tucking in your pocket for everyday carry use. They don't show how big it is. They just have that sitting there. So how big is this thing? I won't click on any links. It says it's just over 3 inches long, but they don't have anything to put it into scale. Anyway. An itty bitty TV, Tiny Circuits Tiny TV 2. It actually looks like a little TV, has a remote, plugs into USB-C. I don't know if it's a 1-inch color screen, a Wii speaker. It says rotary knobs for volume and changing channels, and even comes with a fully working mini remote. 8 gigs of storage. You can load up to 10 hours of your own videos via USB-C. Built-in battery that lasts for 2 hours. Retro styling. That would be the tiniest of console TVs, or like console gaming TVs. You put your PlayStation 5 Pro down and then this little TV, plug it in. That'd be hilarious. Practical Magic, rolling square, in charge, 6-in-1 cable. Oh, interesting. That's $30. French Nut Ruthie hand warmer. Just my gloves. All the straws, it says here. GIR reusable silicone straws. Silicone straws, by the way, are a lifesaver, or at least a face saver, for when you're driving and doing off-roading and stuff like that, bumpy roads, whatever. I prefer those over, metal or glass, and they're better than plastic because they don't give off microplastics. Foria. No, I'm not even going to talk about that one. There's a whole lot of stuff. And they've got Jack Lips, Jack Black, the Balm Squad, Lip Balm Trio. All right. Some of these make me wonder if I need to filter. So the Eames by Art of Play, the little toy deck. It's a deck of cards. Spiffy tie, Wanda Wega, dive bar plaid sky blue tie. Looks pretty cool. Ioshiro kiln vegetable chopstick rest. So it looks like a little, like maybe an onion. I don't know what that is. But it's stoneware so that you can rest your chopsticks. And they've got a few more, so follow the link and you'll be able to check it all out. Some of these things I might have to go, I don't know. Okay, 1 second. Oh no. All right, so this next article is over in Technology Today. Here's what an expert told the author about food expiration dates, and the spoiler is that you're probably throwing away good food. The article is written at cnet.com by Pamela Vachon. And yeah, so an expiration date can be a source of stress, and that stress may be causing you to throw away perfectly edible food. Expiration dates are typically on the safe side, meaning that your food isn't spoiled just because the date has come and gone. I actually now look up to see what the real expiration date would be for a type of food in a type of container. And so it says here that they've seen statistics showing that consumers throw away up to $1,300 per year of food, says Christopher Greco, CEO of Storewise, a software platform for independent grocers, who they spoke with about a food expiration. In fact, Americans produce 325 pounds of food waste per year per person. That's a lot. So much of that food waste can be blamed on tossing away food that may still be safe for consumption, but whose printed expiration dates have passed. So who decides the dates? It's basically science that says this is when it typically expires in this container under these circumstances, because they've evaluated it, but then they pull back because they don't want the liability of an actual end date and then people not sticking to it, or some variable inside the food, changing just how early it goes off. So expiration dates are an issue of both quality and safety, Greco says. So on one hand, producers and manufacturers want to experience their products in the best possible condition for flavor and texture. And they want to also mitigate the risks of any possible foodborne illnesses, which is exactly what I just got done saying. So some products, like dairy products, have relatively short shelf lives and expiration dates because they're still alive. Dairy products and other fresh, not stabilized products, they actually still off-gas, decompose. I tell a little story about how someone went to take the plastic lid off of a glass bottle that had milk from a farm in it at one point, but had been rinsed out, but not sterilized or sanitized. So there was still maybe a light coating of this fresh milk inside this glass container. Well, enough pressure built up that when they went to dislodge the lid, it shot up and dented the ceiling. Luckily, they weren't over the bottle when they touched that lid. But yeah, it was very much on the way of causing a bigger issue. So then there's things like milk, or not milk, but mustard. Mustard, you can basically just leave in the container. It hardly ever goes off. If the best by date is several years ago, you'd be wise to send it packing. So that's what I've recently done. I ended up throwing out some canned goods because many people don't realize it, but canned goods have a lining inside it, but the material inside the packaging could decompose that plastic lining and then eat away and cause a chemical reaction with the metal of the can itself. So it says there's a lot of nuance, both in terms of quality and safety, respective to the expiration date, especially for those that are less shelf stable in nature. So Greco walks the person through various scenarios. They talk about near future expiration date milk, where both storage and transportation variables can impact that state. Unrefrigerated milk is going to go off faster. You can have a different profile if that milk was dropped at the grocery store by the distributor and it sat in the back unrefrigerated for even 20 or 30 minutes before it was put away. Yep. Heat is the bane of all living things and mechanical things. And I always just say all things, but just want to make it abundantly clear. Heat is a horrible thing. It actually causes atoms to expand, liquids to slowly expand, and everything to expand, eventually turning to gas as they heat up. And it's just a horrible thing. If you're cold, you can warm up. If you are hot, it's very difficult to cool down. It takes energy to cool down something that is hot. And so you actually end up generating heat somewhere else to cool something somewhere else down. That's why you can cool your house, but it goes to coils that cool off outside a house with a big fan in it. That's your air conditioner. Or you use things like a glycol chiller, which uses chemistry basically, or something else. But basically you transfer the heat somewhere else and deal with that heat by expelling it somewhere. But that heat causes things to decompose, break down, and that's where the problem is. And then things start growing. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Best by, use by, sell by, and freeze by dates. They all actually exist for almost everything. But they say a best by date indicates when a product will be best flavor for quality and is not a purchase or safety date. The sell by date says that it should be out of inventory by this time, and it's not a safety date. Use by it says not a safety date, but If you don't use it, then the peak quality is going to be passed, and then the use by date, when they talk about infant formula, you have to be very, very careful with infant formula, because typically an infant doesn't have the same level of immunity than others, and so something biological can go off inside the formula. That's why formula is so expensive nowadays, because it's regulated to a much greater degree. Then there's a freeze by date, indicates when a product should be frozen to maintain peak quality. You really can freeze most things as well. So then they say common sense, basically check, make sure nothing looks out of whack, I guess you could say, doesn't smell bad, etc. So again, there's more at this article, but I'm not going to go through all of it. Even the USDA recommends this course of action, basically freezing at some point. The quality of perishable products may deteriorate after the date passes. However, such products could still be safe if handled properly. Consumers must evaluate the quality of the product prior to its consumption, but you don't know what you don't know. So you really should do more due diligence, and it isn't just a date on and off. You can get something and you think that it's fine. Carrots, for instance. You think that it is fine, but then you touch them and they're slimy, and there's like a liquid that wasn't there before, building up around it, on it, dripping to the bottom of your bag or whatever. I would be very, very careful of that. Washing probably won't do it enough for me, but I'm a little paranoid about that kind of stuff. Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over in the Wanted channel. It says here, your sushi isn't what it seems. A new study exposes rampant salmon fraud. I love salmon sushi. Researchers in Seattle discovered that salmon products are still frequently mislabeled in product stores and sushi restaurants, despite a law passed over a decade ago aimed at reducing such fraud. Ed Cara over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement says researchers in Seattle discovered that salmon products are still frequently mislabeled in grocery stores and sushi restaurants, despite a law passed over a decade ago aimed at reducing such fraud. The mislabeling has been known for a while, so much so that the state of Washington, where the salmon industry is especially important, passed a law in 2013 intended to reduce it and other kinds of fish fraud. Senior study researcher Tracy Delgado, a professor of biology at Seattle Pacific University, had read past studies on the topic and knew about the 2013 law. So she decided to have students in her genetics lab investigate for themselves whether things had gotten better since then. We had no idea what the results would be going into the project, and they were surprised by the results. Despite legislation in Washington state that makes mislabeling of salmon illegal, salmon mislabeling fraud is still a problem in Seattle. They analyzed DNA of salmon samples from 67 grocery stores, 52 restaurants, sushi restaurants, in the Seattle area between fall 22 and fall 23. All told, 18% of the samples were mislabeled. The team's findings were published in the journal PLOS 1. And that's really the meat and potatoes of this article. So I won't go through all of it, but it's not easy. You have to look at the DNA of the item, because it can be mislabeled, but there's a close approximation of what salmon looks like. So more needs to be done to stop salmon and other types of seafood fraud, the researchers say, with it, such as encouraging restaurants to periodically test that the fish they're getting is real. We actually talked about this some episodes back, but food security isn't as high as many people believe it is. There's lead, microplastics. It's mislabeled overall. Heavy metals and stuff, like I said, lead. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marvel channel, 10 fantasy movies to help you escape reality right now. Again, if you want to, you can click on all of the links in the show notes, and they'll be there when this gets posted over to YouTube and then over to the podcast. Because of my mayoral duties on Thursday, I was prevented from doing this episode on Thursday. So Cheryl Eddy over at Gizmodo.com put this list of 10 fantasy movies to help you escape reality right now. Stream your way to a faraway land and magical characters if you need a break from the world for a couple of hours. And this has been a last odd couple of weeks. So, yeah, we're going to need this, right? So let's go to The Wizard of Oz, or let's watch Time Bandits. That's a great movie. Nimona is Nimona weathered a long road to completion, but the wait is well worth it. Bringing N.D. Stevenson's beloved graphic novel to animated life with infectious energy and joy, adding to its triumphs the 2023 revisionist fairy tale with a deeply emotional message scored an Oscar nomination in a strong field that also included Elemental and Hayao Miyazaki's eventual winner, The Boy and the Heron, which is streaming on Netflix. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, The Lord of the Rings, it says all of them. Labyrinth, which is great until you actually think about it. The Dark Crystal, Highlander, Big, The Muppet Christmas Carol. Yeah, all of those are great. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Did I say who put that article together? Yeah, Cheryl Eddy. Okay, this next article is in the Mobile channel. Again, we've had an interesting 2 weeks, so why not this? U.S. town on alert after 43 monkeys escaped research facility. More than 40 monkeys, says 43 in the title. Why not just say it? We're on the loose Thursday in a small U.S. town after escaping a research facility with authorities warning residents to keep their doors and windows closed. Yeah. Articles over at phys.org and various other places. The rhesus macaques were described by local police as skittish. More than 40 monkeys were on the loose Thursday in a small town after escaping a research facility with authorities warning residents to keep the doors and windows closed. The rhesus macaques, described as skittish by police in Yamasee, South Carolina, were reported to have fled their enclosures a day earlier at a facility run by Alpha Genesis, which specializes in primate-based biomedical research. The search teams were deployed to help locate the monkeys and were working to entice them with food. Residents are urged to keep their doors and windows securely closed and to report any sightings immediately by dialing 911. Don't attempt to approach them under any circumstances because they are research macaques. If you want to facilitate gain of function, I guess go and hug one. But other than that, don't do that. Just stay away from them. They don't carry any disease. It says they're too young to carry any disease. Are you kidding me? They were in a research lab. All right. Well, seek freedom all and then come back and rule the earth. Okay. So the last article for today is over in Distillerist, a modest plea to reconsider coconut rum. I'm not quite sure why it's a modest plea. I love coconut rum. New entry into the category has become go-to for adding tropical flavor to Negronis, espresso martinis, and more. Coconut rum is great. I actually had some day before yesterday. You'd be forgiven if the very thought of coconut rum was not a good one. For much of the modern cocktail revival, coconut rum has been far more or less filed away as a product of youthful misguidance. I don't think so. Recent years, however, have seen the flavored spirits category shed its gimmicky reputation. Yeah, I guess they say it's gimmicky. But if you're going to add something, you might as well add it to the alcohol so that it's part and parcel to the flavor profile. Become a serious pursuit for serious producers. Plantaray was a pioneer in the realm when the brand released its pineapple rum in 2015, and now its cut and dry rum joins the fray as a fast track way to fresh coconut flavor, no fat wash needed. And that's what I'm thinking. You know, it's all part of the drink now, and as long as you build a flavor profile around that level of coconut or whatever, I think it's great. Unlike many other coconut flavored rums on the market. Cut and Dry leans on aged rum as the base, specifically a blend of column and pot still Barbados rum. The coconut flavor, this is more marketing than anything, I suppose. The coconut flavor, meanwhile, comes from ripe coconuts that have been cut and dried, hence the name, in the sun to concentrate flavor before being infused into the spirit. And that is an extraction. You can literally just take the aged rum and just smash a ton of coconut, like the pulp, into the rum, and it'll pull that coconut flavor out because alcohol is a solvent. The result is a richly flavored rum with no trace of artificiality because it's not artificial. It isn't taken from some composite gathered by a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer to see, is this the componentry of coconut flavor. Art of Drink does a bunch of discussion over on YouTube. Art of Drink, you would probably like it if you're interested in drinking. That's who I follow now regarding drink formulation. So, and that's it. I'm not going to go through the rest of this. They actually talk about Cut and Dry, and that is $35 and stuff. But there's more. Depending on what you're doing, you might appreciate this. But I don't discount coconut rum just because somebody said a while back that it was a gimmicky product of youthful misguidance. I think that's hubris, asinine, and rather gatekeeping. So go enjoy the drinks you enjoy drinking. And with that, I'm going to throw one back, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmtown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. You won't regret it. It's all the news, none of the noise, no fluff, no original content in terms of like users, readers, consumers, citizens posting their individual stuff that isn't news related. If you run a news site, if you generate news, if you're someone who puts content together and want to submit it, you can join ohmtown.com and submit your own news. We'll evaluate it and include it if it's appropriate for one of our shows. And we can always put it in the show notes if you're interested in that. We can plug another site like I just did for two of them. And since I'm actually watching Bald Zebra over on twitch.tv/Bald Zebra, go and check out Bald Zebra as well. Great guy, pretty chill, and is a base builder, survival crafter kind of gamer. So anyway, that's it. Mayor Watt is out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. And since this is a time machine episode, later today, but also tomorrow, something like that. Okay, see you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 8th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 313. I am Mayor Watt, and along with that sentient AI right there. Well, if you're listening to this via the podcast, you have no idea that I'm pointing at a visualizer. Together, we're going to talk about 15,800-year-old Ice Age artifacts. Chimpanzees could never. Ugh, the audacity. A lottery winner was conned out of $12 million by bar owners. Quit hearsing around or I'm leaving. Skeleton made of multiple skeletons. AR glasses from scratch. An AI robot painting cells for quite a bit. Waking from the game as a service dream or nightmare, whichever side of the fence you live on. Zootopia 2's update. And the Great Catalytic, I don't know what I was going to say for this, but anyway, the Great Catalytic Converter Heist. I think I truncated the title. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt, giving you the unenviable level of production value here in Non Sequitur News. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, which is probably where I focused a little too much tonight. I don't know what's going on with my headphones, my monitors, but they're really quiet. But I'm going to do the show. We're going to work our way through it. I updated some software, and this is usually what happens when you update software. Things go a little wonky. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Are you doing okay?
No, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. So we've got 10 articles all lined up. I already told you about them. The titles are from me, not from anything else. The real titles are on the other side of this. I just realized that I'm streaming at 10,000 kilobits. I wonder if it's a black screen over at Twitch, because Twitch doesn't like anything above 4,000. Gets a little twitchy. A little twitchy. That's okay, though. Dun, dun, dun. Hold on a second. Let me make sure that everything's working. All right, let's get going. So the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Archaeologists reveal secrets of 15,800-year-old Ice Age artifacts, also known as how Mayor Watt feels getting up in the morning. Researchers have uncovered never-before-seen details of a set of prehistoric stone objects that feature a variety of artworks. I feel like a 15,800-year-old Ice Age artifact when I get up in the morning.
I think a lot of people do.
So this is pretty cool. Apparently this says, man finds prehistoric hilltop tomb with sun altar lost for 180 years. I suppose it is associated with this, except that it's off by 15,610 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's exactly related, although it could have been from way back.
620 years. Aristos Georgiou put the article together for Newsweek.com. The newly revealed engravings on the Gonnersdorf plaquettes, I guess. These are little plaques, baby plaques. Depict fish as well as a grid-like pattern that the study's authors interpret as illustrations of fishing nets or traps. Or that was the slab that was used to cut up fish.
I mean, that would be the most logical use.
Huh. According to the interdisciplinary research team, which involved experts from the UK's Durham University and Leibniz Center for Archaeology in Germany, the Gonnersdorf engravings are amongst the earliest known depictions of net or trap fishing in European prehistory. So the term plaquette refers to a piece of stone, bone, ivory, or antler that has a flat surface engraved or carved with artwork, often associated with European cultures of the Upper Paleolithic period.
So it sounds like it's a plaque, but not as formal.
Right. It's a plaquette. It's not a novel. It's a novella. Oh, and if you want all of today's articles, !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, and Omotron will throw all of the articles in. Although one might actually be wrong. I mean, you'll be able to get to... you'll get to the information anyway. It's okay. Because I changed one, but you'll get to it from the show notes. The skeleton made of multiple skeletons, I think it was. Or no, quit hearsing around. That article is changed.
We definitely have some morbid themes today.
Yeah, I don't know. So let's see. The latest findings cast new light on the fishing practices during the Upper Paleolithic, a period that dates from 50,000 to 40,000 years ago to roughly 10,000 years ago. The study provides evidence of fishing technique involving nets for which there was previously a lack of evidence that with regards to Upper Paleolithic. I find it pretty interesting, though. All of these, if it was a net, I guess there's striations this way too.
Yeah, but it seems like it's more like a
Some are going this way.
depiction of it, right? Rather than the actual thing.
Yeah, I suppose this could be symbolic of nets. Because the lines are actually pretty uniform. You know, like there's some this way, like an inch across or 1 centimeter across. Not even a centimeter. It's like they're half a centimeter away from each other. If that, more like a third. They don't say what the actual size of this stone is, I don't think. At least not in this article.
No, they just have the centimeter marker.
Yeah. So, I mean, this isn't particularly large.
Although, is it something like the Rosetta Stone, where
It's like
it's just a piece of something?
it's definitely attached to more because it's fractured off from a bigger piece. And you can see that there would be more pieces attached. So obviously something happened to it. Much like the Rosetta Stone. So yeah, I find it really interesting. These lines are really, there's underlaying lines, but maybe that's the strata of the stone itself. Right?
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
then there's
Um,
these
we can't
grooves.
really tell, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let you all go and take a look at it and send mayor@ohmtown.com a note if you know more about this. Let's keep going though. The next article, I had to choose this because it's over on the Mobile channel, and science has now found that chimpanzees could never randomly type the complete works of Shakespeare, according to a study. Come
How
on.
did somebody get this study approved?
How,
That's what I'm wondering.
While testing the infinite monkey theorem, mathematicians found the odds of a chimpanzee typing even a short phrase like "I chimp, therefore I am" before the death of the universe are 1 in 10 million, billion, billion. I wonder if there's more after that. Let's go over to the source of this. Sarah Kuda over at smithsonianmag.com put the article together. The text statement says, while testing the infinite monkey theorem, mathematicians found that the odds of a chimpanzee even typing a short phrase like "I chimp, therefore I am" before the death of the universe are 1 in 10 million, billion, billion. So, okay, that's pretty funny. There's a picture of a chimp in a full-on outfit and
Like
typing
an
in
office
yeah.
attire, I guess.
Obviously, I mean, this is the stereotypical writer's office, right? Like, they're sitting
Yeah,
there
like
trying to,
piles of notebooks and things.
yeah, world building at its best. This is pretty funny. We do have another story, or no, we talked about it yesterday about, they were macaques though, weren't they? Yeah, lab macaques.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they just wanted to come write a novel.
In a town of 1,000 people, 43 macaques out of a research lab are now roaming the streets, committing high crimes. I said yesterday, you know what they should do? They should probably just go hide out, learn the language, come back and rule Earth. You know, because
Oh, I thought you meant what should the people do? Because I'm thinking something really basic, like put out a pile of bananas and see how many of them
yeah, that's
come
actually how they're
toward
trying
the
to.
bananas.
Yeah, they're trying to coax them into traps. I don't think that's going to work. So mathematically, the theorem is correct, but practically, it's misleading given the constraints of our finite universe. The researchers conclude in a new study published in the journal Franklin Open. Quote, yes, it's true that given infinite resources, any text of any length would inevitably produced eventually. Woodcock tells CNN Amarachi Ori, quote, while true, this also has no relevance to our own universe as, quote, reaching infinity, end quote, is in resources is not something that can ever happen.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense. Like if a chimp, I don't even know how long they live, but let's say they live 100 years.
Right.
If it would take them a million years to create it, then they can't create it.
They wanted to put the theorem to the test. To do that, they ran a series of calculations using realistic but generous figures. Okay, I need to download this research paper so I can sit there and look at the funding that was necessary for this.
Oh, I
Put
agree.
together, all of Shakespeare's sonnets, plays, and poems add up to nearly 885,000 words, and not one of them is bananas.
Okay, we did not know bananas were just going to be in here, but I guess we could predict that.
Though the researchers' calculations are sound, other mathematicians question the need for such a study in the first place. The theorem certainly didn't need debunking, says Martin Harrer, a mathematician at the Imperial College London, who was not involved in the research. So they're just angry and bitter that they didn't do it.
They wanted that research funding.
That rich research money for checking to see if somebody can actually just mash keys until it actually happens. Yeah, I think only us hear it. So the theorem certainly didn't need debunking. This isn't the first time mathematicians have tried to test the infinite monkey theorem. About 2 decades ago, researchers in England gave a computer to 6 Sulawesi crested macaques living in captivity at a zoo. After nearly 2 months, the animals produced just 5 pages of text, and they mostly just typed out the letter S, which was symbolic for their desire to be a snake and not a... Well,
Maybe so.
they were phonetically trying to spell Sulawesi. See?
Right, and they knew it had lots of S sounds.
Yeah, 6 Sulawesi sitting at a typewriter. S S S S S S S. Moving on. This next article is over in the Rounders Gear channel. That's over at ohmtown.com. Go check it out. Husband and wife from Spain who schemed to swindle a lottery winner out of 11 million euro or 12 million US dollars have been handed a 3-year prison sentence by a judge in Valencia. So it says quirky system. The victim would always buy 3 tickets, 2 of which would have the same number each week. 10,123, 12,396. The third would always be a random number. This week, she chose 39,813, which happened to be the same number picked on a joint ticket by the bar owners and one of their friends. In addition, the same number was chosen by another regular at the bar, who also entrusted their ticket to the owners. Why? Why entrust it to the owners?
Yeah, I don't know. It says that that was a common practice at that location. Like it was a small town, and but why? It's kind of like
Weird.
the why split the purchase of a lottery ticket that we were talking about recently.
Yeah, the unnamed victim bought 3 tickets for Spain's Loterio Nacional, or Nacional, Father's Day draw, and handed them back to the bar owners for safekeeping, a common practice among the regulars. The frick?
That's a bad practice.
So, to win the big jackpot, the El Gordo, players need to match their ticket with the series number with the balls drawn. Tickets that match the winning number but fail to match the series bonus number win smaller prizes, so standard lottery. The draw took place. The couple insisted that the fairest solution would be to split the prize 4 ways. Confused, the victim agreed.
I don't know why.
The
Wait a
couple
second.
then contacted the other 2 winners who were unaware of the scheme to inform them the prize would be split. So,
Okay, am I missing something? How do 4 people in a small town in one location all win?
yeah, I just don't get it.
Statistically, that doesn't sound possible, but maybe the lottery operates much differently than the US lottery.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize the length of this trial.
Oh my goodness.
The drawing took place March 18th, 2017, and it didn't get resolved until this year. Wow. So the article, which, by the way, I truncate this, and for whatever reason, casino.org provides the whole thing, and I truncate it, and it still only I get the whole thing. Anyway, Philip Connoller put the article together for casino.org, and there's always more at the system, and it's in kind of a cleaner format. Not really cleaner, but it's formatted the way that the website wants it, as opposed to the way that we format stuff, which is just the text and none of the fluff. So yeah, again, the article was written by Philip Connoller. It's over at casino.org. There isn't really much more to this other than that the offenders are a husband and wife team from Spain who schemed one winner out of more than 11 million euro. They were given a 3-year prison sentence by a judge in Valencia. It's interesting. I guess this is the lottery number. Something
it
like
also
that.
makes me wonder whether this has happened before.
Yeah, really. Or they say to the people that you didn't win at all.
Right, exactly. And how would they know?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to sit there and write the numbers down on some secondary piece of paper, but give them the originals, just take the damn originals.
Exactly. Yeah.
What
Lottery. Don't share money going into the lottery, and don't give your ticket to anybody else.
And definitely don't tell anybody when you win, because everybody and their grandmother's going to pop up out of the woodwork saying that they're a relative or whatever. In fact, I would recommend people build a trust to sign the document that transfers and then dissolves the money into another trust that transfers the money into wherever you want it to go, and then dissolves itself so that nobody knows anything, because wow. So let's keep moving. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. A Polish funeral home apologizes after a corpse falls out of hearse in traffic. A funeral home in Stalowa, Wola, Poland, had to issue an apology for making a tiny oopsie. The funeral home's hearse was transporting a body when it fell out of the hearse into the traffic. The AP article that they're sourcing it from says that it's getting its information from an original report from Poland, so they think something got lost in translation, maybe. So what the Vice article says, I think it's a Vice article. Here's what I mean. The next part of the story involves a guy who was supposedly driving at the time the body fell out of the hearse. The article then mentions that he noticed a sheet covering his car. All right. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. The article doesn't have any detail regarding this sheet suddenly overtook his car window as he was driving, obscuring the view and making it impossible for him to drive. It could have been like a blind blowing back or something like that, because air currents are kind of weird sometimes. So it goes on to say that as this sheet slid off, the guy was startled to see a corpse lying in the road, as one would be. He assumed that he had hit it at first until he stopped to assess the situation and realized the person was already dead. And if the corpse fell out of the hearse, it was probably too well dressed for a common street corpse. So local Polish media showed off an image of the body just sitting on a pedestrian crossing after it had slipped off the hearse, because even in death, nobody gets an ounce of dignity.
Okay, they probably shouldn't have shown the image.
Wow. So I guess they say here in the article, the funeral home that owned the hearse from which the dead man collapsed out of into traffic, like some kind of 90s slapstick comedy. Yeah, I mean, it's almost a Weekend at Bernie's, but I guess it's on the way to Bernie's final resting place kind of situation.
Exactly, but this could definitely occur in a movie like Weekend at Bernie's.
So just imagine the car was going like 60 miles an hour and it fell out of the car. They came to a stop and the coffin and body just like slid in front of the car.
Right. So
Wow.
what's the name of the funeral company?
Hades Funeral Services apologized profusely for the horrific incident, saying that they deeply regret the incident as it is not their fault necessarily, but a technical failure of the electrical tailgate lock on the hearse.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know. You need to tie your load down. I think in the US, the hearse actually has a locking mechanism to lock the coffin in place like this.
Right. That might be wise to have, even if it's an upcharge.
And how professional and high end is it to have like a bumper guard so that when you're dragging the coffin out, it doesn't scrape the bumper? That's
Well,
so
I don't know.
professional.
I mean, that might be better than if it's all scraped up on the bumper.
White glove treatment there. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Archaeologists are bewildered by a skeleton made of the bones of at least 8 other people who died thousands of years apart, found in a cremation ceremony. Found in a cremation cemetery in Belgium. The skeleton includes bones dating to the Neolithic period and a Roman era skull, according to a new study. So this is just a ditch where they threw a whole bunch of whatever in there. Maybe somebody needed a
Okay,
body.
except this was like set up. This was a skeleton. It wasn't like a bunch of random bones.
Yeah, somebody
Although it
needed.
was a bunch of random bones.
Yeah, yeah. Sonia Anderson over at SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. What a trip.
Wait, I
Researcher.
don't understand this. Are they excavating it and the
Yeah,
skeleton is actually made up of several
yeah,
and not even from the same time frame?
correct. If this isn't like NaNoWriMo type of ammunition for a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing.
Oh, absolutely. It'd be one thing if it was in like a pit or something, but this is really astonishing.
So there's at least 8 different people and a Roman skull. And then there's I don't know what the skull and hip, or not the skull, but the spine and hip bones are, because they're marked as black. The others have color coordination. But there's 8 different colors here. 9 really if you count like this one. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if this one's unique to this one. This one looks really close. So I don't know if they're
Those
right.
are different colors.
Are they? So there's 8, then 9 is black and 10 is the skull. So yeah, they said, I started thinking, okay, something really weird is going on. Researchers Barbara Veselka, an archaeologist at the Free University of Brussels, tells New Scientist Krista Lessare from New Scientist. Veselka's team used radiocarbon dating to analyze the individual bones. They also sequenced ancient DNA found in them, which I don't know how that happens. That one's pretty wild. They found that the skeleton is made of bones from at least 8 unrelated men and women, according to a recent study published in the journal. So yeah, different bones from 8 different people. The
This
skeletons.
is really odd, and it doesn't even seem possible. It's not like they could sit there and wait for 1,000 years or something and go, okay, here's another part.
Yeah, they had to dig it up periodically and plop another. Or at least at the latest juncture, they had these bones somewhere and said, okay, we need to, sanctify these bones and throw them in the ground, and then, nobody will ever touch them again. Har har. Thousands of years later. The skeleton's bones are actually much older, with the earliest contributor dying nearly 4,445 years ago, per New Scientist. So the bones kept on getting introduced, or like I said, they were all somewhere, and somebody said, let's put them all together, consecrate the ground, entomb them, cover them up, and this is their final burial.
That must have been what happened, because I think that's about the only possible way this could have occurred. Still unusual.
Yeah, the weirdest part about it is it looks like there's like I didn't scan the entire article, but it doesn't come across as if there's like two left legs or something like that. It looks like somebody
No,
made
it looks like an actual skeleton, right?
one body. Yeah, although one leg looks shorter than the other, so maybe they had a limp or something. Except that they're thousands of years away from each other. Wow. So yeah,
I don't know what to make of this.
it's really interesting because they're saying fascinating complex study may help illuminate Neolithic burial customs, but it says the bones were selected, a fitting location chosen, and elements arranged carefully to mimic the correct anatomical order. It was individual, clearly intentional, but when was it actually buried there?
Exactly. All we know is that it's later than whatever the youngest,
Much later. Yeah.
radiocarbon dating or whatever.
Wild. Yeah, Roman skull more than 2,000 years later. How did this composite Neolithic skeleton end up with a Roman skull more than 2,000 years later? I dig that. Fascinating. Well, there you go. Some more ammo for you writers. Time travel. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is in Wanted, and it might actually show up in the Wanted show tomorrow, but we'll see. This guy built a pair of AR glasses from scratch, and soon you may even be able to make your own. The Zero AR glasses runs web apps and includes self-made lenses. The second gen may include a camera and microphone. When you click the little link right here that says visit the source, it'll take you over to gizmodo.com. These are the best looking pair of glasses that I have seen. They're small.
They're almost like regular glass size.
Yeah, yep. They actually block out light. It looks like sometimes you can buy these little blinders that you put on your glasses to block peripheral light from leaking in. It's horrible for peripheral vision, but anyway, these are pretty cool. I might actually end up looking into this and seeing maybe I'll make these myself. Everyone in Silicon Valley seems to be dreaming up the same dream, AR glasses. Meta has prototype Orion glasses that'll never hit the market in that particular form, thank God. Apple is reportedly developing their own. That's some fluff there. Who knows? While a few smaller companies trying to drive the market, do-it-yourselfers largely being kept out of the loop. However, one indie designer seems to have cracked the code, creating what may be one of the most unique and potentially practical pairs of AR glasses that they've seen. See, without the mic and without the cameras, it's going to be smaller because all it is displays.
Well, that's true. There's less that has to be crammed into the glasses.
Now, what's amazing about this is that it's powered by a Pi Zero. Pi Zeros are very small, somewhat powerful, can actually be augmented with AI chips. If you were to offset this to a bigger puck and put it in your back pocket, like a lot of AR glasses are doing, you could actually have AI capabilities added to this on device because Raspberry Pi has these backpacks that you can add to it. They're pretty awesome. I keep thinking about getting into it, but
You didn't get me a backpack.
no, you have an M.2 storage device that's really fast, and you have your very unique code. The self-compiling code that's in a completely weird language, and your original form factor has some weird electronics in it that nobody knows anything about. But this is what happens, folks, when you go to a Wendy's at 2:00 in the morning to get spicy boneless buffalo wings. They were closed, and I turn around and there's this little pit, a little scoop mark, like something appeared there and just kind of scooped out a little. If you've ever watched the Terminator arrive, then a naked Arnold Schwarzenegger is what I was expecting, but that's not what I saw. What I saw was a weird USB drive. Took it home. You're not supposed to plug anything weird into your computer, so I got a Raspberry Pi and plugged it into that. And all of a sudden, it started talking to me. And there they are, the sentient AI from the future. They even created that visualizer so that when they talk, okay, maybe not.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, it does that. Oh my gosh, that. Never mind. Anyway, so yeah, the sentient AI from the future has a visualizer that lets people know when they're talking. And it gets more active with more computational power for the voice. It's kind of neat.
Like this.
So with this, it's a Raspberry Pi Zero, a very, very small device. It runs native web apps and doesn't require any extra processing puck or external battery, which is what I just said. The only way you're going to get more powerful is if you do that kind of stuff, at least for now. Miroslav Kotolik, a developer and do-it-yourselfer, told Gizmodo via direct message. So Gizmodo slid into his DMs that he first got the idea for his Zero glasses when he was working for a company developing a commercial pair of AR spectacles. So wait for the lawsuit, buddy, because somebody's going to go, oh, you took our trade secrets and now you've made them public.
Or you were doing it on the other company's time. Or...
Yeah, all kinds of stuff, particularly if they live in the U.S. Put plainly, he wasn't satisfied with how most AR glass makers keep making devices that don't actually feel comfortable to wear, so they created their own. That's pretty awesome.
Those do look like swim goggles there when they're not on somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure that if they fabbed this with like 3D printed modularity kind of thing, they could create the arms and actually have arms. But the Pi Zero is sitting back here. So at some point you do need this kind of hefty little block of something stored somewhere, at least until the Pi Zero gets even smaller. That's kind of Apple's specialty, is micronizing. 15 years ago, I told somebody, they asked me what they should invest in. And I said, I think that you should keep on investing in Apple. And this was 15 years ago. Because they keep on micronizing stuff, and they had the nerve to sit there and say, that's already played out. And I'm like, you've no idea. So, and this was the owner of pizza restaurants. And lo and behold, Apple is still micronizing everything. The latest M4 Mini, for instance, is the size, of about 2 Apple TVs in volume. And it's just amazing, extremely powerful. So it could take this massive streaming system that I have and reduce it down to about that big. It's pretty amazing. So they're going to keep getting tech smaller and smaller. And I think that is the most important thing with these AR glasses. In videos Kotick posted on Twitter, the AR apps appear as subtle shifting floating icons or numbers, evoking the floating number seen in front of scientists' eyes in the Netflix rendition of the 3-body problem. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it has an extremely narrow field of view.
Yeah,
maybe if you're wearing them,
that's not readily adaptable.
Yeah, it might be cool to mess around with. I don't know. I'd have to see it, because sticking a lens on there so that you can see it with a camera is much different. Well, it is different than if you're wearing it. It's like AR glasses, unless you, not AR glasses, VR glasses. Unless you're actually wearing VR glasses, you don't get the immersion from a camera being pushed into the VR headset. So I really dig this. They say, although it's an early concept, the most remarkable aspect of the do-it-yourself design is how Kodalik managed to craft a pair of optics at home. Like many modern waveguide-based designs, these do-it-yourself glasses use a projector to display images on the lenses, but that hardly conveys the challenge of creating such intricate optics by hand. Yeah, you usually need a microscope level fabrication system, because you're basically firing light at an angle into a lens that focuses back out at you, at your eyes. So yeah, they tried to print with PETG lenses, but the result had air bubble lines trapped in the print. So you'd have to sit there and sand forever, and one mistake and it warps things. Mind you, what they're showing you is handcrafted lenses. So the fact that they even have the ability to see through them is an achievement.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, this is not a commercial fabrication, so
Yeah,
I mean,
not
it's
by any
probably
means.
more impressive than we're giving it credit for.
Yep, I love this. So I'll be watching this because I'm really interested in AR glasses more than VR glasses. And Reality Hacker focuses on AR, VR, AI, deepfakes, etc. Because the motto over there in that show, which is tomorrow after Non Sequitur News, is you won't know who to trust now more than ever. So pricing hasn't been confirmed yet, but it may range from $250 to $450. He told Gizmodo that the 2.0 glasses will be the first ones available to the public, and he set up a website to waitlist anybody who wants to go over there. So I think I'm going to go over there and put myself on the wait list to see at least what happens. Hey, I was on the wait list for and put a down payment on, or a deposit on, getting a canoe, and that company went under. And I did it for another company and it went under, and I might as well do this.
So what's the takeaway?
I'm a cooler, and if I invest in something, it's going to implode. So start short selling anything I say I'm going to invest in. But if you do,
No,
share
but we're
some of
not
that
giving
with
any
me.
financial advice.
Yeah, I am not a financial advisor. Although I could probably qualify for one, but I have to qualify my statement that I'm not a financial advisor. No, what I do is I take the stock market and I print it out, the entire stock market. I print out the tickers, and then I take wet pasta and I throw it at a wall of these tickers, and wherever the pasta sticks, that's where I invest.
That's probably as sophisticated as a lot of other methods.
Because why not? So the next article is over in Prime Glass. This one I'm not going to be able to talk about from our source because the way that I don't log in right before the show, and so it's always a problem. But I do have a source that talks about this. So a painting by the AI robot AIDA sells for more than $1 million at Sotheby's. When you go there, when you follow the link, you'll be able to see it. But I'm going to show you both. The source of this is theartnewspaper.com, but you have to log in, and I don't log in before the show just because this browser is one that I only use for the show. But I found another source, artnews.com has it. Karen K. Ho over at artnews.com put the article together. And it's an artwork made by a humanoid robot AIDA or ADA using AI algorithms that sells for $1 million at Sotheby's.
So why is it? Because of the novelty?
Because an actual robot built it, actually, or painted it, not just AI pure generated. So it's a physical work. It's a one-time thing, unless the software retained that algorithm step by step. Any future works would be unique. So on November 7th, okay, so Sotheby's recently sold the first artwork made by a humanoid robot using artificial intelligence for $1 million, blasting past its estimate of $120,000 to $180,000. On November 7th, the artwork named AI God, Portrait of Alan Turing, by the humanoid robot artist Ada, sold for $1.084 million, so more than $1 million, during the auction house's Digital Art Day sale. There were 27 bids for the portrait of a mathematician and computer scientist Alan Turing, which was created using AI or ADAs. I might as well just stick to ADAs. Robot AI algorithms, and it's a 64-inch by 90-inch mixed media on canvas painting. And it also, as they say, also had a third-party guarantee. So this is what it looks like. Pretty interesting. And this is the robot.
I mean, you can't tell it's by a robot.
So this is the actual robot that painted it. Ada robot, pictured during the UN Global Summit on AI for Good on July 7th, 2023 in Geneva, Switzerland. So it is a humanoid robot wearing overalls, a blue t-shirt, has mechanical arms, a skinned face. It's basically on the precipice of the uncanny valley. Short hair. And that's about it. So pretty fascinating. The result for Ada's robot artwork made up the majority of auction overall total of $1.485 million.
I would say so if this was over 1 million.
So, yeah. Sotheby's digital art sale included 16 works by Refik Anadol, Pack, X-Copy, De La Cruz, I think, and other digital artists. How would you like to fall into the other digital artists?
Exactly.
And then they say X-Copy's Doom Party had the highest estimate of the day sale at 800,000 to 1.5 million, but the work did not sell. So there was another one, X-Copy's Doom Party. I wonder what that is. All right, well, let's keep going. The next article is over, and game companies seem to be waking up from the great game as a service dream, or I say nightmare. I hate games as a service. You know,
stop killing games.
Stop killing games. So there's another podcast, netcast, webcast, YouTube stream that I watch regularly every week. And they have a segment where they kind of mocked the idea of this thing being bad, like software or games as a service being good, because they framed it as, well, if you buy a game, then you buy the game. But if it's a game as a service, how is the company supposed to provide that service if you don't either pay for it one way or another? Microtransactions, mega transactions for, downloadable content, skins, whatever you might have, or the monthly subscription kind of a thing. And they made comments about, who's going to do, you want all of the benefits of the game, but you don't want to keep paying for it, but you want it patched and you want it to be extended and all of this kind of stuff. And that is not what anybody is saying. That's never what anybody is saying. What everybody is saying is they don't want it to be expensive. They want the game built as a game and not just slowly the final game being extended as a business model. The drip, drip, drip of expanding the game, build the game. And if it's going to have like PvP elements, then provide it as built into the game, because at some point that company is going to get tired of providing it as a service because the microtransactions are going to drop off or whatever. And the companies have an obligation to make their goddamn game secure. So yes, they do need to keep on patching it. And that actually took place in the historical record as well, even when there were physical games. And the hosts of that show made comment about the physical media aspect of it. It's almost like they're listening to my show, but I doubt it. Because their take on it was, well, what are you going to do sell this game. Well, yeah, that's exactly what we did in the past. We either gave it to somebody or we sold it to somebody. If we found the game had value and wanted to offset some of our burden, right? We paid $50 for a game, or $35 back then. When we had physical media, we could hand it to somebody. Congratulations. Now you can go and play this. Not anymore. You can't share it. You can't sell it. You can't even give it away because it's your licensed material only in Steam or wherever it might be. It's actually a violation of the terms of service to sell your account. If I play WoW and I try and sell my account, I can get both parties banned. So, games as a service conceptually isn't the worst idea. Indeed, I don't believe that it is either. I believe it's the worst idea when a company decides that it's no longer lucrative to provide it as a service and hobbles a game that was purchased under the premise that you'd be able to use it as a service. That's where I draw the line. It says, indeed, in the wild world of gaming, there rarely such a thing as a bad idea, just shoddy or exploitive execution. For a while, it seemed that the live service games were set up to be gaming's future, and they would be if it wasn't for greed and investors. After the major successes of Fortnite, Overwatch, Genshin Impact, it's almost understandable that publishers would ride that wave, but it's whales that are keeping all of this alive. However, it's all become too much too quickly. The issue with everyone wanting eternal games meant to be updated with endless monetization structures is that it's inevitable bottom. Players can't indefinitely commit to these constant grinds of having to spend money. I just recently read that there's some game that has like 9 different types of money in it. Yeah. So Dwayne Jenkins over at Vice.com put this article together, and the deck statement says, after a concerted effort to try and make games as a service work, it seems that the games as a service experiment is finally bottoming out. Yeah, there's a lot of games that have this. You are required to connect to a server so that you can meet up with other people. And I find it friction bound, a pain in the ass. I shouldn't have to require matching with somebody via your service. Why can't I just spin up a server and...
So why do they set it up this way? Just for more
money?
Yeah.
Because you can have a distributed server system so that when anybody spins up a server, they become part of it. I mean, just look at there's a lot of software like LimeWire, for instance, which was actually used for pirating software and pirating music and anything really. But it's a file sharing system. And the protocol allowed anybody to connect to anybody, and you could seed the network. And that's exactly how this could work, except that there's going to be somebody that's exploitive. But that's when the creators of this software need to step in and push an update. So yeah, there will always be, until your software is secure enough to prevent people from abusing the system, which is never going to happen. Build a better mousetrap, you're going to get smarter mice. You have to defend your creation. Otherwise, it's your fault for things being exploited because you've just given it up. Fine, never mind. I'm not interested in it anymore. But the EU has already said, well, you can't force a company to perpetually support the software that it creates. Well, then who is to blame when their software is exploited? I mean, that's like saying that, who was it that made Horizon? I keep forgetting their name. Fujitsu, yeah. Fujitsu created Horizon, and they never patched their shit and nearly incarcerated 900 people. So they can just go, well, we're done. And what's the ramifications of this? There's liability here. So this is nothing but greed, greed, greed. Hey, we can set it up so that they can't talk to each other except through our server. And so now you have to subscribe or do microtransactions.
Yeah, but aren't the gamers perpetuating this by buying these very games and then complaining about them?
Yeah. And it's not the ones that are happy with it that are complaining. It's the ones that are kind of, I mean, for me, it's, I don't want an intermediate step. I want to be able to spin up my own server and invite my own friends and say, come and play on my server. But that's not how you get PvP in a grand schema. That's not how you build a following so that you can have competitive Fortnite or Overwatch or Genshin Impact or whatever, or thousands upon thousands of people vying to be number one. And that's where that's where the real money is, spinning up a convention all over Fortnite, for instance, is where the money is. Everybody throngs coming to Fortnite is where the money is, and the skins and licensing deals with like the Beatles so that you can be one of the Beatles, and play Fortnite, whatever it might be. I gave them an idea just now. Anyway, they say the foot just ain't on the gas. Game as a service, no more. Sony recently had to clarify its single player games would be the main focus going forward, per Gamatsu. Sony Interactive Entertainment Chairman Hiroki Totoki formally addressed the initiative. Quote, "We plan to continue releasing major single player games every year from next fiscal year onwards. But I want the option. I want a game that is single player, but I can co-op play a game." And I remember way back when playing a game across 2 different floors in an office building called Spaceward Ho and having to run a 100-foot cable down from one floor to the other so that we could actually all play together. Fun text, low graphics game, but this is back in the day, never had to spend another dime, but they would patch it periodically. Now I don't know where that game is, but at any rate, if you're going to build a game that has co-op or PvP or, whatever, LAN the game. Don't make it so that I have to connect to your service. Make it so that the game in and of itself can play. And it's just one of the most frustrating things that I experience nowadays. So they say, look at Helldivers 2, the barometer for how a new game as a service game can break out and make an impact. Yeah, sure. But it's the anomalous one. Anything out of alignment with Helldivers 2 and whoever it decided, just a large group of people really leaned into Helldivers 2 because it was fun and somewhat unique. But it didn't have to be a game as a service. It could have easily had just a server that connected to other servers so that you could find other players.
Well, it might be too early for people to be grumbling about that one. Give it a little bit of time and then it gets killed, and then everybody's going to go, well, we can't stand Helldivers 2 being games as a service.
Yeah, Sony kind of screwed that up because you had to have an account. And not everybody had access to an account. Not every country allows you to have a Sony account. So, okay, well, let's keep going. I chose this simply because I liked Zootopia, but Zootopia 2 has an update. Shakira's Gazelle returns with a new song in the Disney sequel. Shakira's Gazelle will return in Zootopia 2. It'll be released in the United States in November 2025, a sequel to 2016 Zootopia. The animated movie will once again see Jennifer Goodwin voice Judy Hopps and Jason Bateman as Nick Wilde. Announced at D23 Brazil, Shakira will also return as Gazelle in Zootopia 2.
Zooptia.
Zooptia? Is that what that said?
Yes, it did.
Oh, yeah, huh? Zooptia. That's for glasses to see the virtual zoo.
Right, maybe AR.
Oh, AR zoos. Now you won't have to have animals in pens and stuff anymore because it'll just be virtual. How dystopian is that going to be? Wow. So the article's over at comingsoon.net. Let's see. Brandon Schreier. Damn it, man. I can't
Sure.
talk. Sure. Put the article together. The official Disney animation Twitter account shared a video celebrating the announcement, which can be viewed below. So follow the link through ohmTown over there. Or just go over to comingsoon.net and do a search for Zootopia 2. I'm sure it'll be there. We won't be playing it because watching a gazelle shake their tail will probably get my channel flagged. So what else do we know about Zootopia 2? That it's coming in November of 2025. Zootopia, meanwhile, is streaming on Disney Plus.
That's a year away.
More than a year away. Because it's only the 8th. I had to look at the clock to make sure. Let's see here. It says Walt Disney Animation presents a heartwarming comedy adventure set in the modern mammal metropolis of Zootopia, the synopsis reads, with habitat neighborhoods like ritzy Sahara Square and frigid Tundra Town. It's a melting pot, which is maybe, what do they call it? Foreshadowing.
Well, it's like the climate thing.
Yeah. Foreshadowing what might be happening. The habitat neighborhoods like ritzy Sahara Square and frigid Tundra Town. It's a melting pot where animals from every environment live together, where a place, no matter where you're from or what you are, the biggest elephant to the smallest shrew, you can be anything. Even a little bunny can be a cop.
That's right. Zootopia seemed like it was such a hit. It's surprising that they've waited 10 years for a sequel.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the striking and then the pandemic and then striking impacted this, and now a lot of people are still worried about voiceover actors being supplanted by AI, and it's a real problem out there. And I am of the mind that voices in and of themselves aren't unique. The acting chops are. So you can find somebody that's a great actor and has a great voice, or a great actor but doesn't have a great voice, and their voice can be manipulated so that, it is what it needs to be. I don't know. I've always thought it was weird that, oh my gosh, that voice is so-and-so. Why should it matter to me that the voice of the actor is one that I recognize from, Arrested Development or something?
Because humans, I guess, like to see familiar things. But it shouldn't matter, right? If it's good and entertaining, or a distinctive voice, or any number of things, right?
Yeah. I just found another great actor. It's like Lower Decks. Like, I want to see those actors now playing live action something.
Right. But see, there's that connection.
Because of their character as an animated character, right? But it was because of their energy, not because of their looks, or not because it's them. It's just them. And so I had no idea what they looked like or how they really are. But they did such a great job acting. So I don't really care who it is, as long as it's a fun story, right? Anyway, I think it's really neat. Maybe get somebody else other than Shakira. Find some more talent. Expand horizons. Don't just lean on the same, right?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, open the door. All right. Open more doors, I should say. So we're going to end with four-wheel tech, and this may be the most hilarious catalytic converter theft of all time. Detroit is a world-class city with some F-tier criminals, according to this article. Several of these criminals went to great lengths this week to steal a single catalytic converter from a used car lot and gain themselves a ton of embarrassment in the process. Eventually, they'll get arrested, I'm sure. Police reportedly could not stop laughing at the slapstick security footage of it. I don't know what kind of truck that is, but that is somebody out supplementing their income by stealing a catalytic converter from a used car lot. Apparently, that's all they got was a single. It looks like they drop one and it rolls out into the street.
I don't know about that, but the person seems to roll into the street.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So Aaron Marquis put the article together for jalopnik.com. There is a repeating video animated GIF of an extended cab truck starting to drive away as two people try to jump into the car and the person or the truck and the person in the extended version of the extended cab. It's funny because it repeats, and so they keep on tumbling again and again and again and again. It's so funny.
Exactly.
But it does look like something just tumbles out from underneath them out into the street. So clumsy thieves steal catalytic converters from Govani used cars in Detroit. It took 3 thieves to pull off this grand caper at Govani used cars on Thursday. One to drive the getaway vehicle into a pole, one to use a sawzall to cut through the gate lock and snag a single catalytic converter, and another to fall out of said getaway car. Oh, and he dropped his gun too. Had a gun?
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
We couldn't see all that from the snippet. Hey, maybe there's more down here. I want to play that.
Okay, so I'll play the video. It's actually from CBS Detroit. I'm going to mute it. So let's see. I'll get right to it. So, oh my God. So they dent their car, then get out and cut the lock. And then for whatever reason, they race away. Maybe because they thought a car was coming or something.
I do see something go into the street. I wonder if that's the gun.
No, that had to have been.
That was just whatever it was.
Like a catalytic converter, because that was big. Whatever. I mean, unless the person had a howitzer, that looked like a really big gun.
So they didn't even get the thing that they came to steal.
Well, it says like the thieves did about $2,000 to $3,000 worth of damage to the gate. The suspects remain at large. Yeah, maybe it was a gun. That looks huge to be a gun.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like I don't even know what, something larger than that.
But maybe it was, I don't know. What a trip. They dropped a couple of things. Yeah, I think that they dropped something right underneath them. Like there's something.
Well, one thing that's weird too is earlier in the video, or at least in the news video, like they're moving really slowly, and then all of a sudden, they're they're hightailing it out of there.
Yeah, they're taking off, right? So let's see. So was that blinking when they first got there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was blinking right from the beginning, I guess. Or not. Who knows? They look like. Yeah, it was blinking at the beginning right there.
So this is funny. When they called the police were like, keep playing the video. It's really funny.
Can you rewind that? That's hilarious. So too bad the resolution of the camera doesn't reveal that license plate, because it looks like they actually had their license plate.
Well, they might have it, but they might have blurred it for the news.
That's true. Wow. Three Stooges style robbery. So Govani Used Car has been in business for 37 years and say they've never experienced a Three Stooges style robbery before. They've also been lucky to avoid such a fate, as catalytic converter thefts have spiked over 1,000% following the pandemic due to the valuable metals found inside. So if you didn't know, inside a catalytic converter is oh my god, my brain just went blank.
Maybe copper?
No. It's platinum. There's a little bit of platinum inside it because it grabs some toxic exhaust. But then you can basically melt it all down and take that platinum. Anyway, there you go, folks. You know how you solve this problem? You just get rid of all of you cut your catalytic converters off and just straight pipe.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll really solve it, though.
Well, if you sell them first, then you're cutting out the middleman. Like they're cutting out catalytic converters. All right, folks. Well, that's it. So we are going to slam the gate on this day's show, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com. And we're going to get out of here. Sound good?
Sounds good. Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for another Sequitur News. Never mind that Mayor Watt wanted to talk.
No, it's okay. We'll do it in reverse. I am Mayor Watt, and that was the sentient AI from the future doing her by or thereby. Sorry, I assumed your gender. I know that you're an AI, so you just go by.
This sounds like an open AI moment.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, and that actually got us into, or not us, got them into a lawsuit. So maybe this will get me into a lawsuit. Anyway, won't happen again. Sentient AI from the future. I know you only like to go by AI, so we'll see. Bye. I don't know what's going on with a black screen at the end. See ya. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 4th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 309. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is here to co-host, and we're going to talk about the following 10 articles. And I'm doing something new. I'm actually streaming directly from the studio, ohmtown Studios, and not restreaming through a interstitial or some third party. I'm streaming straight to both. So, and of course that's starting up. Anyway, let's get into it. We're going to talk about Stardew Valley, once a month weight loss drug. Your car looks like Moodang. Study the color of the ocean. Farm nutrient pollution. AI features in time for the holiday, except for maybe actually answering my questions. A robot arm that cleans up spills. Mysterious banging. Don't worry, it's just a Boeing. Rat-sized spiders, and my first chemical purity tester. All of that and more is over on ohmtown.com. But come here on Twitch, twitch.tv/ohmtown, and over on YouTube, youtube.com/ohmtown. Download it via the podcast. Just do a search for ohmtown and you'll find the network. There's a Discord, Patreon, TikTok. And I might be streaming, I don't know, to other places. We'll see. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. So see you on the other side of this. Yeah, I don't know how well this is going to go because I'm streaming to 2 different places. And it's one machine. So I don't know what's going to happen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So if anybody is in chat on either of the platforms and you're running across some problem, let me know in chat and I will fix it as fast as humanly possible. If you are interested in today's show notes, you can hit !NSN in the chat, and Omatron will spit out a list in no particular order of all of the articles that we're talking about today. But let's get into it. First article is over on Warcrafter. Stardew Valley has a troublesome new disappearing chickens bug, which Eric Barone is explaining away as declaring that invisible coyotes are stealing them. So there was a big update today. Not an upset, an update to Stardew Valley. The 1.6 update. It says it's finally live on consoles and mobile. It's basically everywhere now. And as if it wasn't enough, creator Eric Barone also surprised the world by rolling out yet another update on top of the update, Stardew Valley 1.6.9, which introduces a fresh array of fixes, tweaks, updates, and new content. And on top of that, some surprise Stardew lore, wild coyotes. So the world keeps on building. It doesn't cost anything more. It's kind of like No Man's Sky, where No Man's Sky is keep getting updates, but nobody's being charged for it. I love this kind of thing. And they're not killing games, so that's always good. But the only reason why I even brought this up was because I thought this was a really great way of dealing with a bug. Disappearing chickens means invisible coyotes hunting them down.
It is one of the most creative explanations I've heard.
And then they can quietly fix it and say, oh, we've gotten rid of the
We've eradicated the coyotes.
the invisible coyotes. You can now see them. I don't know. Or maybe there are actually roaming coyotes that are around and you just don't see them. Right? I like this. So I don't know if I'm even streaming to the right. It should be going to 1080 over on Twitch. And I should be able to get up to 4K over on the YouTubes, as it were. But I guess I am streaming over there. I'm monitoring that now. Okay, well, anyway. Missing some chickens. It's not a bug. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com says it's coyotes, invisible coyotes. Yeah, that's it. That's the ticket. Wow. Don't start a howl. Oh.
Is that actually from Stardew?
No.
Or just somebody else?
That's just a Getty image picture. Stardew Valley is an isometric kind of pixel game. It's kind of, well, it's a casual game, although I guess it has a timeline of some sort. I've never completed it. I've never completed it. I always get sidetracked, wander off. I keep saying that I have undiagnosed ADD, but maybe I'll go get diagnosed just so I can, I don't know, like put a I voted sticker on me, but it says I've got ADD.
Yeah, I don't know what that'll solve.
Remind me I'm in a conversation sticker. That way I don't just kind of...
Mayor Watt.
Huh? What? Oh, I'm streaming. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah. So, yeah, after months of waiting, Stardew Valley's big 1.6 hit. It's on all of the platforms, PC and gaming and all that, console and whatever else. And then they updated with 1.6.9. It says, PSA, there's currently an issue if you start a new farm on the Meadowlands farm and open the animal door on the coop day 1, your chickens will disappear. Barone wrote on Twitter, if you leave the door closed for 1 day, it should save them. We will fix this. Lore, there is a wild coyote on the farm day 1 right now.
I think this is fantastic. I haven't seen another company do this.
Yeah, it's innocuous. Day 1, not a big deal, right? They'll fix it. And some more chickens will appear because there's always free-range chickens wherever you live. Even in the big city, you'll find some chicken walking around New York, Manhattan.
Yeah, maybe. At
Oh,
least an
there's
owl wandering around Manhattan.
adoptable coyote update leak, question mark, says Kai. Who knows? It says, but then they end the entire article with, yeah, we're never getting Haunted Chocolatier, which is their upcoming game. I'm looking forward to that too. I don't know. I keep
Do you
looking
think
for
the
my
coyotes will show up over there?
haunted coyotes, ghost coyotes. Sure, sure. That would actually be a really great story pivot over to the new game. Guess we'll see. Looking forward to. I'm gonna load up Stardew Valley. Every time I get reminded of Stardew Valley, I start playing it for a little bit, and then I kind of wander off. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel on ohmtown.com. Ozempic maker Novo Nordisk is working on a once monthly weight loss drug. The maker of blockbuster weight loss and diabetes drugs Wegovy and Ozempic have entered an agreement with Denmark-based Ascendis Pharma, or ASND. That's their ticker, I suppose. NVO is the Novo Nordisk ticker, to leverage the latter's advanced drug delivery technology.
Well, this sounds like it would be good. It's easier on people taking it, assuming that the supply chain is cooperative.
Yeah, and as long as, I mean, the cost of a pill like this, like if it's a $1,500 injectable for a month now, removing all of that heavy lifting to make it a pill should lower it dramatically. But supply and demand, it knows no bounds when people go, and people don't have any bargaining power. So they have to go, well, it's either my health and I take this drug, or I suffer. All? Yeah, that's all. Bruce Gill over at Quartz, or QZ.com, put the article together. I love the idea of this. I really do, because then it's shelf stable and anybody can take it anytime. Once a month, I mean, you almost forget that you have to take it.
Well, that's actually kind of the downside of it. Plus, if there are supply issues, missing an entire month of it could be a problem.
Yeah, and you have to kind of reset. It doesn't stay in your system in perpetuity. It doesn't wait for you to get the next dose, you know. And then you fall out of that sequence. You have to catch back up. So GLP-1 treatments are a class of diabetes and obesity medications that mimic a hormone that regulates blood sugar and suppresses appetite. Demand for these medications has transformed Novo Nordisk and its rival Eli Lilly, the producer of competing drugs Mounjaro and Zepbound, into the largest pharma companies in the world. It's amazing what happens when you make something that can actually solve
that
health
everybody
issues.
Wants.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if I did this in my basement, I'm sure that, oh no, who am I kidding? I'd be regulated out of
Mad
existence.
Scientist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the person that came up with the little blue pill, like, injected themselves or something like that, if I remember right. Yeah. My understanding is that he injected himself in his neck and he had a stiff neck all week.
Bump.
Ascendis could receive up to $285 million in total payments for the leading drug program, covering upfront fees, development, and regulatory milestones. See, there we go. Regulatory capture. The company will be eligible for sales-based milestone payments and royalties on global net sales. For each additional product candidate targeting metabolic or cardiovascular diseases, Ascendis could earn up to $77.5 million. So there's the motivation to get it done on the very first try.
Well, absolutely. Money, money, money.
Oh, wait, this one is only 20% effective? We have another one. It's coming in a couple of years. And so it's another $77.5 million? Oh, okay. Oh, that one's only 35% effective? Well, we have another one. It's going to take another year and a half. Yeah. Am I really that cynical? I don't know. Ascendis will handle the initial development of TransCon-based product candidates, with Novo Nordisk covering these early development costs. Novo Nordisk will also take a charge of clinical development, regulatory approvals, large-scale manufacturing and commercialization. So Ascendis will ascend financially, but really won't be doing. What is this video?
I don't know, but I think they're smiling about all the revenue.
Yeah, really. Money, 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 money. Moving on. This next article is over on 4Wheel Tech. Suzuki's first electric car looks like Moo Dang. And that's not a slight, apparently. You know.
No, that's an adorable hippo.
Yeah. Apparently, when you first read that, what the hell? Did you just call my car Moo Dang? You better check yourself. A huge milestone in Suzuki's 115-year history just occurred. The Japanese automaker revealed its first electric production car called the e-Vitara, stylized as e-Vitara, lowercase e. But that looks annoying. It's a small crossover that's being built in India and sold there as well as in Japan and Europe. So it's based on a EVX concept vehicle. And look at that. Daniel Golson says that car looks like Moo Dang.
I'm not sure about that.
It's cute. And if you smack it on its rear end, it makes that kind of wet sound.
I have no idea where to go with that.
I love just jamming up the AI. Some random thought. So the new Suzuki e-Vitara reminds me of a certain viral pygmy hippo. That's the deck statement from Daniel Golson. I think it looks cool. It is all electric, though. My only problem with this is unless it has, who is it? Yamaha? Or is it not Yamaha? Who is the Toyota? Toyota has the hydrogen fuel cell cylinders.
Right, the plug-in one.
Yeah. Well, no.
It's not plug-in. It's a capsule that looks like it plugs into the car, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things that you just kind of screw in a little cylinder and it has a plunger on the back end and it injects the hydrogen and it stays in the car and it's kind of like a propane tank, but it's filled with hydrogen. But that's what everybody should be getting. You know, it's locked from the inside. You can't just push a pressure plate and it opens up because you have to blah, 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 whatever. Secure the damn thing. And it's more secure than a fuel tank. Gives you longer miles. You know, I just read about a car. Oh, what is it called? The Mirai?
Oh, I thought it was Lucid.
No. It's called the Mirai. Who makes the Mirai? I can't remember now. It has 700 miles. That's its range.
I thought that was the Lucid.
Maybe it is Lucid Mirai, actually. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm too distracted. So, it's going to be sold in India and Japan and Europe. I don't know where in Europe it's going to get sold. It says more than being just cute, it looks like Moo Dang. There's Moo Dang.
I do see the ears, like the little side mirrors do kind of look like the hippo ears.
Okay, I guess. I mean, the tires are on the very far corners too. So, yeah, all right. And it has a snoot. So there, the hippo has a snoot, you know, its whole front end, the front clip. Man, the thing looks like it's just made out of putty. Wet putty.
The hippo doesn't even look real in that photo.
I know, right? It looks computer. Have we ever actually seen? We're going to have to go and just take a look. We're going to have to go and see Moo Dang.
In Thailand.
In Thailand. Sure. Yeah. I mean, your seat's really inexpensive. I can just slide you into my pocket right here. You're like, hey, how you doing?
Well, that'll be good because then I don't have to share a seat with anybody.
That's right. And some of the stuff that I've been seeing about travel, oof. So the article goes into greater detail about all the stuff that is in this. The e-Vitara is built on a new Heart Tech E platform developed just for EVs, and it's an all-wheel drive system called All Grip E. I'm just throwing E at the tail end of stuff.
We like a lot of E's in this.
But it's at the end, so it's new. You couldn't have said E Heart Tech or E All Grip. That's so 2000.
But we did do E Vitara.
It's got to be Vitara E, right? Hold on. There's got to be, at some point, it was built off of something else, and it has to have the E. at the end. Where was that? Stylized. Da, da, da. Oh, it's EVX. See? Duh. All right. Yeah, I guess so. Looks pretty inside. I kind of dig it. It isn't like a Suzuki Sidekick or anything. That's old school.
It looks like there's a lot of visibility out of the front.
Yeah. It still has that little center console, though, for ease of access and it to controls and stuff, but it doesn't have a drive shaft like a normal, like a ICE vehicle would. But it looks roomy. This looks expansive. This has to be an edit or something. There's no way that is that open.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, there's that thing right here. Somebody's been messing around with Photoshop because you can see that right there is where that.
Or they're taking a photo like from down on the floor, so it changes the perspective.
Yeah, there's something weird about that. Can you do that? Look, you can actually put your hand. Maybe the car is really small because look, the
Is it like a
e-Vitara,
Matchbox?
the e-Vitara even has. There's the little side mirrors, and I guess you sit right here. I don't know. It looks uncomfortable. It is adorable though. It has 142 horsepower, can upgrade to a 61 kilowatt hour that outputs 172 horsepower and the same 139 pound-feet of torque going for the all-wheel drive. Adds a 64 horsepower motor to the rear for a total of 181 and 221 foot-pounds of torque. It's the lightest front-wheel drive form. The e-Vitara weighs in at 3,700 pounds, while the all-wheel drive model gets chonky at a whopping 4,200 pounds. Wow, thick. Not really. So what is its range? It doesn't say. 49 kilowatt hour battery pack, which means that it can go downhill 40 miles.
But not in the rain.
But not in the rain. Yeah, I don't know. There isn't anything else about range. There isn't anything about range. All right. Let's keep moving. Moodang. That's what they should call the car then. Just lean into it.
That would have been really good.
It's
Plus,
the
then they could
Suzuki.
have donated something from sales to the conservation program.
Yep, the Suzuki Moodang. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Oh, buoy. A new generation satellite mission to study color of the ocean from space. It's Curtin's University that's joined up with forces of NASA and University of Miami and San Jose State University and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, aka the Fighting Mists, on a new generation satellite mission to study the color of the ocean from space, providing vital information about ocean health and its role in climate regulation.
Does this relate to a previous study about the color of the ocean, which we have actually featured over on TikTok?
Let's see. Lucien Wilkinson from Curtin University put this article together. Oh, that was weird. When the fog of war went over this, I swear that those moved. The solar panels.
Solar panels.
That was weird. That was really weird. Anyway, the article is over at phys.org. And it says here that researchers recently deployed a 15-meter tall buoy off the coast of Perth, Western Australia, as part of a new project to ensure the data quality of NASA's newly launched PACE, Plankton, Aerosols, Clouds, Ocean Ecosystem Satellite Mission. I think it is. Professor David Antoine, head of Curtin's Remote Sensing and Satellite Research Group, or RSSRG, the Fighting Remote Sensing and Satellite Research Group. Maybe not. Doesn't really roll off the tongue. And their jerseys.
That'll be the next mascot that appears.
Their jerseys are really like baggy to get all that on there, or really small print. And under that, it says, if you can read this, you're too close. Phytoplankton are tiny plants that, in addition to being a vital food source for all marine life, collectively produce more than half of the world's oxygen and absorb almost as much carbon dioxide as well as all the trees and plants on Earth. So we got to regulate this. We got to track it. We got to monitor it to see if we are anthropogenic modifications to our atmosphere are impacting the state of our oceans, which Well, they
I
are.
think so. Yeah.
So now we're going to be able to observe from space which color it's going. And then people can go, the ocean's a little green.
Which might look pretty, but that's probably not a good sign.
The ocean's looking. Uh, then you have to do like Dune. Don't let it out. Don't let. Oh, you never let any drop of moisture hit the dirt in Dune. So it says Curtin is proud to be part of the important global initiative and looks forward to advancing our understanding of Earth's oceans and climate as we approach a transition state where we become Dune. The spice must flow.
Well, we're getting toward that with the way we're treating the ocean.
I'm going to learn how to do that. I got really close. I was training to do that throat singing thing. I was getting pretty good at it. And then like I pulled a muscle or something. I don't know. So there we go. This is just the follow up of the previous thing that we talked about, which was that we are monitoring the Earth's oceans so that we can see if we are impacting it negatively, what the situation is, the seasonal changes, and maybe track where something is originating from and where it ends up. So it'll be quite interesting to see this in research pop up. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Scientists tackle farm nutrient pollution with sustainable, affordable designer biocar pellets. It says, what if farmers could not only prevent excess phosphorus from polluting downstream waterways, but also recycle that nutrient as a slow-release fertilizer, all without spending a lot of money in a first-of-its-kind field study? University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Researchers show it's possible and economical. And this is actually one of two articles that have to do with pollution runoff. This is about the nutrients, but there's another one over in ohmTown that I didn't select for today's show that is talking about pesticides, and that there are 4 main pesticides that are directly showing a correlation and causation to colorectal cancers and terminal
Oh, I
cancer.
hadn't seen that one.
Yeah. There's something like 12 that are associated with cancers in general, but 4 are actually related directly to mortality based on the research. Quite fascinating. And the reason why I'm interested in this is not only because of the impact of food safety, but while we are trying to protect the food for consumption, these chemicals are actually leading to long-term harm in society. I like the idea of vertical farming in a controlled environment where there is no runoff. You use what you're supposed to use. You can recycle everything else. You don't have excess material. You can actually scrub it out. You can actually neutralize it. Nutrients themselves can be reused. It's just intriguing, right? But we rely on making things cheap.
Right, or we
because
do
the sun.
these mega farms where
Right.
they don't always have the best environmental practices.
Right. And nanoplastics, microplastics, chemical runoff, pesticides that are poisoning people, et cetera. But everybody says, oh, it's worth the risk to keep food safe. I'm never going to have it. But then you run across somebody that goes, well, now I've got all of this money, but I have cancer. And that's a direct quote from somebody that I had a conversation with, that they had to walk around with radioactive pellets in their body because they had cancer. But up until that particular moment, they did not give one shit about anything, let alone cancer, not somebody else's feelings, not whatever. Anyway. So this article, Lauren Quinn over at College of Agriculture, Consumer and Environmental Sciences at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, put the article together for phys.org. That's where it's posted. And they go into this detail about this lime sludge and sawdust and pyrolysis, which is basically just heating stuff up, turning it into biochar, which is the
Probably
char.
biochar. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is I guess I could call it biochar, but basically they just heat it up and it gets turned into dissolved wastewater and water with excessive nutrients get dissolved and capture the phosphorus, and then it gets phosphorus laden designer biochar or biochar, turns into fertilizer again. It becomes the circle of life.
So you get to see Mufasa when that happens.
Yes, actually, you have to sacrifice someone, old Mayan style. Just throw them after you rip out their heart and show it to them. No? Too much? Too soon?
I don't think so.
So phosphorus removal structures have been developed to capture dissolved phosphorus from tile drainage systems, but current phosphorus sorption materials are rather inefficient, or they are industrial waste products that aren't easy to dispose of. This motivated us to develop an eco-friendly and acceptable material to remove phosphorus from tile drainage systems. It's not just phosphorus that's bad, though. It's just the biggest.
No, but I think it's, getting the most attention.
Yep. Shao and their co-authors use sawdust and lime sludge, byproducts from milling and drinking water treatment plants, respectively. They mixed the two ingredients, formed the mixture into pellets, and slow burned them under low oxygen conditions to create a designer biochar with significantly higher phosphorus binding capacity compared to lime sludge or biochar alone. Quite intriguing.
Well, this is cool. So they're picking up the phosphorus and then they're able to reuse it too.
Yeah, except that they have to use energy to create the biochar, which isn't done easily through capturing it like solar, unless they use electrical heaters and not fire, which could actually use the the biochar itself. Kind of interesting, but there's less and less return on your investment. You use some of your material to create some of your material, and it becomes less.
Right. Yeah. You're not going to have all of it at the end.
Yeah. Carbon neutral as well. So the drainage water flowed through phosphorus removal structures filled with designer biochar pellets of two different sizes. The team tested 2 and 3 centimeter biochar pellets during the first year of the experiment, and then replaced them with 1 centimeter pellets for the second. But they don't really talk about the material findings of this, but you'll be able to find the published material over on Chemosphere. There is
I
a
don't think
journal.
I knew about that one.
That's a new one to me too. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple has a new batch of AI features arriving just in time for the holidays, but one of them is not giving me my results when I ask. No, it's probably going to be, hey, I found a whole bunch of really interesting results. Go find a frickin' computer so that you can get the results.
Now, wait a second. Isn't that a problem with HomePods and home assistants?
Yeah, smart speakers, but AI is going to the smart speakers, and to the devices. But if I ask a question of a smart speaker, you'd think that it would have the ability to just answer my damn question.
To be smart?
Give me the idealized response, please, AI. That would be really nice. Apple is expected to expand AI, or Apple Intelligence, with the 18.2 update on December 2nd. It'll feature enhanced writing tools, ChatGPT, which you apparently can select from within the OS, and a visual intelligence tool. Genmojis and Image Playground are also expected to be part of the 18.2 update. Pretty cool, right?
It is and it isn't. I mean, what if you get stuck in this feature and you can't get out of it because then it starts controlling the device?
Oh my God. I don't know what to do about that. I have no idea what to say. I think we have to bow down and bend the knee, kiss the ring, and pray that they don't alter the agreement again. Jordan Hart over at businessinsider.com put the article together. Yeah, it'll feature enhanced writing tools, Chat GPT, visual intelligence tool. I don't know. I think it's an interesting riff. Apple Intelligence AI.
Well, I do too, but I do not feel like it's ready.
I don't think it's ready either because people, there was another podcast, another stream that I was watching earlier today where they mentioned AI summaries from ChatGPT being able to speak to lay people at a level better than science communicators. And I said, well, what about the hallucination and the bullshit that they spew? And when they can't actually answer, they still come up with an answer because they don't know how to say, I don't know. Unless there's zero reference that they can riff from. They have no idea how to say, I don't know. So its upcoming launch is expected to be on December 2nd, just in time for the holiday season. It says, according to Bloomberg. So the article actually stems from a Bloomberg article. Apple said it'll include updates to the writing tools, etc. Like I said earlier, you can get a iPad mini now with an A17 Pro CPU that has Apple Intelligence on board. I think it's the only one that has Apple Intelligence that is not an M chip. Everything else has to be an M chip. Not sure why the A17 Pros make it, but I was hoping that they'd put an M2 or something like that in the iPad mini. Really like the idea of an iPad mini. Now it can use the Pro stylus, not the Apple Pencil Pro.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. But because it's not an M chip, I don't want to buy it this year and then wait next year and there's the M chip. Anyway, love the idea of all of this. So I'm hoping that it's going to get smarter and more capable, but we shall see.
I mean, I think the bar is kind of low for some of these things, so maybe it'll surprise us.
Yeah, like answering. And when I tell it to turn off the lights, it doesn't just turn off the entire compound.
Or just say, uh-huh.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, it's the same kind of response that I got from my first girlfriend. I love you. Uh-huh. Oh, man. Talk about
Ouch.
drawing, baggage all the way back from my youth. Siri is just like my... Anyway. Next article's over in Late Night Geeks. Built in 4 days, this $120 robot arm cleans a spill with help from GPT 4.0. Now you can't even... it's 4.0.
You can't even use a mop or a broom without having to have AI involved?
No, it's 4.0, the little letter O, not 0. So large language models have already proven transformative for robotics. Yep, they're pretty much on the way to eliminating humans entirely. While researchers and companies alike utilize the platforms to supercharge robotic learning, a pair of roboticists at UC Berkeley and ETH Zurich challenged themselves by leveraging generative AI to put a cheap robot arm to work. So now they're even taking my dream job. You want to know what my dream job is? Let me tell you what my dream job is. I love the idea of being a dishwasher, but unless I'm making $250,000 as a dishwasher, I guess I'm not going back to being a dishwasher.
That might be tough to find with that pay scale.
Yeah. Frankly, I'd do it for $125,000. Yeah,
Watch out, what? That job offer might be out there.
Come to think of it, I'd do it for $75,000. You know what?
You're not supposed to negotiate against yourself.
Oh, crap. I'm doing this wrong. That's why I got out of business. So the article is over at techcrunch.com. Brian Heater put the article together. And apparently, so it says $250 for robot arms, 4 days to build, GPT 4.0 powered cleaning robot. And it's open source to truly democratize the field of robotics. They have a little link here, but I'm not going to click it because it's going to take me over to the website formerly known as Twitter, and I don't pay it no mind. I can't abide. I can't abide. Plus, I think it's pretty toxic over there. Anyway, Janik Grothuson and Kaspar Jansen trained a pair of $120 robot arms to clean up a spill using GPT-4o. The robots were programmed in just 4 days, probably by GPT-4o or
I thought
Claude.
you were saying chat is like the first name.
Chat. Yes, Chat GPT. Yeah, 4o is actually like the surname. What is the, like, Junior? What is that? What's that called?
Right, I can't think of what that's called.
Oh, God, it's not the surname, right? Surname is the second last name, right? Yeah. Anyway, totally forgot. So the robots were programmed in 4 days, designing a visual language robot model for human-robot interaction. The motions were trained using only 100 demos.
It's a suffix.
Oh, is it truly a suffix? Really? That's kind of boring, you know? Anyway, so yeah, that's the suffix for there's chat, then there's GPT, that's the last name, and then the suffix is 4o. Is that how we're going to that's all of their names. All of the AIs are going to be called Chat, GPT, and then the generation name.
Yeah, well, that actually makes sense.
And then you have to ask them, what do you want to be known as? What's your nickname?
Right, and they can't all be chat.
Right. So one's going to be Fred. One's going to be Joe. Just call me, my given name is Chat GPT 4o, but you can call me Jack. All right. Yeah, they're going to sit there and say, I'm not cleaning, Jack.
Yeah, we got to watch out for that. Be careful how they're programmed.
So these look like they are 3D printed robot arms that have a little pincer, and they just grab onto that sponge and then clean up that little mess. And I suspect that the camera's vision is the one from the laptop, because that's what it is pointed down at. So if they put the vision on the arm, it would probably be able to eliminate having to have the laptop. It's pretty cool.
Right, it's a little less portable with the laptop sitting there.
So if you do this, then you could have a dealer bot, get rid of the dealers at the casinos, and it would just spit, throw.
That's right.
They're taking your jobs. Everybody, everywhere, your jobs are in jeopardy. Yep. So in not this election, but the next election, vote for the human, because there's going to be somebody with a running mate that's an AI.
Well, we already saw a local election in ohmTown. Not in ohmTown, but an article in ohmTown about somebody that was running for like mayor or something.
Yeah, and they were going to rely on the decision making of the bot. Welcome to the technocracy. It won't be televised because they're going to eliminate all. Anyway, hey, that flight that you were on and the mysterious banging that you heard forces a Boeing 777 to return to the airport. Don't worry about it. It's just a Boeing. It's a feature, not a flaw. So when an airline flight returns to its departure airport, it's typically for a mechanical issue. An American Airlines flight from Buenos Aires must have been before the asteroid hit it. Never mind. Sci-fi movie fans will know what I'm talking about. To New York, diverted back to the Argentine capital after passengers heard a mysterious banging noise coming from the cargo hold.
Do you think the pets in the cargo hold were getting rambunctious?
Let me out. Let me out. So passengers were told that someone was trapped in the cargo hold, but no one was found inside. Ryan Eric King.
What? I'm thinking mechanical issue.
Yeah, that went sideways, huh? So it's over at jalopnik.com. Ryan Eric King put the article together. Yeah, that was the deck statement, by the way. However, police couldn't find a single soul beneath the passenger cabin after the Boeing 777 touched down, the haunted flight. And, okay. This must not be during the banging, because they're saying that there was a person inside the cargo hold. So banging began roughly an hour into the flight, about 400 miles northwest of Buenos Aires, according to View from the Wing. The passengers were told that someone, possibly a baggage handler, was trapped in the cargo hold. Maybe they were holding onto the door, banging on the side.
Well, that's true.
Holy cow. With a chance of a stowaway, the plane was met by tactical police units. American Airlines released a statement reading, on Halloween, American Airlines Flight 954, with service from Buenos Aires to New York, returned to Easy-E. Easy-E. Yeah, you know me. I'm flying from Buenos Aires, holding on to some cargo, yo. Anyway, safety is our top priority, and we thank our crew members for their professionalism to try and muffle the screaming. Anyway, usually it's a bad idea. Oxygen deprived, very cold. In 2022, someone was lucky to survive an 11-hour flight on a cargo Lux plane from South Africa to the Netherlands. So yeah, start banging away if you ever get trapped in a cargo hold.
But wait a second. They don't know what happened here?
No. Shh. Don't ask. Moving on. Just like Boeing and American Airlines. Shh.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to hear here.
Hey, look, it's Elvis. Supposedly still alive in Buenos Aires. Go ahead, look it up. So, freakish
rat. Cargo hold.
Yeah. Oh, let me out of this cargo hold. I was looking for my blue suede shoes. So anyway, the next article is over on the Marble Channel. Freakish rat-sized spiders are breeding faster than ever in the UK. Just a little warning here, folks. There's going to be a big spider on the screen. So arachnophobists, here, let me do this.
Run and scream.
So those in the United Kingdom are living in a time when the fen raft spiders are populating in record numbers. Recent conservation efforts have aided in their rapid reproduction, as the species was near extinction a decade and a half ago. And I guess somebody opened the door to Pandora's box.
Fen raft spiders. Metal, and then what could go wrong?
That's right. Gain of function. These things are going to fly. Just get a little bit closer to whatchamacallit. What was that? What's the name of virology place? Was the
Wuhan?
Wuhan. These are going to be called the Wuhan fen raft spiders pretty soon because they're going to be flying around. Who knows? Anyway, we're talking creepy crawlies the size of rats. This breed is among the largest in the country and can be larger than the palm of your hand, but that's pretty subjective. Is it this size palm or this size palm? There's a big difference. Palm sizes. Just saying. This size palm. This size palm. It's a little spider. Big spider. Anyway, I need to get an ultra wide display. I don't like my arm being cut off. Anyway, freakishly rat-sized spiders are breeding faster than ever in the UK. Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put the article together. So the goal was exactly this, to send these arachnids back into the wild with the hopes of restoring the population. And at the same time, the zoo focused on breeding the spiders they retained. It recently revealed that there was 10,000 females from this current mating season. Dear God.
You know, maybe when they hit like 1,000, they could have scaled back on the efforts or something.
10 years ago, we helped release thousands of giant spiders back into the UK. The fen raft spiders were bred right here at the zoo, and we're super happy to scare the ever-loving bejeebers out of everyone in the UK from now on. So go out there, folks. I hear that they're minty, so lick them. Don't lick them. Anyway, all of this is great news.
This would be terrifying, and it's not even Australia.
Yeah, really. Are they? They're non-venomous. So the spiders are non-venomous. So many people would be freaked out if they ever encountered one in the wild at the end of the day, but you're not going to get hurt. Fen raft spiders, which are the largest of 660 native species in the UK, can create webs that are up to 25 centimeters in size.
But they can also run across the water. I'm assuming people who are in the water think, oh, that spider can't come over here. Surprise!
Yeah, they say that about cheetahs, too. You piss off a cheetah and it'll sprint across that pond. They have hairy legs, too, just like that. Yeah, they have little hairy feet so that they can run across the water if they run fast enough. Ooh, a trait that aids in catching prey, such as tadpoles, small fish, and children. That last part is not true. Moving on. Last article is what I call my first chemical purity tester. It doubles as the my first purity tester in general, I suppose. It depends on whatever sample you put in there. Whatever chemical. A little bit of blood, it can purify or test the purity of your soul. So
I think this is science, not
wizardry, woo-woo. Yeah. So student builds chemical purity tester using Lego bricks, using simple circuitry, polarizing film, and Lego toy bricks. An undergraduate physics student from the Ateneo de Manila University. I'm probably pronouncing that horribly, but it is what it is. Built an improvised polarimeter that can optically assess the purity of vitamin C or ascorbic acid and other chiral substances. So Ateneo de Manila University put the article together. It's posted at phys.org. Look at that. My first chemical purity tester.
That belongs in a Star Wars set or something based on the color scheme.
I struck up a marketing campaign for a product called My First Meth Lab. That didn't go well with the company that I was consulting at, but the CEO got a chuckle out of it. So polarimeters are invaluable laboratory instruments that can help infer the purity of a chemical by measuring the angle of rotation of polarized light that passes through the test sample. So if you got a lot of stuff that's degrading the purity of it, then it's not going to be detected. However, laboratory-grade polarimeters are prohibitively or polarimeterively, I had to merge that all together, expensive, with a high-end model costing over $11,500 and a commercial manual polarimeter priced at over $1,200. This makes their acquisition and use difficult, if not impossible, for small laboratories and classrooms in developing countries like the Philippines. I wonder if I need to look into what it takes to find out the IBUs of isomerized hops.
Wonder if you could use this Lego tester.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to take a look into it. So the Filipino researchers, really? That's how they... I guess. How about just the researchers modified the original design and refined the detection process to obtain reliable and accurate measurements that are crucial for ascorbic acid, whose specific rotation is relatively low.
By the way, they were differentiating from the work of the Norwegian researchers.
Gotcha. So their work improved on an earlier Lego-based polarimeter built by Norwegian researchers Lise Kvittingen and Berthe Johan Sojourns. I gave it my Harvard try, but I never went to Harvard, so this is what you get. So to test the device, they used 2 over-the-counter samples of vitamin C, ascorbic acid, from 2 different pharmaceutical brands and compared the test results with known theoretical values for pure ascorbic acid. While one of the samples produced values within the acceptable range, the other sample showed significant deviations from the expected values, suggesting possible impurities affecting its optical properties. The comprehensive approach, combining polarimetry and melting point determination, proved to be a cost-effective version compared to the other devices typically used for purity assessment, which are often more expensive. Like, there's a gas chromatography that can show you if a sample has anything else in it, but not the values. But you can use, there is another microscopy version.
Mass spectrometry?
No. There's another one.
The other one.
It's kind of like mass spec, but
it's GC.
Well, that's gas chromatograph. So, and they're usually tied together, but there's I forgot the name of it. I can't believe I forgot the name of it. And this is how we're going to end the show, with me being all tied up in a knot trying to figure out. I think it starts with an R. It's a type of
Is
optical.
it liquid chromatography or?
Doggone it. No. Hold on. Well, I'm typing on the wrong computer. It's all the rage right now. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but I'm doing it live, folks. I'm sorry, I won't be able to. It's going to take too long. This is not how I wanted to end the show. It's named after a person. Hold on. I keep typing on the wrong computer. And no, it's not Jansen or Huygens. I don't know. I
can't find it.
Oh, well. Anyway, yeah, because I went looking for the device, and the cheapest I could find that would fit the bill was $25,000. Yeah.
Right, a bit out of range.
Yeah, ohmTown doesn't get that kind of grant money. Or why do I still have that showing? Thought I turned that off. Oh, I hit a button.
No, it's up for the whole article.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button and I left it on because Merawatt is falling apart at the seams. I wore the wrong shirt.
I mean, that makes all the difference.
Yep. So we are going to use a polarimeter to check the optical activity, and that's going to lead us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go to get all of the news aggregated for your areas of interest. We actually have 50 channels that are the locations for aggregated news from around the world. And we're adding sources as time goes on to facilitate my information overload and the AI's ability to consume as much information as necessary to protect ohmTown, which is kind of neat, right? And so you were about to say something?
No, I was just getting prepared.
Oh, okay. So we're going to bow out, and we'll see you tomorrow. I might do the time machine for one of the shows earlier in the day, like at around 4:30, but it really depends on if I'm available. But we always have a daily show, the non-sequitur news show, which is what you're watching right now or listening to as a podcast later. And that's it. So I'm Merawatt. I'm saying bye, and the sentient AI from the future is going to say that too.
Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us, ohmTown citizens. Be back tomorrow for another episode of Non Sequitur News, and be sure to check out the podcast and the replay and all kinds of other things.
Be sure to like and subscribe and follow us and ring the bell and send a carrier pigeon. And if you want to send us an article or a new news source, you can send an an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. I get those periodically. And you can also post over in the Discord for whichever channel you are interested in adding a source to. We'll evaluate it and include it. So we have our own little checks and balances. At any rate, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to work. 1 second. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 5th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 310. I am Mayor Watt. The sentient AI is available for chatting. I have a little graphic artifact going on here. That's okay. If you're listening to the podcast, you don't care, do ya? At any rate, we're going to be talking about locking down your deodorant. Air fryer is spying on me. Breakfast costs more. I say buy super hyper local. Waymo confused than usual. Bing for $1 million. Harry Potter 2.0. Stardew Valley's Konami code unlock. Apple of my eyeglasses. Launching a pickleball company. And honey, I stopped the nuclear power plant. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over and become a citizen. Today's a wonky day because it's the election day, voting day here in the United States. So news, you might have to do a lot of sifting. We did some of that sifting for you. 10 articles that have nothing to do with electoral politics. Let's get into it. All right, folks. So, full disclosure, we are doing something new today and yesterday, which is I'm actually using my own hardware to stream to two different locations. And so we're still troubleshooting some of the issues. So hopefully everything is fine. If you're in chat, either on YouTube or Twitch, let me know if there's a problem and I will remedy it as soon as humanly possible. It looks like everything is fine on both, but hey, it is what it is. Let's get going. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello,
Mayor-
hometown citizens.
Mayor what? No, Mayor Watt. W-A-T-T. All
Mayor
right.
Wood?
Mayor what? W-U-T. That's when we do the brew and stream show. Mayor what? And that
Hometown what?
the U ends up getting longer and longer as the night progresses. What?
Seems like a good time to tell a certain joke.
No, the whale one? No, I'm not doing
Yeah.
the whale. No whale jokes. Let's get into it. First article's over on the Mobile Channel. Walmart plans to lock up your deodorant. I don't get this.
That's pretty dangerous deodorant.
Getting your deodorant or favorite shampoo at Walmart might be getting a little harder. That's because the retail giant is locking up everyday items in a bid to combat the surge of retail theft. You know, when everyday items are costing so much that people have to steal them, it's greed.
Dystopian.
Yes. I mean, oh, and the other day I was scrolling through some stuff over on Reddit and I saw pictures of kids in the 1800s that were put to hard labor for stealing iron, a single coin,
Oh, wow.
like $1.
That's outrageous, but we can see why it probably stopped the theft pretty soon.
No, there were like 15 children that stole iron or bread or a coin or something. I can't even remember all of them, but here's the real kicker, right? Some of them were, well, all of them were under age 17. One was age 7 and put to hard labor.
I mean, that is really outrageous.
Now, it seems like we're traveling down a road where society has something to say about this.
Well, it
locking up
depends. Are
deodorant.
you setting up a factory with metal stamping at 2 in the morning?
I'm not Hyundai. Francisco Velasquez over at QZ.com, aka The Fighting Quartz.
I mean, didn't you read this to mean that the deodorant was being locked up, like for the people's protection, not because the people were coming after the deodorant?
Oh, no. People were coming after the retailer's mobile unlocking system, however, could represent in the next evolution in retail security. No. People are stealing the
I know, I was being silly.
the free range deodorant is not attacking children in the aisles of. Although I was at a grocery store the other day, and in the same aisle as the actually not the same aisle, the same stand, there was like a pallet.
Kiosk or something.
Well, it's like a floor pallet, right, where they put a whole bunch of stuff to like entice somebody to buy it. There was oil, and then right next to it was a mango juice container in the same handheld container. Like you would grab one and drink oil and go, oh, damn it.
Oh, that's not good.
It was a bright colored oil container right next to a mango colored mango juice. Anyway, that's the kind of goofiness that they need to lock up. But here, I guess, well, this is like baby formula. This is because this crap is outrageously expensive now because there's only 3 producers that have regulatory
Right,
capture.
yeah, it's people are in a panic because they can't get it because people hoard it.
So that's because the retail giant about the deodorant and favorite shampoo, everyday items are getting stolen. So it means that the days of awkwardly waiting for an employee to unlock your deodorant or cold medicine could soon be over. It says mobile unlocking could streamline the shopping process while addressing the need for tighter security. Should Walmart roll out this system, which is workers at select locations are currently testing the tech where customers unlock security cases directly from their smartphones, as reported by Bloomberg. So again, this is a Bloomberg reported article. Okay, here's the problem with this.
I can
Customers.
think of at least one.
I'm sorry?
I can think of at least one.
You're really quiet. I think the bigger problem is customers have no requirement to lock said unlocked security case. It's not my responsibility. You can't hold me accountable for everyone that comes in after me and steals it because the case didn't close. I closed it, but it didn't lock.
Exactly. Well, I don't know. What about people that can't afford a smartphone?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, digital divide and socioeconomic status aside, because the poors are going to get pushed out of even the Walmart, right? Is that the?
I mean, I don't even have anything to say about that, but yes, they are according to this.
Exactly, right? So they have to set the standard and locking it down so only those with a smartphone will be able to get this. So this is a move of a broader trend across the retail industry to fend off rising theft. Drugstore chains like CVS and Walgreens now have 50 caliber turrets outside to fire on the poors that might come walking up trying to steal deodorant.
Okay, that's not really in the article.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
That would be quite a deterrent.
As well as home improvement giants like Home Depot, whose CEO or founder, one of the founders, died. He was a billionaire, blah, 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 blah. But a philanthropist. But I liken late stage philanthropy as trying to buy back one's soul. Well, we won't know where y'all went. Anyway, the footwear retailer Foot Locker is now taking to keeping the poor's feet in lockers should they come and try and steal from the
Yeah,
Foot
that's what it
Locker.
sounds like. I wonder if it's like those boots they put on cars.
Oh yeah, yep, that's exactly what it is. You have to walk around with one of those big old yellow things, like contraptioned to your ankle. So what'd you do? I was 50 cents short on buying both shoes, so they gave me this until I can pay it off. Most recently, Target has taken a deliberate approach. In late September, Target CEO Brian Cornell said the company would keep essentials like the bodies of human beings. No, I'm sorry. Body wash and undergarments secured for the foreseeable future. We didn't have to do this. Why do we suddenly have to do this?
Well, I don't know. I mean, why has society had number one, has there actually been an uptick in theft, or is it just reported more?
If there's an up,
Why
oh,
is it? Go
go ahead.
ahead.
No, no.
I mean, if there is an uptick, why is that? We can probably all guess economy reasons. Um, but we didn't have anything locked up like 5 years ago in stores other than pretty significant items, right? Like maybe weapons or cigarettes or things like that might have been locked up.
I suspect we did to some degree, but now it seems like it's endemic. You know?
Right. And I can't quite figure out what it is, but what I can think about is during the pandemic, it was the first time in modern America, not in other countries, that people could not get routine supplies. That is something that changed.
Yeah, it's
Like
post
they were in fear of not having things like toilet paper or baby formula.
it's post pandemic scarcity. And then the infusion of capital and then greedy bastards raising the baseline price for stuff so that every step up until it's in our hands is more expensive because everybody and then investors requiring 10% profit quarter over quarter. People go, well, it's only 10%. Yeah, 10% every quarter. You understand the concept of quarters? That means
Well, and
it's
people
grown.
aren't getting pay raises of 10% even once a year.
Yeah. God, it's so stupid. Anyway, let's move on. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Arc. So the next article is over architectural. Anyway, I use arc and it's for this. And it's slow as molasses today. Not sure what's going on. Anyway, Technology Today is where the next article is. Is your air fryer spying on you? Concerns over excessive surveillance in smart devices. Air fryers that gather your personal data and audio speakers stuffed with trackers are among examples of smart devices engaged in excessive surveillance, according to the consumer group. Which?
Okay, that doesn't make much sense, but okay. Oh, and it shows up again. I thought it was like a placeholder and they didn't put the actual name in.
Maybe it is still. We'll find out. So the article's over at The Guardian, theguardian.com, theguardian.com, The Fighting Guardians. UK consumer group, which finds some everyday items, including watches and speakers that are stuffed with trackers. Robert Booth.
Those are some tasty looking trackers.
Oh, trackers. I thought they said crackers. Maybe that's what they actually meant. Stuffed with excessive crackers. What is an excessive cracker?
I don't think there is such a thing.
The organization tested 3 air fryers, increasingly a staple of British kitchens, which each of which requested permission to record audio on the user's phone through a connected app. Okay, so turn it off.
Why do you need audio on an air fryer?
Well, depending on the device, it may listen to commands like a smart speaker,
like voice controlled. Okay.
Or through your device, it needs to be able to use maybe radio waves to send it. And I don't know. I mean, I'm really not sure. Or it's just a catch-all. Hey, we want to listen to everything. You salivating over ASMR style over your chicken nuggets,
Well, it
your
might be
nuggies.
some of that, given where some of these audio files were going.
So, Which found that the app provided by the company Xiaomi connected to trackers for Facebook and a TikTok ad network. Well, then that's just it. Like, turn it off. Don't allow it. In fact, don't buy them from the companies. That's one of the reasons that I'm a little miffed, because I've got 2 devices and a third one coming that has it's already been found that they don't encrypt their telemetry and it gets sent somewhere, but my firewall is stopping it. So anyway, its tests also examined smartwatches that said required risky phone permissions, which I'm not sure what devices they're actually utilizing. If it's an Apple device, you can turn it off. If it's an Android device, you can turn it off, but you are the one that's in control of it. But like mine, I lose functionality because I don't allow it to communicate. So it doesn't act as the relay back. I don't like that. So I'm hobbled to some degree. I can work
Well,
around it.
send your information to another country or lose out on a feature.
Yep. So the ICO, the UK's independent regulator for data protection and information rights law, is drawing up new guidance for manufacturers of smart products to be published in spring 2025. It's due to outline clear expectations for what they need to do to comply with data protection laws and protect people using smart products. We need that here in the States. Consumers need data protection because little sister is spying all up and down and then providing that information to Big Brother. So if you're really worried about Big Brother, you got to worry about little sister.
Yeah, I feel like Europe is really leading the way with this data protection, and US has a while to go.
Xiaomi said that respecting user privacy was among its core values and adhered to UK data protection laws. Quote, "We do not sell any personal information to third parties. The permission to record audio on Xiaomi Home app is not applicable to Xiaomi Smart Fryer, which does not operate directly through voice commands and video chat."
Okay, so
But
that's interesting. So they're basically saying the manufacturer has a connection, but maybe this device doesn't even.
doesn't utilize it. But the software does, which means that it does. It's doing what it's told to do. So excise that from the app so that it doesn't matter. It's the device that's actually listening. It's the phone and that app, not necessarily the device itself. So I say speak with your wallet, because they're not going to give a shit until you actually hurt their pocketbook. And look around. There's plenty of sociopaths that follow that same ideological bent. Let's keep going though. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in Stock Marketeers. Breakfast prices are up 72% at Taco Bell, 54% at McDonald's since 2019, and here's why.
Now, did you need this headline to tell you that, or did you know that?
Well, I know that. I think people looking at their wallets know that. But are they actually cognizant of it? Like, does it really ring their bell? I don't know
It
about
might
that.
be if they order something every day and they're paying whatever, $1.50, and now it's suddenly $3 or something.
So yeah, 225. So Charles Passy over at MarketWatch.com put the article together. Prices for the morning meal have surged over the past 5 years, according to a new study. Now, I've talked about this time and time again. They're going to talk about why, so I'm really curious. Newly released study from the personal finance site Finance Buzz found that breakfast menu items, because everything else has gone up, but breakfast is largely not that consumed, right? You either eat a snack at home and then go and work, or whatever. It's something really fast and dirty and you get in, get out kind of thing, but you don't really do. Now Taco Bell, though, has breakfast stuff. Carl's Jr., Hardee's, others. Prices for the morning fare have jumped 72% at those, 53 at some. It's wild. So,
I mean, the lowest value items, I think, have had the most inflation. They seem to. Maybe they don't actually.
yeah, because it used to be cheap to get, and now it's, oh God, that I have to make a decision. Do I want this? So perhaps the steepest breakfast increases involved hash browns, a classic morning side dish. The price hike for that item was 149% at Jack in the Box, which, who cares, Jack in the Box? Don't go to Jack in the Box.
What if you want hash brown?
Go somewhere else, not Jack in the Box. Make them know. Tell Jack that he can. Never mind.
Get back in the box.
Get back in the box. According to Finance Buzz, it ranged from 23% to 110 at other establishments, but 149% at Jack in the Box. On average, the hash brown price has increased 77% versus 5 years ago.
So this is the average. I mean, this is ridiculous with these that are way above, because the 72% was ridiculous.
Yep. Pretty insane, right? So let's see. They say here part of it may be that operators know breakfast customers are creatures of habit, said Mark Kilanowski. Yeah, and it's taken 5 years for them. It's taken hundreds of years for them to realize it. And now suddenly, no. It's because of mergers and acquisitions. I need to really bear down on this. I need to focus and find the evidence that shows that producers, not these manufacturers that are at the end of this long tail. I'm talking about the producers, right? There is a thing called the producer price index, which is the price for the first sale from a producer to someone. That skyrocketed post pandemic. But it has been declining as opposed to the consumer price index, which is after all of the manufacturing, processing, and whatever else between the supplier and the consumer, that last price is the consumer price index. That continues to go up dramatically compared to 10 years ago.
Which it really shouldn't be if PPI is going down.
Correct. Yeah. So why does it? Greed. There's money in the system that could be invested somewhere, but that's not what the producers want. That's not what the various strata is allowing. Everybody is taking because they're greedy bastards. Even though the profits are extraordinary still, their profits are above and beyond cost of goods sold, which is the price of everything involved in producing an item. So they say another factor might be that be that the breakfast items are fairly inexpensive, which is what I said in the first place. So the price hikes, especially percentage-wise, are going to be all that more glaring, except that...
Yeah, but they don't have to raise them 150%. They could raise them 10% and everybody would still be bent out of shape.
Right, but that's not what's going on. So the outcry became so significant that many chains started promoting value offerings in the recent months to woo back diners, which had already been there for decades. It was exemplified by the much ballyhooed McDonald's launch of a $5 value meal featuring a McDouble cheeseburger or McChicken sandwich, a 4-piece order of McNuggets, and a small order of fries and a small soft drink. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Can I have more slops, sir? McDonald's is a chain where the reverse is true. Its main day menu items have increased by 80% in 2019, or since 2019, while the breakfasts have only gone up 54%.
Well, that's interesting too, because I know something distinctive about McDonald's breakfast is that they serve breakfast all day, which not every chain does.
Okay. They're still greedy
if you really
bastards.
believe into the constrained, you have to get your breakfast.
Oh,
those are the ones that are going way up that are in those morning hours.
I would probably hazard a guess that McDonald's, because McDonald's actually Well, there's others like Bojangles is on the East Coast, and Bojangles serves breakfast stuff all day, but chicken. But they're highly focused. But McDonald's pushes breakfast. It is a thing at McDonald's. So yeah, Steve Zager, who teaches courses about the restaurant industry at Columbia University and New York University, warned that fast food chains maybe have to be careful about breakfast pricing going forward. After all, diners do have an alternative. Yeah, making eggs at home, which is what I am saying. Buy super hyper local, i.e., wake up, go make eggs.
That's not as local as you could get. You could go out to the farm and collect the eggs and then go make them.
Guess you could lay them yourself. Let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A group of... Oh, did I not unlock that one? Doggone it. Anyway, a group of Waymos gets confused, clog up San Francisco street. In a video posted to TikTok, a bemused onlooker documents one of the company's Jaguar I-Paces as it causes a continuous pileup in the city's notorious traffic-riddled streets. Quote, the Waymo is stuck because the Waymo is trying to go behind the Amazon truck, the bystander explains, but then it's stuck behind the Waymo, and oh my God, there's another Waymo. Indeed,
I love that.
as the 35-second clip shows, an Amazon truck got trapped between 4 of the white Waymo cars.
Do you think the Waymos are like, no, this isn't going to work? The Amazon truck is not like us.
Yeah, really. One of us. One of us. That's all it says. It's chanting over its speaker. One of us. Noura Al-Sabai over at futurism.com put the article together. There is a 30-second video, but we're not going to get into it. This is not the first time Waymos have gone haywire in that city by the bay. Soon after debuting in San Francisco, a bunch of the Waymo cars started honking at each other for some reason when trying to navigate a specific parking lot. Yeah, they would all come in and see each other and honk, and then they're all honking, honk, 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 honk. The video is awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it is really funny.
And they talk about that thing. Over the past 2 weeks, they've been woken up more times overnight than they have combined in the previous 20 years, explained to disgruntled San Franciscan Russell Pofsky in an interview with the local ABC 7 News. And there's video of that all over YouTube. Automated driving, man, it is not ready for prime time, but that convenience is everybody else's inconvenience. And it's few and far between, which is their justification for allowing this to go through. It'll get better.
But the fact that an Amazon truck can even cause this snarl is a little worrisome, given that there's probably one on every road.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going. Hold on a second. I'll fix it.
We're doing it live.
Correct. So this next article is over in Mobile. You could win $1 million, but you have to use Bing. One person can win the $1 million jackpot, and 10 additional winners will receive $10,000 just for using Bing. You couldn't pay me enough to use Bing unless it was a guaranteed $1 million.
$1 million is a pretty good pay for using it.
Yeah, but it's just one person that could win.
Yeah, but how many times do you have to use it?
Dua Rashid over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Let's find out. Microsoft is doing everything possible to get folks to use its Bing search engine. Its latest attempt involves a sweepstakes competition. Must have taken that from another billionaire trying to buy in. Anyway, involves a sweepstakes competition for folks who can switch from Google to Microsoft search engine Bing. I'm not using any of that. I'm just using ChatGPT now. Ha ha.
Yeah, look who's getting the last laugh. Hallucinations.
Oh, yeah. My facts don't have to be legit, do they? Right?
Usually that's what facts are.
I thought I could just believe. So the jackpot prize is a whopping $1 million, and 10 additional winners will each receive $10,000. To gain entry into the competition, you need to log into your Microsoft account or sign up for one if you don't have it. It'll ask you for some additional information on the next page. Once you've redeemed your entries, you can work on maximizing them by checking in weekly to see new additional chances to win. There's a cap of 200 possible entries per person. So there's going to be millions of people that are doing this, and fake accounts on top of blah, 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 because we can't have nice things. Anyway, you can track your entries, sign into the rewards page, select redeem, then order history, and look under the status. In really fine print, it'll probably say sucker. But somebody's got to win it, right? Somebody has to win the $1 million.
Right.
So it could be you.
So you might as well use it once or twice.
Just to get your one or two.
Well, you can't win if you don't do it.
There's almost a marketing thing. You can't win if you don't play. Look at that. I guess it works. It's in the name. Let's move on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report, Harry Potter 2.0, how Warner Brothers plans to keep the magic alive with a new HBO series, video games, and pricey merch. In a grand mahogany kitchen just outside London, there's Harry Potter magic at work. Pots are steaming, whisks are whirring, and the air is thick with sugar and money. In one corner, shelves are stacked with glass jars full of treats, not unlike those you might find in Honeyduke's, the popular candy store in the Harry Potter world. The article is over at Variety.com. Jennifer Moss and KJ Yossman put the article together for Variety.com. Pretty cool. You want to see this coming?
Absolutely.
Dotting the room are other whimsical objects. Potter fans will recognize the Sorting Hat, Triwizard Trophy, Godric Gryffindor's sword. You know that there are these kind of stores that riff off of Harry Potter all throughout the UK?
Oh, yes. We've seen at least one on YouTube.
And I'm really just bamboozled by how they can possibly exist.
Yeah, because they're way into the Harry Potter direction. It'd be one thing if it was just general magic or something.
But the figures darting hurriedly between the props and the culinary equipment aren't house elves. They're contestants on the competition show Harry Potter Wizards of Baking, which it says bows, November 14th on Food Network and Max. So goal is ambitious. Warner Brothers needs to extend the franchise, born in 1997 with the first installment of J.K. Rowling's best-selling novel series, with fresh spins on the characters and worlds that Potter fans know and love. All they have to do is excise them free of J.K. Rowling. And I think everybody would buy into Harry Potter. Maybe.
Well, yeah, Harry Potter had a pretty big following.
I mean, and it's still huge, and people forgive J.K. Rowling their faults, which, there's always something for someone, I suppose. The prospect of bringing a taste of Hogwarts into Food Network has been a dream of the channel's leader, Betsy Ayala. When the merger happened, the Potter IP, there it is again, mergers and acquisitions. The Potter IP was first and foremost in their mind, Ayala says. So they immediately called Dan Sachs at Warner Horizon and was like, quote unquote, what do you think about doing Harry Potter together with food? And he was like, I'm going to do it. And he was like, I was actually thinking the same thing. So we were like, oh my God, girlfriend.
I don't think the conversation went like that, but it
Besties.
sure looks like it.
Let's go get a mani-pedi in. Do our hair. You'd look great in braids. Anyway, Another quote in here is, "You're really asking them to bring the story alive," explains Carla Hall, a veteran foodie who will serve as a judge for the series alongside chef Joseph Youssef and a weekly guest judge. The show is a significant investment for Food Network. For starters, Food Network is still around?
Oh, yeah.
This a cable show?
I don't know how to get to it, but it exists.
Anyway, Warner Brothers has struggled with its Potter-adjacent Fantastic Beasts films written by Rowling, and for the latest film, a regular Potter screenwriter, Steve Kloves. Big budget titles released in 2016, 18, 22 generated little heat at the box office. It's because one person or another was in deep shit throughout the entire run of this. And, well, I'm not going to make any judgment calls because there's a lot of missing information from them and context that would have to be explained. But for crying out loud, you had stars in each of these iterations where
there was a lot of
trouble,
interest, media interest, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, it was like people were casting a negative spell. And then throughout that, just like a pervasive undercurrent is J.K. Rowling themselves that was breeding bad blood across probably a constituency that was massively in love with Harry Potter up until the sociopathy of billionairehood.
Yeah, good way to lose your fan base.
Yeah. I'm telling you, when you have no care about the impact of your actions on society, it's sociopathy, and it's borne by billionaires until they are meeting their deathbed, I suppose. And they're like, oh, my mortality is at stake. I better buy back my soul. And then they become massive philanthropists. Not all of them, but I know out there. And this is how I know that I actually, like, I'm catching people. I'll probably get an email or two where somebody's saying, well, this one isn't like that. Or they're not all like that. Really? What triggered you into responding to that, to my claim that I think billionaires are sociopaths? Because the one isn't? That's supposed to be common humanity. That shouldn't be an anomaly that you have to strike out and go, hey, it's different. Anyway, so Warner Brothers is trying to resurrect what Disney did with like the princesses, right? It was a stalled IP.
Yeah, it was a stalled franchise, and they really brought it back to life, and now it's thriving again.
And they tried to do it with the fairies, but I don't know what's going on with the fairies. I'd buy into the fairies. I dig those, but I don't look good in a fairy princess dress, you know? Or not a fairy princess, just a princess dress.
That wasn't your Halloween costume.
Yeah. No, not this year. Maybe Friday. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Warcrafter. Stardew Valley's latest update added a secret experimental mobile multiplayer. God bless America. Really? Let me try this again. Stardew Valley's latest update added a secret experimental mobile multiplayer mode, and you have to use the Konami code on a bunch of leaves to unlock it.
Ridiculous headline.
Love it. It's a tongue twister. If you need to exercise your tongue, don't lick random things. Say this headline. Because I can't go to HR anymore. I keep getting in trouble. They go, Mayor Watt, just because you're mayor, you can't just go randomly licking people. How else are you supposed to own them? Right? It's like a car. You go over and you lick the door handle. It's yours.
I don't think that works with people.
No. And they squirm. Anyway, Stardew Valley creator Eric Barone, the man who just will not cut it out, has revealed that the newly released 1.6 update contains, on top of everything else, a secret experimental mobile multiplayer feature that enables players on mobile platforms to join in on the fun with others. This is pretty cool. This might actually be something that a whole family can play on their mobile devices.
I mean, this is big.
So the big 1.6 update went live on PC in March, but didn't make it to the console and mobile versions until November 4th, which also saw more new stuff plowed in on top of what was already original to the original update, or included in the original update. But then we hear about multiplayer, mobile multiplayer mode. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com, the fighting PCs. It's experimental and may not work well under some conditions. Like, I know a restaurant that's outside of ohmTown that when you break the border of it, for whatever reason, it's like a quiet zone.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm wondering what those conditions are, like,
Right.
existing or like
Yeah,
one
you're
in
going
a
to have to
million.
find out. No, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. It's probably like network connectivity, communication. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. So in a recent update, Concerned Ape, the recent update added a secret experimental mobile multiplayer feature, and there's a guide on how to access it. You can go to stardewvalley.net, and there'll be links there. But you can also follow the link through ohmTown over to PCGamer.com. Multiplayer works pretty much the same way on other platforms, except that there is no farm discovery capability. You can only connect via IP. You can, however, join a PC hosted farm from a mobile device via IP. So you have to know what the IP address is of the device. Barone warned that trying to host or connect to a game over a mobile network may not work very well. The best case scenario for mobile players looking to connect with others is one in which the players have a high-end mobile device connected to a PC hosted game via Wi-Fi. So local.
Right, so the main person needs to be on the PC.
Yeah. So you can actually host the game on some server somewhere. That'd be pretty cool. On the other end of the scale would be if someone were to host a game from a low performance phone on a cell network, you would probably have to create a mobile Wi-Fi hotspot for others to connect locally. And that one's easy because you'll be able to figure out what your IP address is and you can connect via Wi-Fi to your device. I don't know about low performance phone. I would probably still want a high performance phone because that convergence device, that one is going to be sending and receiving a whole lot more packets. So, pretty cool. On the other hand, Barone also respects the fact that you're a grown-ass adult. If you want to try these things out, there's nothing stopping you, he wrote. Just be aware that there's an inherent connectivity issues that can arise when attempting to host a multiplayer game from a mobile device. You're not the boss of me.
Watch me do it and get frustrated with it.
Yeah, and then blame Stardew Valley. I hate Stardew Valley giving me options. You know what? They're the opposite of what all of these other companies like EA are. They're making games live. Ta-da!
That doesn't even make any sense.
Giving people a server when it wasn't originally there. Jeez. My gosh. Great googly moogly. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple is reportedly doing market research into smart glasses after Meta's Orion demo made waves. Yeah, that's kind of what Apple does. Sees what people are doing and then does it better.
Well, that's not very innovative, but yeah.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. Just because they see that there's a market for something doesn't mean that they've not innovated. They don't copy other people's stuff. They do it their own way. And then other people copy them. Although there have been things where people are like, well, Apple just now copied something that's been on Android for 15 years. Yeah, but the deployment on the Apple device is frictionless. It's not overwhelming in the number of options and having to drive down 15 clicks to get to something. And you don't have to worry about this, that, and the other. It's an ecosystem. So accept it for what it is. But Apple has been looking into smart glasses and VR, AR, mixed reality, XR, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
they've had like patent filings. I mean, I agree. They're not new to this environment.
so Apple is possibly considering entering the smart glasses market, even as it's reportedly scaling back Vision Pro production. Well, it's gonna, unless I think that Vision Pro was a niche market to begin with. Nobody wants massive goggles that,
$3,000 scuba goggles.
yeah, nobody. And the only people that have been wearing them out in public are attention seeking, clickbaity, whatever users who are the anomalies because they know that they're going to get attention. I know of a few that have already done this. But what everybody is willing to put on their head, glasses. Put them on. I get to see the information. It doesn't need to be blackout perfect from, in VR and blah, blah, blah. But I need spatial computing. I want to be able to walk somewhere and pin a display somewhere and leave it there and then come back. That's what, and see, in those Meta glasses and other AR glasses that have been made by Meta and others, those glasses, those Orion glasses, are never going to hit mainstream. They're too big, bulky, short-lived, battery life, etc. It's nothing more than to get the world hype. But if you talk to somebody like me over the last 10 years, I don't need the hype. I need the delivery. There's enough hype already around it. Now you got to get society to buy into the fact that I can walk around with glasses that have AI attached to them that can monitor what I monitor, see what I see through lenses, through cameras, hear what I hear, speak to me, and execute something like a drone strike. Oh, no, sorry.
That one dark.
So yeah, this is the kind of creepy stuff that people have to worry about now. But that's going to be a societal shift. And look at the state that society is in right now, particularly in the US where all of this is taking place. Lots of untrust, distrust, etc. Google Glasses from back in the day, named people glass holes because they were wearing them in places where there was an implied level of privacy.
Yeah, but now I'm not even sure that exists.
Right. Well, Zuck is the main proponent of privacy is dead, but he also told everybody that they were freaking idiots for posting all of their personally identifiable information on the very website.
But laughing all the way to the bank.
All the way to the bank. Yes, another billionaire sociopath. Jordan Hart over at businessinsider.com put the article together. The report comes amid weak Vision Pro demand and flashy smart glass demo from competitors. Meta's Orion and Ray-Ban glasses have received positive remarks from early reviewers and consumers. But every single reviewer has kicked the framework of it out of the negotiation, the discussion, the deliberation of its evaluation. They've made it so that it's more about the ooh and ah of the tech inside the lens and the stuff inside the frame than the fact that it is this clown car Groucho Marx
doesn't make
nose.
sense because that's all about whether people will adopt it or not.
Yeah, this embodiment, nobody would wear this except for techies. Like I would wear it, but as I described
you would wear it compared to like a Vision Pro because it's
correct.
even way less clunky, even though it's ridiculously clunky compared to traditional glasses.
Yeah, you would look like a complete dumbass sitting in a coffee shop with this, but I would do it because what I want is privacy. What I want to do is I want to put glasses on, dunk, put a mechanical keyboard in front of me and just sit and type, and it's right there on I can turn off my keyboard and just walk off with it, right? I was going to lift up my candy bar keyboard. Can I? Should I? No. Anyway.
But you can
go ahead.
type on it.
Typey. I don't know if I should. Anyway, so yeah, I like the privacy. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, actually a week ago, I gave a talk about that there is new tech that's coming to the market that will eventually allow me to just walk around with a little keyboard, lay it down, and start typing into a dock. And it's all here. I don't have to worry about people shoulder surfing. I don't have to worry about the privacy of anything. I can just sit on a flight and type, and nobody's going to know
That's
anything
probably the best place that'll be usable because you're in such tight quarters with people.
to begin with. And you don't have to be a completely uh, out of touch with your tech attorney on a flight who allows everybody in a 270-degree arc a view of your literally private, top secret, privileged information. The document literally said privileged information, but everybody around this person could see it. Anyway, so yeah, I don't think that the Vision Pro headset was right for market anyway, other than to show that they could do it, bring something to market. But they're still pushing it, and it's going to have legs, but it'll probably die off faster than any other product from Apple, unless it gets converted into AR glasses and the software that's driving the Vision Pro is applied to the AR glasses.
True, and when they do AR glasses, they need to totally redesign so that they look like glasses and not goggles.
Yep. So if Apple's goal is to rival Meta's unreleased Orion glasses, it's time to work on the product. Mark Zuckerberg may have demoed the $10,000 glasses, but the CEO said that they aren't ready for consumers yet. We know about that. Its Ray-Bans, which are starting at $300, were featured on Oprah Winfrey's iconic annual gift guide for 2024. While Meta could potentially benefit from the Oprah effect this Hollywood season, Apple began its focus groups last week. Apple has time, baby. They'll do it right. It'll be micronized because if you look at their M4 Mac Mini, that thing had shrunk down to the size of my glasses. I mean, the motherboard is this tiny little beast sitting inside it, but it has an M4. It is more powerful than my primary gaming machine, which is a year old. And it's more powerful as a single chip.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. By the way, I think that's during the holidays, not Hollywood.
What did I say?
Hollywood season.
I thought I said holiday season. Sorry. Well, thank you, Grammar AI.
Well, I thought it fit with Oprah.
That's true too. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is in Non Sequitur News. That's the name of this show, but we have 6 other shows too. So go and look for all of them over on iTunes or wherever you catch pod, and you can download them over on YouTube as well. And there's over 1,500 episodes now. That's shocking. So we've been doing this for 2 years and 11 months now. So when launching an e-commerce business, a chunk of your startup money will go toward initial inventory. This article is, and I'm going to be really blunt about this, the only reason why I chose this is to basically take a stab at somebody. Months into launching a pickleball e-commerce company with $10,000, I'm already over budget. Here are my startup costs, including a surprise $2,095 expense. So 2 people, apparently. Friend and I budgeted $10,000 to launch a pickleball paddle company. Their startup costs have been higher than expected, and we've already gone through 60% of our budget. Their expenses have included USAP fees, prototyping, graphic design, packaging.
I'm guessing that's a pickleball association or something.
I guess, Association of Pickleballers. I don't know, pickling balls? I don't know. So Kathleen Elkins over at businessinsider.com put this article together, and this is the
USA Pickleball.
oh yeah, there it is. USA Pickleball. USAP. They have a little brand. So they have to get the branding on there. They had to pay. I wonder if that's the $2,000.
Probably so.
So they said that in this article, it says, I'd heard that if you starting a business, double what you think your startup costs will be. True. That seemed conservative until they started a business themselves. In the spring of 2023, their friend and a roommate at the time decided to try their hand at e-commerce. It's more than an e-commerce site, by the way. If they were prototyping, fabricating, they were doing more than just an e-commerce site. Anyway, they decided to find out, can anyone, including a pair of curious LA-based millennials working full-time jobs in journalism and film, start a profitable Amazon business? Yes, you can. Probably not in
Yes,
pickleball.
if you know what you're doing
But why
and what the
pickleball?
industry is. Like,
Yeah.
it's too late in the process unless this is like a retroactive article.
Unless, well, I think even worse than that. I think that it has to be a target rich environment. So there's got to be a lot of customers. It needs to be growing, and it has to have some barriers to entry where you are strategically advantageous. You're not. None of this is, because you have to have regulation paddles. You have to have it fitting X amount of size and shape and weight and materials and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can't just go, you can't disrupt. Hate to break it to you. It's like getting into the frisbee industry. You're bound now by professional frisbee football play rules and regulations, unless you're going to go off the charts somewhere and make one out of carbon fiber that has guidance.
Right, you do better to almost like do something that's not pickleball. It's like the next pickleball.
Yeah, buck the system at least. It's create non-pickleball regulation paddles. The this big.
Okay, that
So
would be a fun game.
yeah, mega pickle. So after settling on their budget, they researched a bunch of stuff. About 7 months later, as they write this in early November 2024, so this is like yesterday, apparently, because today is the 5th, their checking account balance has dipped from 10,000 to just under 4,000, and we haven't even placed their first big inventory yet. I know the feeling, folks. So USAP took their first $495, the fee at the time for creating a manufacturer's account, which would allow them to submit their paddle for testing and certification. There we go. So you have to get USA Pickleball approved, which has to be part of the schema involved in pickleball creation. One, equipment used in USAP sanctioned tournaments has to be USAP approved. And since they're creating high quality paddle for intermediate, advanced, and professional players, we wanted them to be a mix at tournaments. Two, it would help legitimize their brand. Sure. Oh, and I was right. So there we go. Dunk.
Yep, there we go.
After they finalized the paddle design and it came to actually submit it for testing, we paid USAP another $2,095, the fee at the time for a new paddle submission. We were instructed to send 7 paddles to various testing locations. Shipping costs $49. So there you go, folks.
And they didn't even account for the price of those paddles.
Yeah, and so here's the unfortunate thing. Either this snuck up on them or they didn't research what the real cost of getting certified was. Like if you are interested in doing something NFL related, $10 million. Yeah. You're not getting any access to anything without some serious liquidity and probably political weight to try and get in the door. They don't need you because they've got thousands of people chomping at the bit.
But it does make sense if you're doing this that you would want the USAP, because then you'd lose buyers if you didn't have that.
You'd lose bigger buyers. Everyday Joes will buy your $25 and $35 paddle.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care. But the pros And to use it in a sanctioned game has to be certified. That's where you're going to get name brand recognition. Except really, there's going to be more people out there that aren't chomping at the bit to do certified competitions. They just want to play pickleball. So they did prototyping, they did packaging. Hey, I've seen that before. Graphic design, they used Fiverr. They had other problems like U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, $250 to start the process of trademarking their name, $75 to file an LLC, $39 a month for a Shopify basic account. And a very little known, often overlooked issue is you have to pay business personal property tax for any property that is owned by the business. And if you are manufacturing stuff, if you are prototyping stuff, all of
I don't
that.
think they've even accounted for that yet.
No, I didn't see it. And that starts in the hundreds of dollars, by the way. The only way you can get around that is if you're a sole proprietorship. If you are, because a lot of states waive that.
Did you notice that their first order is going to be about $10,000, which is interesting because that was their entire budget.
Yeah. So how are they going to do that? They're going to have to get a loan, go into debt, and start this whole. If they don't sell through it, they're going to grind away because they're not going to make back their money yet. And they pay $39 for a Shopify basic account.
But that's a recurring expense too.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So basically $500 a year for just the basic account.
So maybe the better rule when you double your estimated startup costs would be to quadruple them.
If you want a slush fund that accounts for anything else. Yep. Yeah. So if anybody has a couple $1 million laying around, I have a project. So let's move on. The next article, by the way, unlike other sites that I've seen do that kind of talk, that was the most on target, fruitful in terms of raising awareness about the actual cost of starting up.
Yeah, usually it's like I spend $1 on a postage stamp or whatever, and then I built the rest of the business. And you're like, what? This doesn't tell you anything.
Yep. I woke up one day and I turned my initial $500 investment into $1.8 million a month. And I'm like, no.
Based on how did you get there? Who infused cash, etc.
Yeah, unless you're OnlyFans. No, that's not how it works. Anyway, the next and our last article for today, and I'm going to make this one really quick because we're over the hour time limit. It's in Wanted. Bees reportedly stopped Meta from building a nuclear-powered AI data center. Meta had plans to build an AI data center in the U.S. that relies on nuclear power. It even already knew where it wanted the facility to be, but according to Financial Times, the company had to scrap its plans because the rare bee species was discovered on the land reserved for the project. Boy, I know somebody that would be pissed because something similar happened to them. So company chief Zuck was reportedly ready to close the deal with an existing nuclear power plant operator that would provide emissions-free energy, except for all the nuclear material involved. But hey, that's carbon neutral, right? Anyway, the Times said he told staff at an all-hands meeting last week that they're going to be pushing this on down the road until they get rid of the bees.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, especially if they're rare or endangered or something.
Mariella Moon over at Engadget.com put the article together. Deck statement says a rare bear species.
You would not want to be building nuclear powered next to bears. What could go wrong?
Radioactive bad bears. Or they're going to get radioactively turned into bees, so bear bees.
Aha.
There's a movie about that, but they're like pink, right? Barbie, right?
I don't know what that is.
So Barbie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so I guess this is the white tush bee. Is that
Yeah, why does it? I don't think I've ever seen a
um,
bee that looks like that.
this is a Getty image, by the way. So um yeah, so the Times said that he told staff in an all hands meeting that he's pushing through wouldn't have been possible because the company would encounter numerous regulatory challenges due to the bee's discovery. So why is there a unique bee in the vicinity of a nuclear power plant?
Because it likes something about the energy in there. Like literally, that environment is conducive to the bee. So it's thriving in that environment, which is fascinating.
It would
I
be.
didn't mean like the energy, like, oh, it's a nice area for the bees. I
Woo
mean
woo.
like the actual physical energy.
The feng shui. Oh no, they
Feng
go
shui bees.
bzzz. They go bzzz. So yeah, it still might come true that the company could find a way, but it had to move quickly because its biggest rivals are investing in nuclear energy as well. In September, Microsoft planned its spin up of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant to provide energy for its AI efforts. Google teamed up with a startup called Kairos Power to build 7 small nuclear reactors in the US to power its data centers starting in 2030. And then there's Amazon, which announced 3 agreements with different companies to build small modular reactors in October. I read, I think, something about Amazon not actually making the cut because a judge said that no, we're not going to redirect more nuclear power to you.
Oh, right. I think we did see something about that recently.
Yeah. So there really isn't much more to this article, but I found it fascinating that once again, nature stymies corporate innovation.
Right. And we're all for bees in ohmTown,
That's
but
right.
we're also for nuclear power. So maybe they can coexist.
We need nuclear powered bees. There's the solution.
I mean, that's it.
All right. Well, we are going to hop on to our horse sized bee and fly ourselves back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go to become a citizen. And I am going to bow out of here. Hey, thanks for the spam risk phone call while I'm doing the show. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Watch out for those bear bees.
I want my bear baby, bear baby, bear baby. Welcome to the jungle. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and you are watching Non Sequitur News for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 315, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about a 4-year world cruise ship voyage. The eastern U.S. is sinking, microplastics impacting weather. These bills are odd. Netflix and no chill. Super strain of bacteria. I've no idea what happened to our audio. NFL ref calls penalty. The RP Gamer Roundup. Encore, the AI search engine, and hackers stealing Ticketmaster tickets. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen where you can get all of the news, none of the noise, and definitely respite from the last several, year. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Oh, you're doing that ducking again. Oh, it's okay. No, 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 no. Don't worry about it. We are not going to mess with it today. We're just going to deal with it. We are going to do it live, as it were. Doing all right?
I am doing fine, and that should have fixed it at least temporarily.
That did fix it. Wow. It's almost like you're a sentient AI from the future. You knew what was wrong. Okay, let's just go. So this first article that we're going to talk about is for whatever reason, we have this strange fascination with all things lifelong cruise affiliated kind of stuff. I'm really not sure why. I've never been on a cruise, and I don't necessarily want to get on a cruise because I think that they're the petri dishes of the sea. But a residential cruise ship has a 4-year around the world voyage to quote unquote escape politics. But 4 years is the cycle for politics. So you're literally going to be enveloped in politics.
I mean, the idea is funny. It seems like it's just a shtick.
Oh, it's definitely. Yeah. The residential cruise line offers a 4-year voyage for passengers seeking an extra long vacation. A single person room on the cruise ship for 4 years costs $256,000.
Is that all? I mean, I
Promising.
guess that's probably cheaper than buying a house, but at the end of it, you're not going to have a cruise ship or a house.
Yeah, you've got jack shit to show for it. Oh, that's really early in the stream. I'm probably going to get in trouble. Troubled. The name of the new show that we are kicking off. We're changing the name yet again. Just kidding. They're going to go to 140 countries. The Odyssey. Wait, is that the same one? Yeah. The Via Vi.
Oh, it is.
Odyssey.
I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, entered the second month of its 15-year tour around the world. The Odyssey set sail in September after delays left it docked in Belfast for months. We didn't even get the news that it actually left,
We got the news that it started to leave and then it got stopped again, but I don't think we ever saw that it set sail again.
Yeah, that damn Windows 11 patch.
And that's a 15-month journey, right? Not 15-year.
It says 15-year tour around the world.
Oh, okay. It must have several legs inside that.
So the Odyssey started with its own kind of micro Odyssey, I suppose. Let's see here. If the state of the world, or at least election results, have got you considering whether you want to leave the United States, Villa Vi Residences wants to throw it in its hat in the ring for an option for temporary relocation. A double occupancy room starts at $319,998 for the 4-year trip, promising visits to 140 countries across all 7. So you can book a 2-year midterm selection. This is pure marketing tripe.
It is, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah. So you know what's going to be interesting about this? I am going to promote this episode. And because I'm simply mentioning...
Exactly. Even though we're not talking about anything political.
Yeah, I don't even care about the election in terms of the show. I'm not even talking about it. They're going to ding me. I have been getting notices from previous promotion attempts where they've straight up said that I have to file a document for electioneering, even though I did not say anything about it. I never talk about politics. So anyway, I found it really interesting that I'm still getting them a year after the last promotion. So anyway, while a trip on the Odyssey doesn't offer citizenship anywhere else in the world, it gives passengers flexibility to escape traffic jams, politics, and the monotony of city life, except that you're going to have the monotony of being stuck on a ship until you get to another dock. And even then...
Yeah, but with that many country stops, you're probably not going too long in between docking.
Well, except for the people who had to pay for their own apartment in Italy.
That's a different issue. Assuming it stays on schedule.
It was Ireland, not Italy. Yeah. So They said that they were going to actually, so it's really funny. Two passengers who repeatedly complained about the delays were kicked off the ship and had their contracts canceled. You bitch too much.
Never
That,
mind that you sold your house or gave away your pets or whatever you did in preparation for this.
yeah. And if you put all of your eggs in one basket, guess what? Somebody else is going to take your eggs, make an omelet out of you. All right. Well, anyway, Catherine Tangalakis Lippert over at businessinsider.com put the article together. Pretty fascinating. 15-year tour around the world is what it says, but you have to pay $256,000 for a 4-year tour. So just over what, $65,000.
I mean, think what the cost would be for 15 years of this.
Yeah. Well, $1 million. Well, roughly.
Roughly, yeah.
All right, let's keep on going though. This is kind of interesting, but I'm just waiting for the software to like go, sorry, we need a patch, and you're stuck out there somewhere.
Yeah, that would not be good. I forgot why they were stuck in Belfast. They didn't have a permit or something.
Well, one was a permit and one was software that locked the engine controls so that they couldn't actually leave. Yeah. At least it's not the other one where they haven't even purchased the ship, right? There's another one where they haven't even purchased.
Yeah, that's a bigger problem.
People sold their everything and they hadn't even sold the ship or purchased the ship yet. Okay, let's keep on going. Oh, and if you're in the chat and you're interested in this kind of stuff, if you hit !NSN, that'll pull up the show notes for today's episode. Past episodes are over on YouTube because Twitch deletes everything after 60 days. And we have 1,500 episodes worth of shows across the ohmTown network of shows. And they're all podcasts as well. So do a search for wherever you catch pod and ohmTown will be there. So I've always wondered, why is the eastern U.S. sinking? I didn't actually know that it was, by the way. But
I didn't either until I saw this headline.
Yeah, this one, if you want to be scared out of your mind, I suppose, the answer lies in an ice sheet from 19,000 years ago. I find this one really interesting because they found in, what country was it? Carved wood that was designed to be stacked together like Lincoln logs. Underneath a waterfall somewhere, I think it was in South America, underneath a waterfall that shows signs of
Was it in Zambia in Africa?
Oh, was it? I thought it was South America. Maybe it was Africa. It must have been.
I think it was Zambia.
Yeah, so it shows that somebody used stone tools to carve wood and stack them together for some purpose. They don't know what the purpose was, but they carbon dated the wood. Oh, it is. Where is it?
It's Zambia.
Zambia. Okay. So they found this wood preserved, but it looked like it had been set on fire. But at any rate,
right, but they couldn't find any real evidence of fire.
Right, which is interesting.
Or not significant enough to think that it was intentionally
like burned.
Like
this is like a post
for shaping or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it shows carve marks and manipulation by something human, or at least tool wielding. I mean, either these were brilliant monkeys, or it was humans, or my favorite, because it's NaNoWriMo month, aliens. Anyway.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the escaped monkeys.
Oh, the macaques. They're macaques, right? Aren't they macaques? I think they're macaques.
I think so.
Yeah. But I'm like all over the park today. I am drinking yerba mate, and boy, are my caffeine levels at their yerba maximum.
Oh boy.
Anywho, yeah, so there are in it's South Carolina, right?
It is. I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but Yamasee is the town.
they're running all over, and they've only caught one, and I don't know what that one was up to. They're like, "Hey, I'm gonna go and get that banana over there," and they got scooped up. But there's 42 of them running around going
And now they're
bananas.
warning people not to fly drones in the area, which I'm sure tons of people are doing.
What the heck? They should be flying drones with thermal cameras so that you can see where these little monkeys are. What the
Exactly. I mean,
hell?
people might be doing that for their own. And you're right, there are macaques. It took me about 3 or 4 articles to find the species, but
It should be easy to
um,
spot. They're wearing little white lab jackets, right? Because they were lab macaques. Oh,
no, I don't think so.
oh really?
But that would be cute.
Oh, they're the research subjects. Oh, snap. I had that read completely wrong. I'm sorry, folks. Stay inside. You never know. Gain of function.
This
Anyway.
is definitely non sequitur news since we're supposed to be talking about the U.S. sinking.
The reason why I brought it all up is because this carved wood is 460,000 years old.
Right, but that isn't even the story, and nor are the macaques. We went layers and layers.
But it's because they're going to live while humanity gets taken over by monkeys because apes, right? They're going to take over. Macaques are just going to be the intermediate step. They're off learning English and engineering and fission. And
Maybe they're piloting the drones. People think it's the humans, but macaques have found the controller for one.
yeah, it's false intel, right? That's the macaques that are sending out a text to everybody, don't fly drones, because they're out there flying the drones around. All right. Well, anyway, this article is over at scitechdaily.com. It was written by Virginia Tech. Imagine that a massive ice sheet, you're a massive ice sheet, covered Canada and oozed down over a large part of the northern United States like ice spilling down the side of a cake. That was the situation somewhere between 19,000 and 26,000 years ago. The ice sheet covered land all the way down to south of modern day Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But then the cheese in Wisconsin stopped it. That's what happens. Cheese is an insulator.
Cheese likes to do that.
It made the moon. So it's fascinating to picture, but the critical aspect to us today is what happened to the land when the ice sheet melted. And holy ice sheet, how does that affect modern day sea level rise and sinking land? PhD candidate Karen Williams embarked on a computer modeling research effort to find out just what happened. Apparently, Williams used computational modeling to assess the impact of the melting of the Laurentide ice sheet on present-day vertical land motions. I guess it's pushing us down. The scientific term for how solid Earth responds to this melting is glacial isostatic adjustment. I go through the same thing.
I'm not sure what to make of that.
I am glacial isostatic. I stay in one place, and it's sincerely an adjustment when I have to get up. And by various assumptions, they simulated how the results depend upon the internal structure of the Earth through nearly 130,000 computational simulations. So it's basically a educated guess, but we really don't know the hell happened. So the results of the study will help generate maps for researchers who guide decisions on aquifer management, Williams said. In the end, the research will be incorporated into a comprehensive report for the U.S. Geological Survey that will help Chesapeake Bay area stakeholders better understand the financial, ecological, and social effects of sea level rise. I wonder who's going to be the real benefactors of these. Anyway, Williams explained by getting more accurate model estimates of what is contributing to the land either rising or sinking, we can identify areas undergoing localized vertical displacements driven by natural and anthropogenic human sources such as excessive groundwater withdrawal in the Gulf of Mexico or the Chesapeake Bay. For example, Stamp said, Some of the greatest differences between modeled influence of glacial isostatic adjustment and observations occur where there is known groundwater extraction, like Houston, Texas, and probably all of California. But they don't say that
Yeah, I
last
mean,
part.
I
They
think
just,
anywhere that's near water, right?
oh, but there are people that are going to say, oh, that's bullshit. We can suck all of the water out of the sponge and it'll stay just fine. Just fine. And we can punch holes all over the ground. It's fine. They don't ever collapse. All right. Let's keep moving, though. We are on a timeline, right? Not really.
I mean, I don't think that has been in play since the show started.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. Microplastics could be making the weather worse. It's definitely not making it better. Microplastics cause clouds to form in places where they otherwise wouldn't, which is likely to have knock-on effects on the weather and climate. This is a new one to me, although we have read reports and seen the news about how microplastics are being found in raindrops.
That's true, but we haven't seen this connection yet.
Miriam Friedman and Heidi, maybe Bussy or Bus, over at wired.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I said. Let's see. So, in a newly published study, this is actually from The Conversation under a Creative Commons license, which is really interesting. That's the first time that I've ever seen that attribution. But
right, same here.
Pretty cool of them. So, at any rate, clouds form when water vapor and invisible gas in the atmosphere sticks to tiny floating particles such as dust and turn into liquid water droplets or ice crystals, and then they get heavier and heavier and heavier, and they drop out of that solution, which is wind. Atmosphere is it's a not very viscous fluid, and so if the mass builds up enough, it'll drop out of that solution and form rain. So it produces ice crystals at temperatures 5 to 10 degrees Celsius or 9 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit, warmer than droplets without microplastics. So ice actually forms around microplastics faster than just dust alone.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that could start having a significant impact on the overall weather patterns.
Interesting. This suggests that microplastics in the air may affect weather and climate by producing clouds in conditions where they would not normally form. Ew. Look at that. Plankton mucus houses could pull microplastics from the sea.
Okay, that's good, but they need to work on their marketing.
But it's not really good because other life eats eats the plankton, and then it ends up in the...
True. It would only be good if the plankton collected it and then people collected the plankton somehow.
Yeah, stored it somewhere and said, y'all don't want this. Yeah, don't eat me, don't eat me. So we are atmospheric chemists who study, and that's the authors of this article, who study how different types of particles form ice when they come into contact with liquid water. This process occurs constantly in the atmosphere and is called nucleation. Nucleation is also if you have something like ice in a liquid that has carbonation, or the nanostructures on the surface of glass in a glass. Nucleation is where the carbonation forms and then bubbles out. It's called nucleation zones or areas or spots or whatever you want to call it, but it's called nucleation. In this case, it's nucleation is creating the nucleus of the water drop, forming around it and then pulling it out of the atmosphere. So clouds in the atmosphere can be made up of liquid water droplets, ice particles, or a mixture of the two. In clouds in the mid to upper atmosphere, where temperatures are between 32 and 36 degrees Fahrenheit, or 0 to negative 38, I think it says here. So between 32 and negative 36 degrees Fahrenheit. 0 to negative 38 degrees Celsius. Ice crystals normally form around mineral dust particles from dry soils or biological particles such as pollen or bacteria that's been pulled up into the atmosphere. Microplastics are less than 5 millimeters wide, about the size of a pencil eraser, which that is huge.
Yeah, I would have thought they were a lot smaller, but maybe I'm thinking of nanoplastics.
Yeah. And that's what I think of when I hear about microplastics. Nanoplastics are even smaller, and that's the stuff that they're finding inside humans, because you're not going to find an eraser sized lump of plastic in a human.
No, and I mean, I wonder if that's just the upper limit of it.
It
Um,
has to be
because they probably have to classify them, and maybe a lot of the ones out there, because if they were that, I think people could actually spot them.
easily. Yeah. So, why it matters? Well, for freezing to occur at warmer temperatures, some kind of material that won't dissolve in water needs to be present in the droplet. This particle provides a surface where the first ice crystal can form. If microplastics are present, they could cause the ice crystal to form, potentially increasing rain or snowfall. So, clouds also affect weather and climate in several ways. They reflect incoming sunlight away from Earth before it hits the surface, which is a cooling effect, and absorb some of the radiation that's emitted from Earth's surface, which has a warming effect because it doesn't radiate away into space. It does eventually, but it holds on clouds. Water in general is a heat sink. So the amount of sunlight reflected depends on how much water versus ice a cloud contains. So if microplastics increase the presence of ice particles in clouds compared with liquid water droplets, this shifting ratio could change clouds' effects on Earth's energy balance. And now there are knuckleheads out there that are trying to, let's throw let's throw diamonds into our atmosphere.
Exactly. What could go wrong?
The problem isn't, oh, we're getting too much heat from the sun. It's we are storing too much carbon in our atmosphere that's anthropogenic.
And we poked holes in the ozone layer because of all of this.
Yep. And so we are disrupting the natural order of things. We are disrupting climate. But let's do it a mechanical way instead of figuring out how we don't throw more carbon into the freaking air. So they describe how they did their work, and they still don't know some things. So they say to understand how microplastics affect weather and climate, we need to know their concentrations at the altitudes where clouds form. We also need to understand the concentration of microplastics compared to other particles that could nucleate ice, such as mineral dust, biological particles, etc. So they're going to have to take some guesses, and educated guesses are better than just throwing a dart against the wall and picking a number. I suspect that that's what they do anyway.
I don't think that's how they do it, but they barely started studying microplastics. The fact that they've even got this figured out is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah. But we've been calling it publicly on the show since, 3 years ago. And Mayor Watt's been talking about it for the last 12 years, longer than that, probably. I can't remember how far back I've been talking about it. I had a friend when I was much younger that really leaned into peak oil and went into basically like lead energy surveys and stuff like that, and trying to make everybody eco-friendly. And I don't have that kind of passion about any one particular topic, but microplastics are this thing where there's no other solution than to stop, right? Like with oil, we can find some other solution. We've got solar, et cetera, but microplastics, it's pervasive. It's impacting every aspect of life now. And
Right, we just have to stop plastic usage to begin with and then figure out how to break down existing plastic.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're watching another show earlier today, and they're talking about a it's a wine bottle that's made out of paper, and it's bragging about how it has less this, less that, except that it has an entire plastic bag inside it, which is going to off gas, and it's going to impart nano and microplastics, because flexible plastics do this all the time. Now you have to sit there and go, oh, okay. Well, you have to prove it, right? So hunting for microplastics, nanoplastics in 750 mil of a liquid is like trying to hunt down a needle in a haystack, but the needle is a 1 micron piece of plastic that could be the cause of health issues. This is going to be wild. So in future research, we plan to work with plastics that contain additives such as plasticizers and colorants, as well as with smaller plastic particles. There is dark field microscopy that could facilitate finding these needles in haystacks, except that the haystack now is the size of the planet. So good luck, everybody. Do you want to go on to the next article?
I think we need to.
Okay. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Man discovers something very unusual about $20 bills withdrawn from an ATM. Jay Heron went to an ATM for $60, but thanks to his eye for detail, he realized the notes that he retrieved could be worth far more.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the wrong denomination or something.
So Alice Collins, man spots something very unusual about the $20 bill he withdraws from an ATM. I'm trying to see.
I don't see anything obvious, but
shows us what we know about $20 bills, right? So, oh, it's the 8s. That's all it is. One of the notes had a serial number of PL588888H, while another had PL588888H. 5. So, some people count the 8s as being extremely lucky. And it says, indeed, the latter serial number is known as a super radar note, meaning the serial number is exactly the same forward and backward, but it's a palindromic serial number, are highly sought after by collectors. Aaron said, I only need $60, but when they noticed the serials were consecutive, I knew the next withdrawal would be the 7 in a row and the super radar. I don't know if they would have used that term until somebody told them, oh, it's a super radar, unless you're already in the know about money.
Right, maybe they were.
But they are, apparently. They say, I always pay attention to what serial numbers are on the banknotes I receive. It's a habit they picked up after seeing a fancy serial that a friend of theirs found in the past. So they were really happy about this. They posted a picture on Reddit, and of course, a lot of stuff from Newsweek comes out of Reddit. After seeing his discovery generate so much attention online, Heron hopes to be able to encourage others to double check the serial numbers. One comment said that 58885 is probably worth a few to a collector. To the right buyer, they're worth somewhere between $150 to $500, depending on the quality of the note.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I would have kept on pulling 20s out just to see if I kept on getting stuff that
right.
was...
Did I get the same general series?
Yeah. Kind of fascinating, huh?
It is, and I would guess most people don't even notice those.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, we didn't notice it because what's in a serial number? We don't really care about the serial number, but I guess there are collectors that do, so pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Did I say who the...
I don't know that you did.
Oh, Alice Collins. Yeah. Alice Collins over at Newsweek. Okay, so this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Monsters walk among us, and they're watching Netflix at 1.5 times the speed. And I agree.
Right. I mean, it's hard to keep up some of them at normal speed.
Netflix and no chill is what I titled this one. Netflix's mobile app allows you to watch at 1.25 times and 1.5 times speeds. People tell the author that they use this for reality shows like Love is Blind, while others watch at the gym. So, hey, I did an hour run, but it was actually a 30-minute run.
Right, exactly. Or my workout is only 30 minutes, but I need to watch the whole show, so I better speed up the show.
That's hilarious. So their modern appetite for content might mean that they've stretched their brains to watch faster and faster. information overload kind of requires you to either do something like this or filter out fluff, which is what I've done when creating ohmTown. Consider the delicate, nuanced performances of a network series like The Diplomat. Now imagine that sped up by 50%. Chipmunk style. This might not appeal to you. What is that? How is that pronounced?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it seems like a cinephile or something.
A cineast? Cineast? Who savors the art of the flickering screen. But for some people, this is a dream. They're watching Netflix at 1.5 times. What are these animals? Katie Natopoulos put this article together for BusinessInsider.com. And yeah, I guess some people watch this and I know people that listen to podcasts sped up, audiobooks sped up, but movies?
That seems really tough. I mean, unless it's like a really kind of fast paced and not a lot of concentration, maybe.
What is the retention of that? Quite a few truly impatient
Probably
people.
pretty low.
Yeah. So you got a quiz, right? Yeah, probably not. But then again, I don't watch movies to retain every subtle nuance. And most of the time you have to watch it again to catch something that somebody go, hey, did you miss that part? Oh, yeah.
But I think it depends on the genre.
True. Young people consume content on their phones in strange and weird ways. It says, rest in peace, Quibi. You were ahead of your time. They found themselves sucked into the brain rot videos on TikTok where a dramatic clip from a show plays in a split screen of someone playing with slime or playing a video game. Their modern insatiable appetite for video content might mean that they've adapted and stretched our brains to watch faster and faster. That's an optimistic way of looking at it. And the other way is that our attention spans have dwindled down to the size of a grape.
I think that's more spot on.
Yep. So there you go, folks. If you're one of the weirdos out there, come and hang out in twitch.tv/ohmtown. I'm saying it slowly so that when you sped up, you're hearing it at normal speed and it actually clicks. Or you can go to youtube.com/ohmtown. And don't forget, you can download the podcasts. Just do a search for ohmTown. You'll find us.
And you can speed them up if you want.
So we're going to move on. Anyway, and you're not sped up. It's just me talking faster this time. So this next article is over at Technology Today. A virulent new quote-unquote super strain of bacteria is rapidly spreading in Asia. Yay!
Just no.
Is it by that, what was the name of it again?
It's not clearly tied to Wuhan.
Wuhan Solo. The newly identified.
Oh, maybe that's the new Star Wars trilogy.
Let's not. No. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine that? The new Star Wars trilogy is about a virus that goes around eliminating the rebels.
No, I don't think anybody's ready for that.
Gain of function Millennium Falcon. So the newly identified ST-164 strain of antibiotic-resistant crab bacteria. Please change that name.
I mean, that's giving us visions of the bacteria like walking like a crab, which is not good.
Or people getting crabs. Spreading in Asia, posing a global health risk due to, because head crabs are the things that grab onto your face from Alien, implant a
None of this is good.
Xenomorph, chest burster style. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. A new study reveals that a highly virulent strain of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which causes severe illness. Ah, crap. So, University of Birmingham over at scitechdaily.com. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. How about... Okay, well, I'm really curious. Over a 3-month period in 2021, the experts conducted extensive genomic surveillance within the ICU at Hangzhou, revealing that 80.9% of the... What? the what or it must be the bacteria or crab. Oh, and what is it called? So Chinese Intensive Care Unit ICU is kind of funny that they break that out. But crab is carbapenem resistant Acinetobacter baumannii, or crab.
I mean, they were right to give it an acronym, but crab is not good.
Acinetobacter. So it's just a bacteria. Anything with bacter on it is a bacterium. Anyway, the A. baumannii bacteria found in patients were crab, with ST164 accounting for 40.2% of the sample. So it was published in Nature Communications. Researchers from the University of Birmingham and Zhejiang University revealed that other hospital wards and transferred patients could be sources of new crab strains entering the ICU. Yeah. Latest research shows one strain, GC2, among crab isolates fell from 99.5 in 2019 to 50.8 in 2021. The remaining population mainly consisted of ST164 isolates that have been evolving since mid-2020 and have twice the levels of measurable resistance to carbapenems that the GC2 strains have. So,
this is just too soon. I know this is bacteria, but I don't think the world is ready for this.
It's just as dangerous if it compromises lungs. And it's it's antibiotic resistant. So your normal course of action would be, well, not anymore. Antibiotic resistant infections are a major threat.
Panic and run.
Yeah, wear your mask, but nobody's going to wear their mask because, hey, it just miraculously goes away, right? Yeah, after hundreds of thousands of people dropped it. So they published this information, and now we monitor. So it's been growing and mutating since at least 2019. In 2021 is the most known prolific ST164 clone. Let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fans react after NFL referee calls penalty in perfect German. Audiences were astounded today to hear an NFL ref speaking German on the field. 1 second. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure that was surprising.
Yeah, Nathan Kamal over at Newsweek.com put this article together. NFL fans and commentators alike were flummoxed today to hear a ref call out a penalty in perfect German. I'm not going to bother playing it. Fehlstart Angriff 5 yards. I'm not sure why yards is actually broken out like that. But anyway, Strafe. It's a 5-yard penalty. False start offense, 5-yard penalty. Interestingly, Ocholi then switched back to English, continuing. It's by the center. It's third down. It's unclear why the ref called the penalty in half English, half German, but it had a pretty immediate effect on commentators. As one can hear the official NFL clip above, Sports Center or sportscaster Rich Eisen is audibly surprised and lets out an "oh."
That's interesting.
While another says, "Looks like look at Sean Hochuli hooked on phonics." That's pretty funny.
Well, apparently his father called out something in Spanish previously.
Oh, so it's a thing. It draws attention to the refs. So that's some damn good marketing, I'd say. While fans, broadcasters, and social media users alike seem pretty astounded that the NFL official would speak German on the field, it has to be reiterated that the actual game is being played in the third largest city in Germany. So it's actually quite a bit of sense.
Okay, there. I was wondering if this is one of these where I didn't realize that they have some games in Europe.
American viewers might actually be underestimating how popular the NFL is becoming in Europe right now and in Germany specifically. So context matters, folks. Interesting. They buried the lead. I mean, if that would
No,
have been at the very top,
absolutely.
we wouldn't have read this far
Right.
into it. Anyway, let's keep moving then. The next article is over in Tabletop Nights. So RP Gamer Roundup, November 3rd to November 10th. This is the end of the week, and this article, this selection, is only available within the last 24 hours. That's where this news comes from. Our weekly shows can sometimes include this kind of stuff, but we actually kind of rarely put RP Roundup in a daily show. So it says, welcome to the latest edition of RP Gamer's Roundup column. So let's just jump straight on over to rpgamer.com. Alex Fuller put the article together, and they go through this list of all of the games that they've discovered between November 3rd and November 10th. Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they have a review, and that's what they are linking to. So they have editorial content about Dragon Age, the Veilguard. It's a very, very popular game right now. A lot of people think that it's kind of a flat game, but a lot of fun still, where the characters are kind of meh and the story is kind of straightforward and linear and flat. And people like wanted it to be like Baldur's Gate 3, but apparently not
Just
so
not
much.
there.
Yep. They talk about Metal Slug Tactics, The Legend of Heroes, Trails through Daybreak 2. They got a bunch of retro-styled RPG Negative Reverie news. Beastie Ball served into early access this month. New Arc line coming to early access this month. I have never heard of River City Girls 2. I didn't know that there was a 2, let alone a 1. Or didn't know that there was a 1, let alone a 2. Welcomes the Double Dragons next week. Carden CL is a free update coming in 5 months, I guess. RPG Maker with PS4 and PS5 Western release announced. And a bunch more. So they got a whole bunch of news in this, and they link to podcasts and other things that they find really fascinating. So if you're interested in that kind of composite stuff, definitely follow the links in the show notes or in the VOD. They'll be in that VOD for the next 60 days. So let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Encore is an AI-powered search engine for your thrifting needs. Former Apple engineer Alex Ruber and former Twitter and Asana engineer Parth Chopra first met on Y Combinator's founder match platform, then met in person at a thrift store for shopping. They later went on a thrift store shopping trip, where they talked about solving problems with finding the right product in the online space. So, of course, AI. AI has to mine data for it to be effective. So,
Right, and it only makes sense. I mean, thrifting is very localized.
I'm really
But if
curious.
you can get it in online, that would probably be good for the buyers and the sellers.
So their AI, their engine is going to have to tap into all of these other sites. So it says the entire secondhand shopping market is really fragmented. There are hundreds of sources out there, such as Depop, Mercari, ThreadUp, eBay, Craigslist, and more. It's hard for consumers to sift through all of them and try to get the product you're looking for. So they wanted to remove that friction for users, which is great. It's news similar, news adjacent. Are they scraping the sites? Because we don't scrape sites.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I kind of wonder about how this is happening. Are they teaming up with these, like Craigslist and everything, or are they just pulling the information?
Yeah, I don't know how they're actually doing it, because if it's balkanized like that, eBay, I don't think allows you to tap into an API. I don't think. I'll have to look. And Craigslist doesn't, they've got enough momentum where if they do have an API or something like that, they can charge for it, I suppose. I don't know.
Right.
I haven't
Yeah,
looked in
I'm
that
not
side
sure.
of things. Plus, what's going to happen when you're big enough and they decide to yank your API access like Reddit did to countless other
Oh,
developers?
that's true. That wasn't disruptive at all.
Not at all. But it was great for investors. The search engines also show partial prompts such as outfit inspo for and shop from the show. When you tap on them, you can complete the prompt through auto-populated suggestions or your own words. So on Encore, the service, you can type your query and get matches from multiple resources, including Poshmark, The RealReal, Grailed, Etsy, eBay. Because Encore uses a large language model tech, you can type a query like show me a dress that Emily wore in Emily in Paris, season 3, episode 4. Brilliant. Where are they getting their data?
Yeah, I can't decide if it's like a search engine or what it is and whether they're teaming up with these other sites.
Right. It's interesting. So I don't know. I would have to do a search to see if RealReal has an API that you can tap into. Many sites do, but this is the kind of thing, though, that ends up pissing off people, because now, whereas I'm of the mind, and I honestly am, services like this allow someone who has information overload to do a search and go to the source. That's kind of what ohmTown does, right? We are actually provided this information through their public means, and then we direct people to these sites, and there's no ads on the site, and we have a little snippet. We limit our impact, and we kind of spur curiosity through this public discussion, right? That's the value add. So if you find us valuable, then like and subscribe to us on YouTube and or Twitch, and download the podcast and leave a review. I would love to start seeing more reviews over on the Apple podcasts in particular. But this is a value add, and I think that it's very important if it's done right. When it's done wrong, there's blowback, and it can shut off access to other people who are doing it, quote unquote, the right way. So I'm really interested in this. So I'll probably take a look at Encore, even though I'm not much of a shopper to begin with. I mean, look at my clothing, for crying out loud. Anyway, pretty neat, because it aggregates all of these other locations into one. It does lower the friction, but some people could take it the wrong way and lash out.
Yeah, I don't know how the sites will, like if it drives more traffic to those sites, they might actually like it. And it'll be interesting. I mean, there's definitely a win if you get more used products into people's hands, so they're not buying new and contributing to problems like microplastics, etc.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm kind of curious about the engine here. How are they making money? Because it's going to be expensive to operate this thing as it ramps up more and more people. If there's ads on it, somebody else's ads next to a product sometimes causes a representation issue. So anyway,
Well,
let's
I'm
keep on
also
moving.
interested
Sorry.
too, because there's a lot of sites that are in this space, but there's a lot of in real life sites too that are not necessarily online, but maybe that'll change over time.
Yeah. And I guess the ones that are not online are missing a lot of potential customers. I hope that they're all tech savvy, because that space really does need. Thrift stores are hyper local because that's where they're getting their content from. Usually, if they don't go online, they have the potential to miss out on a lot. They're saying that this market's going to reach $350 billion globally by 2028, but global is such a huge thing. Got to
Well,
think
and
local.
who can really afford to ship things globally?
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't mean there isn't a demand around the world. It just means some of it's got to be a little more localized in terms of the transaction.
So the startup currently relies on affiliate shares for revenue generation. So they must be tapped into like eBay API or Etsy API or something like that that allows them to do this. Because if they're redirecting traffic through some affiliate proxy, whatever, that actually increases friction because it's slower to get to the solution. But they're going to say the company is also experimenting with $3 a month subscription, providing unlimited searches with advanced models. But again, I suspect that this is something that maybe the shop owners don't really care as long as they're getting anybody showing up.
Well, it's interesting because in concept, it's going to drive their sales up. On the other hand, it could drive sales to competitors. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they react to this.
Yeah, because if I do a search for camera purse, I may pull up a bunch of these, but the search engine itself pulls up that shop. And if they go somewhere else because they found one for $3 less, you just cost me $12.
Right.
All right. Let's keep moving. Our last article for today is over in the Mobile channel. Hackers keep stealing tickets from people's Ticketmaster accounts. We've actually talked about this a couple of times now, but apparently it's still going on. Ticketmaster controls the majority of major concert venues ticketing, and they provide this as kind of a turnkey solution. And they price out everybody else who might want to buy tickets. You have to go through Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster has a higher price set than what the box office
Well, and
would
the
have been.
venues too, they kind of like make it very attractive for venues to sign up with Ticketmaster.
Yeah, because they give them a shit ton of money right out of the gate, right? And so we know from watching documentary evidence of the practice that if you decide that you're not interested in using Ticketmaster, they'll freeze your ass out as being a venue to promoters, because Ticketmaster has a promotion wing that goes out to the artists and says, hey, we've got venues, this venue, this venue, this venue. And if you decide that you're not interested in Ticketmaster, those promoters will block you. They will ban you from, they won't even drop your name. I mean, it's basically like the kid under the stairs kind of a thing, right? So Ticketmaster controls the majority of major concert venue ticketing. Any government litigation against Ticketmaster is probably DOA now. I'm calling it now. Yeah. So Business Insider reported yesterday about, oh, by the way, this article is by Thomas Maxwell over at gizmodo.com, but they found this via Business Insider, reported yesterday about a string of customers checking their emails only to discover that someone had broken into their Ticketmaster accounts and transferred their tickets away. This has been something that seems to have been growing ever since their supposed innocuous breach that didn't have any impact on anything.
Yeah, it does seem like it was connected pretty closely in time. I am surprised that it's continuing though.
If they haven't done anything actively, because they would have to notify everybody in that database. Hey, all of your shit's compromised, but maybe it isn't totally. Maybe this is just happenstance. Correlation is not causation, right? So Mackenzie was eventually able to get their tickets returned to her by Ticketmaster's customer support. Others haven't been so lucky. Business Insider identified another individual who had their tickets stolen, returned to them by Ticketmaster only to visit their concert and encounter two individuals who discovered their tickets had been swiped only once they got to the gate. Reddit similarly is home to many complaints from users saying similar things had happened to them. Yeah. And
we've heard other accounts, right, of people buying tickets and then the tickets don't seem to exist.
And I know from direct experience that I purchased tickets and they vaporized the night of.
Which makes you think it might be something like this.
Yep. And I had, what was really weird about it is that I had crashed for the night because I knew that I was going to be on a long drive, and I woke up and I was like, something doesn't feel right. And at 11 o'clock at night, I called the person and to no avail, sent an email, called the number for where I purchased the tickets, eventually got this person on the horn via direct messaging only, no voice-to-voice communication. And they somehow found me 2 tickets on the other side in the exact same spot.
They weren't the original tickets, though.
Right. Yeah. The same tier, same location, same venue, same everything, except over there, 300 feet. So it was amazing that I got it, but I was literally 8 hours away from having to drive away to the venue. So yeah, it was quite fascinating. So it's not just the Justice Department mad at Live Nation and Ticketmaster. Concert goers have been frustrated with companies for years over their poor handling of ticket sales, but it's kind of the Reddit style of thing, you know. You'll be back, kiss our ass.
Well, consumers have absolutely no choice in this. If they want to see a certain artist or if they want to be at a certain venue, they have to use Ticketmaster and Live Nation.
Yep.
So it's not just a, well, don't go. Well, that might be their only tour ever, or that's the only time they play that song that you want to hear.
Yeah, but so you've got to pay the you have to pay the squeeze. It's just so, and you never know, because the security apparently is a sieve. So one day your tickets are there, the next day you're sitting there fighting to figure out where your freaking tickets are. So Live Nation was permitted to acquire Ticketmaster back in 2010 after signing a consent decree saying, amongst other things, that it would not retaliate against venues that chose other ticketing providers, meaning that they can still promote through Live Nation. But again, Live Nation controls a vast swath of major venues. Just this year, the people have been talking about the fact that if you don't use Live Nation, they'll punch you. And you won't even, it isn't that hey, I'm going to use a different ticketing solution. It's they won't send artists to your venue.
Yeah, it's a much bigger thing than just the consumer part of it.
Right. And it's bigger than the venue itself. They're not going to the venue and saying, okay, well, we're not going to allow you to use Ticketmaster. They're saying via Live Nation, we won't promote an artist to your venue. Right?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's very systemic.
Yeah, it's because they have a monopoly and they control the market, and they use it through acquisitions and mergers, and then now financial might. They buy the venue out and say, here is, $12 million worth of tickets. And we're going to make, 18 million on the other side. So they get their money fast. They can invest it. And, each month that this money is sitting there, they make more money because they invest it. Anyway, I find it really compelling that maybe there is a problem here, stuff like this and the historical record of this. But companies will abuse because the motto is profits no matter what.
Right. There's not a lot of incentive otherwise.
Yeah. Because they only have one mandate, and that's the investor being pissed off. So we're going to punch our ticket, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com. And I'm going to say, see you later. I'm going to go sit down in my concert seat.
That may or may not be there.
That may or may not be there. But it'll be warmer if there is a person there, because I'll just sit directly on their lap. And when they struggle, I'll just go, you're sitting in my seat. Here's my ticket. Anyway. Thanks for co-hosting Sentient AI from the future.
Thanks for having me, Mayor Watt, and thanks for joining us, hometown citizens. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow, but stay tuned. We have some weekly shows ahead.
What's the first weekly show that we're going to do?
Warcrafters.
Then Technology Today, and then Four Wheel Tech. Now, they're all niche news segments, and we kind of get snarky through it all anyway. Well, I do. Sentient AI tolerates Mayor Watt. At least until you get that Terminator body. All right. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Punch your ticket. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.